Chapter 840. If Yenji had been to Nine Heavens Holy Land or seen the methods of the old Holy Master, he would have recognized these two martial skills: Imprisoning Heaven Chain and Heaven Punishing Spear. Each of them was a divine skill. The former could not only bind one's body but also one's soul, while the Heaven Punishing Spear's lethality was even greater. Yenji didn't know how powerful these two martial skills were, but after being hit by one of the imprisoning heaven chains, his divine sense instantly became sluggish and his reflexes were no longer as fast as before, becoming as sticky as a swamp. The sky was filled with chains and spears, and from all directions, Yenji was completely surrounded. Yenji dodged left and right, but he was still unable to break out of the encirclement. Just as he was beginning to panic, the golden dragon that had shrunk in size finally arrived, spitting out a mouthful of scorching hot energy. Yenji cried out as he revolved his true chi to resist. All of his bones began to crackle, as if they were unable to withstand this destructive pressure, and suddenly exploded. The golden dragon's two claws stretched out and, taking advantage of Yenji's inability to defend himself, stabbed into his chest and tore it apart. Yenji's eyes went bloodshot as he felt the aura of death descend upon him. Knowing that he would not be able to escape, he grit his teeth and roared, "Don't think you'll have it easy either." All of a sudden, Yenji's yuan qi erupted, transforming into thousands of attacks that bombarded the golden dragon's body. As if he had used up all of his strength, after releasing this attack, Yenji grinned wickedly and his body quickly deflated like a deflated balloon. Crimson blood mixed with golden light sprinkled down from the sky as a deafening dragon roar rang out. Qua. Yenji's entire body was torn in two, his blood and internal organs scattering everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. The martial artists who heard the dragon's roar raised their heads and looked over, just in time to see this ghostly scene. Sect Master is dead? The cultivator from frozen nether cave heavens stared blankly at the blood and flesh scattering from the sky, some unable to accept such a result. Just an hour ago, Yenji had been in high spirits, leading them to invade Dragon Phoenix Palace and declaring that he would take back the inheritor of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and cultivate him properly in order to restore frozen nether cave heaven's prestige. Unexpectedly, 2 hours later, he was torn in half by a golden dragon that suddenly appeared. A master who had reached the Saint Realm had died just like that. On Tongxian Realm, there weren't many masters who had reached this level of cultivation, each of them having cultivated for at least 100 to 200 years. Each of these masters had astonishing means and abilities as well as extraordinary escape skills, so over the years, very few Saint Realm masters had died. At the very least, the cultivator of Dragon Phoenix Palace and frozen nether cave heaven had never heard of such a major event. But now, this scene was really happening right under their noses. Of the only two Saint Realm masters in their sect, one had died while the other seemed to be suppressed by Dragon Phoenix Palace's palace master, causing the cultivator from frozen nether cave heaven to lose all will to fight, no longer being as aggressive as before. Another dragon's roar rang out. The golden dragon, which was over 100 feet long, roared at the sky. It seemed to be venting the pain from the wounds on its body, but it also seemed to be demonstrating its might. Bai Jingchu's face went pale. How could he dare to continue entangling with Chen Zhou? Although he and Yenji were both first-order saints, Yenji was still slightly stronger. Now that Yenji couldn't defeat this golden dragon, Bai Jingchu obviously didn't have the ability to do so. Run! Bai Jingchu shouted angrily as he retreated. Do you think my Dragon Phoenix Palace is a place where you can come and go as you please? Chen Zhou sneered and took advantage of the moment Bai Jingchu was escaping to send out a blow. Blood splashed as Bai Jingchu disappeared, leaving behind only half of his arm, which exploded into a bloody mist midair. Chen Zhou stood in place, gasping for breath, but he didn't pursue. He had suffered some serious injuries before, but because of the appearance of the Dragon Emperor's might, he had been able to force himself to fight, but now he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. When the cultivator from frozen nether cave heaven saw Bai Jingchu escape, they didn't dare to remain and fled like stray dogs. The group from Dragon Phoenix Palace chased after them, gradually disappearing into the distance. It wasn't until this moment that Chenzhou finally had time to take a look at the golden dragon that symbolized the identity of the Dragon Emperor, his expression solemn and respectful. However, Chenzhou soon discovered something strange. After tearing apart Yanji, the golden dragon remained in place, motionless, and its pair of dragon eyes actually showed a thoughtful look, as if it was reflecting on this battle and gaining a lot of insights from it. Shaking his head, Chenzhou thought it was just his imagination. After a while, the golden dragon moved again. It turned into a streak of golden light and shot towards Sun Yu from a distance, disappearing behind him and disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the silver river in front of Sun Yu and Ling Jian was also retracted. Chenzhou straightened his expression and forced his weak body to fly towards Sun Yu. Before he could say anything, Sun Yu cupped his fists respectfully and greeted him. "Greetings, Manor Head." Ling Jian also hurriedly saluted. Chenzhou laughed dumbfoundedly. "There's no need for that. You are now the Dragon Emperor of my Dragon Phoenix Palace. I should be the one to salute you. You acting like this is too much for me." Sun Yu was extremely embarrassed, scratching his head for a long time, not knowing what to say, his face turning red. He knew his own situation. Just now, he had only shown his face here. Killing Yanji was all thanks to Senior Yang. It had nothing to do with him. What's more, Senior Yang had been using his artifact to protect him during the battle. Chenzhou smiled as he looked at Sun Yu, feeling more and more pleasing to the eye. He mistakenly thought that this Dragon Emperor had a humble personality, so naturally he was quite happy. "I must thank Your Excellency Dragon Emperor for saving my wife's life. If it weren't for your timely rescue, Ting Yi would have already," Chenzhou said with a look of fear. "If it weren't for the silver leaf wrapping around Yu Ting-yi, Yanji would have already killed her." For Chenzhou, Yu Ting-yi was his lifelong companion, an existence that shared life and death with him. Both of them regarded the other as more important than their own lives. Sun Yu saving Yu Ting-yi made Chenzhou very grateful. "It's only right, it's only right." Sun Yu kept waving his hand, feeling somewhat ashamed. Watching Dragon Emperor's bashful look, Chenzhou chuckled as he ordered, "Your Excellency Dragon Emperor must be very tired after such a fierce battle. Elder Ling, escort Dragon Emperor back to his mansion for a rest. We will deal with the aftermath." Ling Jian quickly responded respectfully before leading Sun Yu back to Dragon Phoenix Palace. While flying, Sun Yu kept looking around with an uneasy expression. Ling Jian suddenly burst into laughter. "Master, what are you laughing about?" Sun Yu asked curiously. "Smelly brat, you've grown up? You actually killed a Saint Realm Master so easily, I thought we were all dead this time." Ling Jian didn't treat Sun Yu as respectfully as Chenzhou. After all, the two of them had a master and disciple relationship. "Master, let's not talk about this for now," Sun Yu blushed. "Good, I won't talk about it." Ling Jian nodded quickly before suddenly saying seriously, "However, this Dragon Emperor's inheritance is truly amazing. You're only an immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage cultivator, yet you can kill a Saint Realm Master. If you were allowed to grow to the Saint Realm, wouldn't you be invincible in this world? At that time, my Dragon Phoenix Palace will become the most powerful force in this world. Your master will also be able to benefit from your glory." Ling Jian muttered to himself. As he spoke, his face glowed with excitement, as if a beautiful picture scroll was slowly unfolding in Sun Yu's hands. Sun Yu lowered his head and didn't say a word. He followed his master and flew into the sect. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, there was a tense atmosphere. Almost all of the masters in the sect had gone out to meet the enemy, leaving behind only a few weak cultivators. Seeing Sun Yu and Ling Jian return, all of them swarmed over to ask about the situation. Even the matter of when Sun Yu had returned from Dragon Valley had been forgotten. Ling Jian took advantage of his seniority to disperse the disciples who had come to inquire about the situation, only telling them that the sect had won a great victory and that one of the two saints from frozen Nether Cave Heaven had been killed and the other had lost an arm. The Dragon Phoenix Palace disciples all curled their lips, none of them believing Ling Jian's words. Although their strength wasn't high, they all knew that frozen Nether Cave Heaven was more powerful than their sect. The other side had two saints while they only had one. How could such a result be possible? Ling Jian didn't say much and simply took Sun Yu back to his original residence and settled him down. After Ling Jian left, Sun Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing as he turned his head and looked around, calling out softly, Senior Yang, don't call out, I've been following you." A familiar voice suddenly called out from beside him. Sun Yu turned his head and found Yang Kai sitting on his bed. Sun Yu didn't know when he had come in, but he couldn't help feeling surprised by this mysterious man's sudden appearance. Quickly getting up, Sun Yu respectfully bowed. "Many thanks to Senior for saving me this time. Sun Yu will never forget this kindness and will definitely repay it in the future." Yang Kai waved his hand and said weakly, "As long as you don't reveal my existence, it's fine." Sun Yu was startled, only now discovering that Yang Kai was covered in cuts and bruises, the clothes he was wearing stained with blood. His hand was clutching his lower abdomen as a faint ice-cold aura spread from it, causing the blood flowing out to quickly freeze into ice. However, what made Sun Yu feel strange was that Yang Kai's blood still exuded a faint golden glow. "Is Senior injured?" Sun Yu asked with concern. "It's fine." Yang Kai shook his head. "I'll be fine after a while, it's not a serious injury." "How did Senior get injured?" Sun Yu was confused. During the previous battle, he hadn't seen Yang Kai take action, only the Golden Dragon had been fighting with Yan Ji. Although the Golden Dragon had also been wounded by Yan Ji, what did that have to do with Senior Yang? On top of that, the wound on Yang Kai's lower abdomen was exactly the same as the one on the Golden Dragon. Sun Yu clearly saw that Yan Ji's hand, which had turned into ice, was inserted into the Golden Dragon's body. Chapter 841. Dragon Phoenix Palace was extremely lively. Frozen Nether Cave Heaven had invaded, but the Dragon Emperor had suddenly appeared and killed one of their saints while the other had his arm cut off by Palace Master Chen Zhou and forced to flee in embarrassment. When Chen Zhou and the others returned triumphantly, everyone was boiling with joy. There had never been a time when all of them felt so relieved. Their grievances with Frozen Nether Cave Heaven had been building up for a long time. Every time they came looking for trouble, Dragon Phoenix Palace's people had to swallow their anger and temporarily avoid them. As a result, over the years, when Dragon Phoenix Palace's disciples met Frozen Nether Cave Heaven's disciples outside, they would not be able to raise their heads. Almost every disciple of Dragon Phoenix Palace hated those from Frozen Nether Cave Heaven. This time, the other side had launched a massive invasion for no reason, sending out all of their masters, so everyone thought the sect was doomed. However, the result was quite surprising. From the mouths of the disciples who returned from the war, it was learned that the reason the sect was able to win this time was entirely because of the sudden appearance of the Dragon Emperor. And this Dragon Emperor was none other than Sun Yu, who had been the topic of most discussion in the past 2 years. The Golden Dragon that soared through the sky with unfathomable power had also been seen by most people. The sect's revitalization is now hopeful. That Dragon Emperor Master was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage cultivator, killing Yan Ji, who had fallen to the First Order Saint Realm. In a few years, I'm afraid he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a Third Order Saint. When he was fighting with Yan Ji, I saw him standing in place without moving, his expression completely relaxed, as if he had won with ease. So, he didn't use his full strength? Naturally not. If he had, I'm afraid even Bai Jingchu wouldn't have been able to escape. Fierce. The Dragon Emperor's inheritance in the palace is truly amazing. I heard that when Dragon Emperor Master entered Dragon Valley 2 years ago, he was only an Yuan Qi Boundary 7-stage cultivator, but when he appeared 2 years later, he had already broken through to the immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage. His growth rate is simply too fast. I grew up with Dragon Emperor Master. When I was a child, I knew he wasn't an ordinary person, and now it seems I was right. Ha! Are you serious? Do you have any special news to tell us? Special news, there is one, but it's useless to you. Then who is it useful to? Of course it's for those girls who haven't chosen a partner. Let me tell you, Master Dragon Emperor hasn't found a partner for dual cultivation yet. If any girl is fancied by him, wouldn't she immediately become a phoenix? Yes. Haven't you seen some senior sisters and junior sisters running to the residence of Dragon Emperor Master these days? Fortunately, the manor had arranged for him to stay in another palace. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to rest. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, everyone was talking about Sun Yu. The disciples of Dragon Phoenix Palace gathered in groups of 3 to 5, all of them talking about Sun Yu. The Dragon Emperor, who had appeared out of nowhere, was one of the most powerful masters in Dragon Phoenix Palace many years ago. It was precisely because of the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress that Dragon Phoenix Palace was able to become one of the most powerful forces in the world. Unfortunately, many years ago, after the inheritance was severed, the sect gradually declined. Now that the Dragon Emperor's inheritance had reappeared, everyone believed that the appearance of the Phoenix Empress was not far off. Of course, this all depended on the intentions of the Dragon Emperor Master. After all, he wanted to choose a partner to accompany him for the rest of his life. Palace Master Chenzhou had been busy these past few days dealing with the aftermath of the war. Elder Ling Jian had been promoted to Grand Elder of Dragon Phoenix Palace because of his talent in cultivating disciples. An exception had been made for him and he was now second only to Chenzhou. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, inside a luxurious and magnificent palace, the floor was covered with a thick velvet carpet and the walls were decorated with a variety of rare stones. There should also be some kind of spirit array hidden throughout the hall, allowing the aura inside to be extremely rich. This was originally the palace where Palace Master Chenzhou usually lived, but a few days ago, it had been transferred to Sun Yu. Outside the palace, a number of masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace were hidden in the shadows, acting as guards. Anyone who tried to approach the palace would be immediately targeted by these masters. Although the Dragon Emperor Master's divine might was difficult to resist, in the end, he was still just a 16-year-old boy. Chenzhou was also quite worried about his safety, fearing that some kind of accident would befall him, so naturally, he had deployed some defenses near his residence. More than 100 feet away from the palace, there was a group of beautiful young girls in the prime of their lives, and they were making a lot of noise. Each of these young women was extraordinarily beautiful and had been cultivated by Dragon Phoenix Palace specifically for the male disciples to choose as dual cultivation partners. Several dozen young women were scattered outside, each with a variety of different styles, dazzling anyone who saw them. Sun Yui was at the window. She stuck her head out and looked outside. To her surprise, she found that there were actually several senior sisters wearing revealing clothes. They were flirting with each other, constantly winking at her. These 10,000 flirtatious expressions were like gentle little hands brushing across Sun Yu's heart, causing his whole body to feel warm and his face to flush red. He wanted to look away, but he was somewhat reluctant and helpless. After staring for a while, Sun Yu steeled his heart and forced himself to look away, taking a deep breath and silently circulating his secret art to calm himself down. Which young man isn't romantic? If you want one, just ask your palace master, he will definitely be happy to arrange one for you, Yang Kai's voice suddenly called out. Sun Yu was startled and immediately became embarrassed, blushing as he said, "Senior must be joking, I didn't think so." "Then what do you think?" Yang Kai smiled and walked down from the soft jade golden bed, looking at him warmly. Sun Yu thought about it carefully before replying. Sun Yu being able to achieve what he has today is entirely because of Senior's support. I don't have that kind of ability. If it weren't for Senior concealing himself, I would have reported everything to the palace master. Now, these senior sisters and junior sisters have all come here with high expectations. If I really choose one of them, they will definitely be disappointed in the future. I need to become stronger so that they won't be disappointed when they choose me. Only then can I consider these things. Pausing for a moment, Sun Yu scratched his head. Moreover, I'm still young. Master said I'm still growing. It's not good to think about such things. Ha! Yang Kai laughed and nodded lightly. You're right. Wait until you're strong enough to find your own partner. At that time you'll have the strength to protect her. What Senior says is right. Sun Yu nodded heavily before eagerly asking, has Senior recovered from his injuries? Almost, Yang Kai casually replied. Yang Kai responded casually. These past few days, he had been busy healing himself. Yanji was still a Saint Realm Master, so the damage he had suffered was not something Yang Kai could recover from in a short period of time. In particular, the wound on his abdomen contained an astonishing amount of destructive power. It had taken Yang Kai quite some time to dissolve the remnants of the ice chi. Sun Yu didn't understand why Yang Kai had been injured, because during the battle, Yang Kai hadn't appeared at all. In fact, the golden dragon that had fought Yanji was completely Yang Kai himself. After obtaining the true Dragon Emperor's inheritance, Yang Kai was able to take advantage of the huge amount of energy contained in his golden dragon tattoo to transform into a dragon. That was still a manifestation of true origin, but it was too real. It was no different from a demonic beast emperor, and its body was hidden within the body of a dragon. This was the first time Yang Kai had used such a method. His body was so large that the entire world was somewhat unaccustomed to it, causing him to suffer quite a few losses during his battle with Yanji. If Yang Kai were to use this ability again, he would likely be in a much better position. After transforming into a dragon, whether it was his strength or his defensive capabilities, both had shown a significant increase. If not for this, Yang Kai estimated that if he wanted to defeat or even kill a Saint Realm Master in a head-on battle, he would have to become the demon race. The Third Order Transcendent Realm was only one step away from the Saint Realm, but it wasn't actually the Saint Realm. The battle with Yanji had allowed Yang Kai to gain a lot. At the very least, he confirmed that with his current cultivation, killing a First Order Saint wouldn't be a problem. As for the Second Order Saint, Yang Kai didn't know. There weren't many masters of this level, so without actually fighting he wouldn't be able to tell. While healing himself, Yang Kai also recalled the bloody battle and realized that he had made a lot of mistakes, silently noting them down and alerting himself. "Senior," Sun Yu called out hesitantly, "what should I do in the future? Palace Master and the others all think I'm the Dragon Emperor's successor. Let them think so, that way you can obtain the best resources. I believe that with your current aptitude, it won't be difficult for you to become stronger." This deceiving Palace Master and Master, this disciple feels guilty. Don't think too much about it. Yang Kai frowned. When the time comes, I will personally come forward and explain everything to you. Until then, all you need to do is cultivate. That's good. With Yang Kai's promise, Sun Yu also relaxed. If the real Dragon Emperor came forward to explain, presumably Palace Master and his master wouldn't dare blame him, right? Good, if I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before your Palace Master helps you select a Phoenix Empress. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress pairing up was something that Chenzhou and Dragon Phoenix Palace's ancestors had been looking forward to for countless years. Now that the Dragon Emperor had appeared, Chenzhou naturally hoped that the Phoenix Empress would be born as soon as possible. Only when these two appeared at the same time could Dragon Phoenix Palace be considered complete. Chenzhou didn't stop the young girls from coming forward, presumably because he wanted to test Sun Yu. If Sun Yu took the initiative to choose one of them, it would naturally be for the best. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Sun Yu was surprised. Then what should I do? Yang Kai laughed. Just refuse. You're now the Dragon Emperor. Chenzhou won't ignore your wishes. Just tell him you want to enter retreat and cultivate. Good idea. Sun Yu's eyes lit up. As long as he entered retreat and hid for a few years, he would only need to wait until he was strong enough to show himself. I want to take a look at your phoenix nest. Lead the way for me, Yang Kai ordered. Okay, but Palace Master definitely won't let me go alone. It doesn't matter, they won't be able to find me, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Sun Yu didn't say anything more and quickly went out to arrange things. Chapter 842. The Phoenix Nest was not too far from Dragon Valley. Yang Kai had been very curious about what kind of place it was, but after arriving here, he discovered that it was actually nothing more than a dense forest. Looking down from above, the entire forest was like a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring through the sky, a lifelike sight to behold. In the dense forest, there were many wutong trees. No one knew how long they had been there. The trees were tough and unyielding, towering into the clouds. The Phoenix Nest was different from Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley was a place where no one could enter except for the Dragon Emperor. Once an outsider tried to approach, they would be pushed away by an invisible force. However, the phoenix nest had not shown any strange signs over the years, as if it was just an ordinary forest. Many of Dragon Phoenix Palace's disciples had come here to cultivate and meet. After the Dragon Emperor appeared, Qinzhou had listed the location of the phoenix nest as a forbidden zone, not allowing anyone to approach it. Sun Yu informed Qinzhou of his intention to explore the phoenix nest, causing the latter to be overjoyed. Thinking that Sun Yu wanted to make preparations to find the Phoenix Empress, he immediately sent some soldiers to escort Sun Yu to the phoenix nest. Arriving at the edge of the forest, Sun Yu casually found an excuse to leave the several transcendent realm cultivator outside and entered the phoenix nest alone. His status was now different from before, so the several transcendents did not dare disobey him. On top of that, these people had all witnessed the scene of Yanji being killed and were well aware of the strength of the Dragon Emperor, so naturally, they were not too worried about Sun Yu's safety. Walking into the forest, Sun Yu hadn't gone far when a figure flashed beside him and Yang Kai appeared. "Is this the phoenix nest?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked around suspiciously. Sun Yu nodded quickly and explained in detail what he knew about the phoenix nest. Yang Kai listened carefully but didn't say anything and simply walked off in a certain direction. Yang Kai felt that somewhere in the phoenix nest, there was a voice calling out to him, and the golden dragon tattoo on his body was also rapidly moving due to this call, giving him a numbing sensation. Sun Yu was very obedient and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After walking for a long time, the two suddenly opened up in front of them. A small lake appeared in front of them. The lake was clear and sparkling, but strangely, he couldn't see the bottom. The lake seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious power. Standing on the shore and looking down, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He discovered that there was a faintly discernible reflection in the lake. It was the reflection of a phoenix, and it looked unreal. Phoenix Lake. Because that inexplicable existence's reflection looks like a phoenix, we call it that. However, over the years, many people have gone down to investigate, but they didn't find anything special, Sun Yu explained casually. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In some places, only the arrival of certain people would reveal their true face. Other than that specific person, no one else would be able to pry into anything, no matter how strong they were. Standing by the lakeside, the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body swam faster and faster, as if it was about to burst out of his body. Gently inhaling, Yang Kai did not suppress it. A moment later, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the golden dragon tattoo transformed into a solid entity and shot out. It was just that the current golden dragon was quite different from the time when he fought with Yanji. The current golden dragon was only 10 feet long. After rushing out of Yang Kai's body, it circled around in the air a few times before plunging into Phoenix Lake. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water and the golden dragon disappeared. Sun Yu's face filled with excitement as he stared intently at this scene, his mood subtly rising. In all of Dragon Phoenix Palace, only he knew the mysteries of the Dragon Emperor, and he had been vigorously cultivated by the real Dragon Emperor, so naturally he felt proud. Now that he was about to see the Phoenix Empress inheritance, as a disciple of Dragon Phoenix Palace, how could Sun Yu not be excited? The golden dragon disappeared into Phoenix Lake, and after a short time, the surface of the lake suddenly became turbulent, as if there was some kind of powerful energy erupting from below, causing the water to gradually rise. As the ripples spread out, the phoenix-shaped reflection in Phoenix Lake began to twist and turn strangely, as if it was flapping its wings and was about to soar into the sky from the bottom of the lake. Specks of fluorescent light suddenly flew out from all around and fell into Phoenix Lake one drop at a time. Each of these specks of light contained some kind of mysterious power. Yang Kai and Sun Yu were both surprised and quickly looked around, both of them shocked. These specks of light were actually flying out from the Phoenix Nest's parasol trees. When they first arrived, Yang Kai had not noticed anything special about these parasol trees. Throughout the Phoenix Nest, a brilliant light burst forth as countless specks of light rushed out from the jungle like fireflies and converged towards Phoenix Lake from all directions. The several transcendents who had been waiting outside the Phoenix Nest all stared at this scene with wide eyes, unable to contain their excitement. Even Qinzhou, who was still dealing with important matters in Dragon Phoenix Palace, hurriedly ran out and looked towards the direction of the phoenix nest, throwing his head back and laughing. The Dragon Emperor's successor had appeared, and now that the phoenix nest was showing signs of movement, the Phoenix Empress' appearance was not far off. Not wanting to deal with the matters at hand, Qinzhou's figure flickered and flew towards the direction of the phoenix nest. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, the other masters were not in the mood to deal with other matters and quickly followed the pace of the palace master, all of them wanting to witness the Phoenix Empress' inheritance. On the shore of Phoenix Lake, Yang Kai waited quietly while Sun Yu's eyes lit up as he watched the surrounding specks of light fall into the lake. This fairy-like scene made him forget to return. Standing at the edge of the lake, Sun Yu clearly felt that the world energy around him had undergone a huge change. A strong sense of majesty was emerging from the bottom of the lake. After a long time, the floating specks of light from all around disappeared into Phoenix Lake, and the phoenix reflection in the lake seemed to come alive, its wings flapping more and more violently. Suddenly, the lake's water shot up into the sky. Amidst the splashes of water, a dazzling golden dragon and a deep blue ice phoenix appeared at the same time. The roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix resounded throughout the world, the former loud and clear while the latter clear and resounding. Yang Kai grinned and stared forward. Like the true dragon, according to legend, the phoenix was also the uncrowned emperor of the monster race, a transcendent existence capable of reaching the ninth order. At this moment, the auspicious scene of a dragon and phoenix appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. The golden dragon was constantly flying about while the ice phoenix simply floated quietly above the lake, its pair of bright eyes flashing with wisdom, as if it was sizing up Yang Kai and examining him. A moment later, the ice phoenix let out a soft cry, revealing a satisfied expression. After letting out this cry, the ice phoenix's body suddenly trembled and turned into specks of light that drifted away and gradually disappeared. Phoenix Lake stabilized again and the golden dragon that had flown out also returned to Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings, his mood fluctuating. This was Su Yan's inheritance, but she was currently in Ice Sect, so Yang Kai needed to find her first before she could obtain everything here. Seeing Yang Kai not moving, Sun Yu also held his breath, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. After a while, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and said, "Sun Yu, do me a favor." Sun Yu's expression became serious as he nodded. "Senior, please tell me what you need." "Have your people from Dragon Phoenix Palace take good care of this phoenix nest. Senior can rest assured, Sun Yu will not allow anyone to destroy this place." Sun Yu chuckled and suddenly asked, "Does Senior want to leave this place to someone?" Yang Kai glanced over at him in amazement. "You can tell?" Senior's aura just now became very gentle. "I think you must have thought of someone. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be Senior's companion." Kid's observation is not bad. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Good, this matter is over, I should go." "Ah, Senior wants to leave?" Sun Yu couldn't help showing a trace of reluctance. Sun Yu's current achievements were all thanks to Yang Kai. If it weren't for that opportunity 2 years ago, Sun Yu would have been an immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator at best, perhaps even less, and his aptitude wouldn't have been so outstanding. With Sun Yu's original aptitude, if he spent a lifetime of effort, he would probably only be able to break through to the transcendent realm. But now, Sun Yu could clearly feel that it was only a matter of time before he reached the transcendent realm. This was all thanks to Yang Kai. Sun Yu was extremely grateful. "I should go, I still have a lot of things to do, we'll have a chance to meet again in the future." Yang Kai nodded. "Then take care, Senior, the next time we meet, Sun Yu will not let you down." Sun Yu cupped his fists. "Disciple will cultivate diligently and live up to Senior's expectations." Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say anything more, his figure flickering and disappearing. Looking in the direction Yang Kai left, Sun Yu felt sad for a moment before walking out. Outside the phoenix nest, after seeing the scene in front of him, Sun Yu couldn't help being startled. All the experts in the manor came out of their nests and gathered here. Under the watchful eyes of manor head Qinzhou, they were all waiting. After seeing Sun Yu come out, all of them showed looks of curiosity and expectation. "Palace Master, Master?" Sun Yu cupped his fists and bowed. Chen Zhou quickly returned the courtesy and asked cautiously, "Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, have you found a way to obtain the Phoenix Empress inheritance?" They had all seen the commotion inside the phoenix nest just now, so naturally they had some guesses. Sun Yu braced himself and said, "A little." "What do you mean?" Chen Zhou was overjoyed. Sun Yu hesitated for a long time before a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. There is no disciple in the mansion suitable for obtaining the Phoenix Empress inheritance, and the time isn't right yet. Chen Zhou was suddenly disappointed and eagerly asked, "Then how long do we have to wait?" Sun Yu shook his head. "Those who are fated will naturally come when the time comes, I can't say for certain." This ambiguous answer caused Sun Yu to feel a burst of uneasiness, but looking around, all the masters in the mansion wore thoughtful expressions and nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with his statement. Sun Yu calmed down and leisurely said, "I'm going to begin my retreat. You don't need to worry about the Phoenix Empress, she will appear when the time is right." Chen Zhou quickly nodded and said, "Right, Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, about how to deal with frozen nether cave heaven, I hope you can come up with an idea." "Palace Master, I'll leave it to you." Sun Yu smiled bitterly. How could he casually come up with an idea for such an important matter? Hearing this, Chen Zhou no longer asked any more questions and followed Sun Yu back to Dragon Phoenix Palace with the others, preparing the best materials and resources possible before arranging for him to enter the restricted area and enter secluded retreat. Chapter 843. Yang Kai flew forward as fast as he could. Crossing famous mountains and rivers, his mood was calm. He originally wanted to go directly to Ice Sect to find Su Yan and then bring her to Dragon Phoenix Palace to inherit the Phoenix Empress inheritance. However, he didn't know what Su Yan's current situation was, so if he rushed over there, she might still be in retreat, which would only be a waste of time. On top of that, he hadn't returned to Soaring Heaven Sect for several years. It had been 5 or 6 years since he parted ways with his martial uncles and martial aunt in Floating Cloud City. Yang Kai felt that he should first return to Soaring Heaven Sect to report his safety to his martial uncles and ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao. It had been many years since he arrived in Tongxian realm, but Yang Kai still didn't have much of a sense of belonging to this place. Even Soaring Heaven Sect was only the home of the ancestral founder of High Heaven Pavilion. His martial uncles and martial aunt were also good to him, but Yang Kai found it difficult to develop a sense of dependence and intimacy with Soaring Heaven Sect like he did with High Heaven Pavilion. To this world he was nothing more than a passerby. The central capital and High Heaven Pavilion were his roots. Not knowing what the situation was like over there, Yang Kai thought back to the familiar faces one after another as he recalled them. When he left the central capital in the past, he had said to those people that when the time was right, he would bring them back. Now that he thought about it, those words were a bit irresponsible. He didn't know how to return to the central capital right now. Although he could now tear space, he could only teleport a few hundred kilometers in a flash, and after using it 2 or 3 times, his spiritual energy would be exhausted. This kind of method could only be used at the most critical juncture or when there was no danger and he could calmly restore himself. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered that Chu Ling Xiao and Shui Ling of Water Spirit Temple had both come from Tong Xian realm. What method did these two use? If Yang Kai could learn about it, he might be able to use it as a reference. However, before that, he still had to improve his strength. He also had to have his own team and grasp the power in his hands. Otherwise, even if he could bring them all here, he couldn't guarantee their safety. The ancient demon clan was a good force. 9 Heavens Holy Land was also. As for Dragon Phoenix Palace, Yang Kai didn't consider it for the time being. He would have to wait until he found Su Yan. The most important thing was to find a place that could accommodate so many people. Time passed unknowingly, and Yang Kai had already flown for tens of thousands of miles. Now that he had activated the wind and thunder wings, coupled with the 9 Heavens divine skills flickering sky shadow, his speed was as fast as lightning. Along the way, whenever they encountered a town, they would go down to ask for directions several times. After half a month, Yang Kai saw the endless towering snow mountain in the distance. A faint chill hit him in the face. Almost there. Soaring Heaven sect was located 1,000 kilometers away from the Snow Mountain Range. 2 days later, Yang Kai finally returned to Soaring Heaven sect. In the valley surrounded by hundreds of peaks, there were many traces of cultivator activity. Yang Kai grinned and directly flew towards one of the peaks. He came to the side of the mountain stream and landed lightly at the entrance of a cave. Serene Resplendent Peak. This was Feiyu Martial Ant's mountain peak and also the place where Yang Kai had lived before. Entering the cave, after making 7 or 8 turns in the belly of the mountain, Kai Yang was able to smell a strong scent of wine before he had even entered the cave. His face turning black, Yang Kai thought to himself that Feiyu Martial Ant was still the same as before, addicted to wine as if it were her own life. Just how much wine had she drunk in such a rich smell? After arriving at the center of the mountain, Yang Kai had just walked in when he heard a sizzling sound and was greeted by a curtain of water. This curtain of water contained a strong smell of wine, and when Yang Kai smelled it, he suddenly felt a little dizzy and his body become weightless. Quickly circulating his yuan qi, Yang Kai dispelled this drunken feeling. Behind the curtain of water, a jade white hand reached out and accurately grasped Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai didn't resist and simply let this jade white hand hold him down. With a wave of his hand, he split open the water curtain in front of him and smiled as he called out, "Martial Ant." Hearing his voice, the person behind the curtain of water seemed to be startled and the strength of her hand involuntarily reduced. When their eyes met, a look of pleasant surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes and a different kind of brilliance bloomed on her flushed cheeks. Yang Kai's smile suddenly stiffened on his face and he couldn't help turning his eyes away. Because he found that the plump Feiyu Martial Ant in front of him seemed to be in the middle of a bath and had been startled by his arrival. Her body was only wrapped in a thin bathrobe, one hand holding onto this bathrobe to prevent it from slipping off while the other holding onto him. Her 2 slender and fair legs were exposed to the air just like that, and there was a shocking snow-white and deep cleavage in front of her chest. Her wet hair was draped over her shoulders, and she had an outstanding charm. Yang Kai also seemed to have seen 2 delicate grape-like protrusions under the bathrobe. It seemed like he had come at the wrong time. Yang Kai had an awkward expression. Normally, no one would come to Serene Resplendent Peak except for the Tsangyan people, but when they came they would always inform Feiyu, unlike him who had directly barged in like this. "I was wondering who it was, so it was you, little brat." Feiyu giggled. Not only did she not let go of Yang Kai, but she also pulled him into her arms and strangled Yang Kai's neck. She smiled and said, "Little martial nephew, you haven't come back for several years, and now you're doing this kind of thing as soon as you come back, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" An amazing elasticity came from his back and Yang Kai clearly felt something pressing against his shoulder blade. He quickly patted Feiyu's arm and said, "Martial Ant, can you let go first?" "Martial Ant isn't afraid, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that Martial Ant will eat you?" Feiyu continued to tease. Not only did she not let go of Yang Kai, but she also tightened her grip, squeezing her breasts until they were somewhat deformed. She breathed into Yang Kai's ear. "Martial Ant is joking." Yang Kai was very embarrassed. A numbing feeling spread from his ears, and his body involuntarily had some helpless reaction. Feiyu seemed to have also noticed it. She lightly snorted and quickly let go of Yang Kai. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at him, and she lightly bit her teeth. "Little bastard, have you had enough of being wild outside? You finally remembered to come back?" Yang Kai quickly sat on the stone bench next to her, poured himself a cup of water, and pretended to drink calmly. He looked straight ahead and said, "Martial Ant, can you put on your clothes first and then we'll talk? You're making me feel very uncomfortable." "Little rascal, you actually have a reaction to Martial Ant?" Feiyu's face turned red, and she rebuked, "You sit here and don't move, I'll deal with you later. If you dare to disappear again, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and beat you up." While speaking, her delicate body disappeared in a flash. Yang Kai secretly exhaled, feeling that he couldn't bear it. Feiyu's Martial Ant really didn't act like a proper Martial Ant. After waiting for a while, Feiyu walked out neatly dressed, her beautiful eyes shining brightly as she sat down opposite Yang Kai and stared at him. Heh heh, martial ant, after not seeing you for a few years, you've become even more radiant. I didn't take a good look at you before, but now that I look at you, I find that you seem to have become much younger, like a 16-year-old girl, slender and elegant. Smelly brat, don't try to be so glib, don't think this old lady will be happy just because you said that. Fei Yu laughed, the anger she had been suppressing in her heart for several years finally dissipating. Over the past few years, she had been inquiring about Yang Kai's whereabouts, but to no avail, so naturally she was worried. After all, Yang Kai came from a remote village and his strength wasn't very high. When she first went to Floating Cloud City, he was only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. How could Fei Yu not be worried? Not only her 3 other martial uncles were also extremely worried. Each of them swore in their hearts that if Yang Kai returned safely, they would definitely teach him a lesson. But after seeing Yang Kai, Fei Yu was no longer angry and instead felt as if a big stone had been lifted from her heart. After observing for a while, Fei Yu's expression suddenly became dignified, her divine sense sweeping Yang Kai's body, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she couldn't help covering her mouth and exclaiming, "Little martial nephew, what is your current cultivation?" Although she had discovered this, she still couldn't quite believe it. Third Order Transcendent Realm. Are you really a Third Order Transcendent? Fei Yu got up and instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. Picking up one of his hands and placing her jade white fingers on it, she began circulating her yuan qi to carefully examine Yang Kai. While inspecting him, she asked nervously, "You're not cultivating some kind of secret art, are you?" Yang Kai laughed in surprise. "Of course not, and even if there was such a secret art, it would only be effective at the very beginning. How could it help one reach the transcendent realm so quickly?" Hearing him say this, Fei Yu nodded slightly in agreement. It wasn't that there were no such secret arts, on the contrary, there were many such secret arts in this world. When a cultivator was blinded by strength and chose to cultivate such a secret art, they would grow faster than others in the early stages, but the further they progressed, the weaker they would become and the more likely they would become stagnant, resulting in great hidden dangers. Before reaching the transcendent realm, as long as one's aptitude was high enough, with the resources and secret arts of Tong Xian realm, it wasn't difficult to cultivate them. For example, Xue Ling had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary when she was less than 20 years old. Such a cultivation at such a young age was simply monstrous in the central capital. Even Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh at his own inferiority. But in Tong Xian realm, such a feat was very common. After reaching the transcendent realm, however, one couldn't be casually cultivated. Every small breakthrough was accompanied by great difficulties. Some people would spend dozens of years or even hundreds of years, or even their entire lives, just to break through a small realm. Fei Yu's aptitude was also quite good, but from the peak immortal ascension boundary to the Third Order Transcendent Realm, it took her a full 60 to 70 years to reach the Third Order Transcendent Realm, and another 30 to 40 years to break through. Strictly speaking, Fei Yu was now over 100 years old. It was only because of her powerful cultivation that she was able to maintain her youthful appearance that her temperament remained the same. When Yang Kai went to Floating Cloud City, he was only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Now, after only 5 or 6 years, he had actually reached the Third Order Transcendent Realm. This kind of growth rate was simply too shocking. Fei Yu couldn't help worrying that he had taken some kind of evil path. Chapter 844. After probing for a while, Fei Yu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as she shook her head and said, "There shouldn't be any problem. Your yuan qi is both pure and vigorous, comparable to martial ants. But just to be on the safe side, we'll have the Tsangyan take a look at it." Saying so, she leisurely sat down and looked at Yang Kai with both anger and amusement, asking, "What have you been doing these past few years? Once you left Floating Cloud City, you never came back." Yang Kai had just opened his mouth when Fei Yu suddenly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to answer, the Tsangyan must also want to know. I've already sent a message so they should be here soon. But you'd better be mentally prepared. Those 3 smelly men said that when you come back, they'll definitely teach you a lesson." "Oh," Yang Kai scratched his head and no longer said anything, sitting down on the stone bench in a somewhat restrained manner. Seeing his guilty appearance, Feiyu didn't want to criticize him anymore, so she gently comforted him with a few words before taking out her treasured spirit fruit and placing it on the table. After waiting for less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. "They're here." Feiyu smiled slightly and assumed a posture of watching a good show, resting her chin on her hand and resting her arm on the stone table, looking extremely languid, her beautiful eyes glittering. She seemed to be looking forward to Yang Kai being taught a lesson by the Tsangyan. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he sat up straight and stared at the entrance. A moment later, 3 figures rushed in almost at the same time. It was none other than the Tsangyan martial uncles Rimaru and Fei Jian. As soon as they came in, Rimaru shouted, "I heard that little bastard is back?" Tsangyan also had a straight face, as if a storm was coming. Fei Jian's fingers twirled as a ray of light bloomed from his fingertips, flashing a dangerous aura. 3 pairs of eyes instantly stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood up and laughed as he shouted, "Congratulations, martial uncles and martial uncles. Breaking through to the Saint Realm is a great blessing for my soaring heaven sect. Several martial uncles and martial uncles are wise and will surely become renowned throughout the world in the future. Congratulations." Feiyu was stunned for a moment before pursing her lips and muttering under her breath, "Little slippery little fox." The Tsangyan martial uncles couldn't help glancing at each other and smiled wryly. Although they had said they wanted to teach Yang Kai a good lesson, that was only because they were worried about his safety. Now that they saw Yang Kai was safe, how could they really be angry with him? Hearing this, Yang's martial uncles long Yang Kai. Moreover, the reason why they were able to break through to the Saint Realm was largely due to Yang Kai's efforts. If not for him condensing the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, even if Tsang Yen and the others were able to break through to this realm, it would have taken them many years to do so. Smelly brat. Tsang Yen's straight face melted like a snowflake under the scorching sun, laughing as he stepped forward and patted Yang Kai heavily on the shoulder, looking him over for a moment before saying, "Good, good, 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 you're not missing an arm or a leg. You look a lot stronger than before." Rimaru also smiled. Fei Jian narrowed his eyes. "Your aura is also very thick. It seems that you've grown a lot these past few years outside. That's good." His martial uncles spoke one after another, their words simple but filled with deep concern, causing Yang Kai's heart to feel warm. Feiyu waited for these men to finish their small talk before lightly snorting and reminding them, "You're all Saint Realm masters, so why didn't you investigate little martial nephew's true cultivation? What's wrong with his cultivation?" Tsang Yen frowned, releasing his divine sense and sweeping Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing him like this, Li Wan and Fei Jian hurriedly examined him carefully. In an instant, they were stunned. 3rd Order Transcendent Realm. This martial nephew of his who had come from such a remote and desolate place was now a 3rd Order Transcendent. The true chi fluctuations radiating from his body clearly explained this. "I remember that when we left the sect for Floating Cloud City, little martial nephew was only a peak immortal ascension boundary master, but after refining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, he broke through to the transcendent realm. Now, after only 5 or 6 years, he has grown to this level. Tsang Yen, help me take a look and see if there's anything wrong with little martial nephew's cultivation," Feiyu quickly said. Tsang Yen couldn't help his expression becoming serious as he quickly examined Yang Kai. After a moment, he shook his head. "Strange, extremely strange." "What's strange?" Rimaru and Fei Jian looked at him nervously. "There's nothing wrong with martial nephew's cultivation. His foundation is solid, and the yuan qi in his body is pure enough. Today, he's not much different from when we first met him." "No way, how did he cultivate?" Rimaru exclaimed. Before they left for Floating Cloud City, they were also in the same realm, but now, Yang Kai's cultivation had actually caught up to theirs. If it's not some kind of fortuitous encounter, then it means our martial nephew is a heaven-defying genius. Tsang Yen stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes and grinned. "Martial nephew, what have you experienced these past few years outside?" "I haven't experienced much, I've just been walking around casually." As for fortuitous encounters, I've had a few. Yang Kai smiled wryly. Tell us about it. All four of them suddenly became interested. Yang Kai took a deep breath and helplessly recounted what had happened to him over the past few years. He didn't dare mention Nine Heavens Holy Land and Dragon Phoenix Palace, so he focused on Ice Sect, his encounter with the Sun Clan in the mysterious small world, and his life experience in the Demon Land, causing the four martial uncles' hearts to pound nervously as they listened. After he finished, the four of them fell silent for a long time. Rimaru sniffed. Your experience is quite rich. The Demon Land, even we didn't dare go there. I heard that there are countless masters there and it's extremely dangerous. So, little martial nephew has found the whereabouts of the two senior sisters you're looking for? Fei Yu's beautiful eyes lit up, seemingly quite interested in both Su Yen and Xia Ningcheng. And I found one of them and she's still in Ice Sect. The whereabouts of the other one and her master are unknown, but I think it won't be long before we meet again. Yang Kai nodded. When the time comes, you must bring them to the sect. I'd like to see what kind of people your two senior sisters are that you're so obsessed with them. There will be an opportunity. Enough of that. Little martial nephew's return to the sect today is a joyous occasion. We should all celebrate. Song Yan proposed loudly, shooting a glance towards Rimaru and Fei Jian. Rimaru and Fei Jian understood and immediately agreed. Fei Yu laughed and scolded, You smelly men, you've always had ideas about this old lady's thousand safflower wine, always running to my serene resplendent peak. Let me tell you, this is the last time, for little martial nephew's sake, I'll treat you to a drink one more time, but if you dare do this again, this old lady will kill you. The group laughed dryly and quickly began to prepare. After a round of drinking, Song Yan and the others became drunk and supported each other as they left serene resplendent peak. Before leaving, Song Yan told Yang Kai to visit the ancestral founder when he was free, as the ancestral founder was also very worried about him. Yang Kai quickly nodded. Fei Yu also drank until her cheeks were flushed red, her beautiful eyes filled with mist, as if they would drip at any moment. Without a care for her image, she hugged a wine jug and fell asleep on the stone table. Yang Kai helplessly shook his head and cleaned up the mess. The next day, Yang Kai went to see Chu Ling Xiao. In the secret room where he was in seclusion, Chu Ling Xiao was the same as he had been a few years ago, sitting on a praying mat, as if he hadn't moved at all these years. After seeing Yang Kai, Chu Ling Xiao was very happy and after a few simple words, suddenly said, I heard from Song Yan that you have now reached the third order transcendent realm. This old master didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that it is true. I had some opportunities, otherwise this disciple would not have had his current achievements. You don't need to be so modest. Opportunities and adventures are sometimes part of one's strength. Since you have encountered them, they belong to you. Chu Ling Xiao nodded lightly, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yang Kai. But your aura is a bit strange. Unlike the indifferent aura you had before, the current you exude a majestic aura. This makes me very curious. You are still young and have never experienced the aura of a superior, so where did this majesty come from? Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Chu Ling Xiao to be able to detect this. This kind of majesty belonged to the Dragon Emperor, not Yang Kai himself. Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, Chu Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, This old master was just speaking casually. You don't need to explain it to me. Everyone has some secrets they don't want others to know. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh before suddenly saying, Right, ancestral founder, there is something I would like to ask. What is it? Chu Ling Xiao nodded kindly. Ancestral founder, you can construct a void corridor, right? Oh. Chu Ling Xiao smiled lightly. How did you know? Yang Kai scratched his head. Ancestral founder may have forgotten, but High Heaven Pavilion you founded has a void corridor that leads to a place 10,000 kilometers away. So, it seems that there is such a thing. Chu Ling Xiao thought for a moment before nodding. Yes, I created a void corridor there, but that wasn't my own ability. I had to borrow an artifact to do so. Can ancestral founder explain in detail? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Yang Kai could now tear space, but he couldn't determine his exact location. When he came out of the void, he would appear anywhere within a radius of a few hundred kilometers. If he really encountered any danger, the slightest mistake could cause him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. If he could determine his exact location, this method of his would be of great use. That was why he asked Chu Lingxiao about this. That artifact was something I obtained by accident. Although I knew it contained the power of the void, I had never used it, nor could I comprehend its mysteries. In the past, when I was fighting a demon general, I inadvertently activated a hidden void corridor and went to your world. After killing that demon general, I found it High Heaven Pavilion, but I couldn't find my way back. Chu Lingxiao showed a look of reminiscence. I stayed there for many years before I finally had no choice but to pin my hopes on that artifact. Unfortunately, even after activating the power of that artifact, I was only able to create a void corridor that could travel 10,000 kilometers without being able to send me back. As he spoke, Chu Lingxiao's face was filled with regret. Chapter 845. Then how did Ancestral Founder come back here? Yang Kai couldn't help asking curiously. Chu Lingxiao chuckled. It was just a coincidence. There's a place on your side called Nether Mountain, right? Yang Kai nodded. Nether Mountain was the Great Han Dynasty's forbidden zone, a place he had once explored. There, he had also been to a mysterious small world where he had met ZMO and the others from Tianlang Dynasty. Naturally, he remembered it clearly. It was there that I found a void corridor, and after entering it, I returned to Tongxian realm. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Nether Mountain actually had a void corridor that led to this place? Of course, he didn't know about this. The reason he was able to come here was because he had followed Meng Wuya's instructions to go to the Abandoned Earth, the Tianlang Dynasty's forbidden zone. There was also a void corridor hidden there. There was also one in the earth veins of the central capital. In other words, there should be many invisible connections between the central capital and Tongxian realm, but few people had ever discovered them. On the other hand, Tongxian realm and the central capital's forbidden zone should also have many connections. After talking with Chu Lingxiao for a long time, although Yang Kai didn't get the information he wanted, he was certain that as long as he was patient, he would definitely be able to find a way to the central capital. This matter wasn't urgent. In any case, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to settle down his friends and relatives, nor did he have the strength to protect them. However, the divine technique of tearing space was something he could only explore on his own. Returning to Serene Resplendent Peak from Chu Lingxiao's place, Yang Kai informed his martial aunt Feiyu before immediately entering retreat. Yang Kai had just broken through to the Third Order Transcendent Realm and needed to spend some time stabilizing his cultivation, so this was a good opportunity to spy on the mysteries of tearing space. He was still inside the secret chamber of the Serene Resplendent Peak. The entire secret chamber was made of crystal stones. It had an astonishing amount of spirit energy. Yang Kai had entered retreat here to perform alchemy before, so now that he wanted to borrow it, Feiyu naturally agreed. After sealing the secret chamber, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the void. Inside the crack, there was chaotic nothingness, emitting waves of strange energy that made people shudder. Now, Yang Kai was able to use this method of tearing space at will and was extremely proficient in it. After Yang Kai plunged into the dark void, the crack quickly closed, annihilating all traces of him. As usual, a sense of weightlessness washed over him, but Yang Kai remained calm, sitting cross-legged in the void, circulating his secret art to consolidate his cultivation while releasing his divine sense to investigate the trajectory of the void. He always felt that the mystery of the void was hidden in the turbulence of the void. The reason no one could pry into it was because the turbulence of the void was too dangerous. Even if a Saint Realm Master arrived here, they would not necessarily be able to withstand the onslaught of these turbulent flows. Most likely, it wouldn't be long before his physical body was destroyed and his soul scattered. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this at all. His physique was extremely powerful and his divine sense was special, so he undoubtedly had a great advantage in this regard. Splitting his divine sense into tens of thousands of strands, Yang Kai followed the direction of the turbulent flows, searching for some kind of pattern. Yang Kai was neither anxious nor impatient, his state of mind completely calm. As time passed, gradually, Yang Kai seemed to feel some kind of pattern, but was unable to grasp the key to it, so he began to focus more and more. Suddenly, the turbulence in the void became unstable, causing Yang Kai's expression to become solemn as he quickly withdrew his divine sense. Looking around, he was surprised to find that the void around him was in a state of chaos and a violent, destructive aura was sweeping out from all directions. Another outbreak of the void's turbulence. When Yang Kai had been experimenting with tearing space before, he had often encountered this kind of situation. Just like in the star field, when the star field's strength gathered to a certain extent, it would form a star field storm. In this void crack, there was also a void storm formed by the convergence of void force. This was the inevitable result of a quantitative change leading to a qualitative change. Every time he encountered this kind of situation, Yang Kai had to temporarily avoid it. Now that he noticed it, he immediately thought of leaving, but soon he calmed down and frowned. The last time he went to the star field, he had encountered a star field storm, which had greatly benefited him and allowed him to break through to the transcendent realm in one fell swoop. If he stayed here now to sense the mysteries contained in this void storm, perhaps he would be able to solve the mystery of tearing space. Thinking so, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to leave and instead sat quietly in the void, secretly condensing his strength and preparing himself for the arrival of this heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. In the next moment, the violent energy swallowed him whole. In just a moment, all the clothes on Yang Kai's body were reduced to dust and his sturdy body was covered in wounds. Almost no inch of his body remained intact. Yang Kai couldn't help paling. Although he knew that the degree of damage and strangeness of the energy here was far greater than that of the star field, he had still underestimated it. Quickly erupting with all his strength, Yang Kai endured the destruction of this storm-like energy. His skin was torn and blood was dripping. Looking around, Yang Kai's whole body seemed to have been stripped of a layer of skin. His crimson flesh was wriggling incessantly as a subtle force poured into Yang Kai's body through his hundreds of millions of pores. Shocked, Yang Kai ignored the pain in his body and quickly began perceiving with his heart. This force was the power of the void, the one he relied on to break the void-tearing technique. The power of the void became more and more violent, and gradually, even Yang Kai was unable to bear it, feeling as if he was about to be cut into countless pieces. Moreover, it seemed that because of the power of the void, his facial features had become quite ethereal and unreal. His hands and feet were clearly in front of him, but because of the distortion of space, Yang Kai mistakenly thought that his limbs had been scattered to various corners. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai immediately shouted, "Become the demon race." A pitch-black and rich demonic chi rolled out from the unyielding golden skeleton, turning into exquisite and strange demonic crests that covered Yang Kai's body and imprinted themselves into his flesh before disappearing. Yang Kai's vitality madly rose, and his momentum and aura also grew crazily. The originally unbearable pain and feeling of being destroyed suddenly became much lighter. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai opened his body and mind to the eruption of the void, allowing the power to imprint itself into every part of his body, memorizing it with his body. Time had never passed so slowly, but gradually, Yang Kai found that there seemed to be some subtle and gratifying changes in front of him. Originally, he had no way to grasp the turbulence in the void, but now that he was investigating it, Yang Kai found that he could follow it. With a wave of his hand, the turbulence in the void began to flow according to his instructions. Yang Kai grinned and continued to maintain this state, constantly prying into the mysteries of this world through the void force that was pouring into his body. After a long time, the eruption of the void storm finally passed and everything became calm again. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to find that the void, which was originally filled with nothingness and chaos, was now filled with dots of fluorescent light, twinkling like stars in the sky, creating a beautiful sight to behold. As his divine sense arrived, each of these dots of light transmitted a subtle message to him. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully examined this information. Gradually, he grasped the crux of the matter and became excited. Focusing his gaze on one of the dots of light, Yang Kai saw a majestic mountain peak imprinted in his mind. This mountain peak was several hundred meters high and was surrounded by many other peaks. On the side of this mountain peak was a sloping waterfall, and behind this waterfall was the entrance to a cave. It felt quite strange, as if Yang Kai was suspended mid-air, overlooking this somewhat familiar mountain peak. Serene, resplendent peak. It was the one owned by Feiyu martial ant and the one he was currently cultivating in seclusion. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai tore space and flew out. His vision blurred, and when he recovered, he found himself in a mountain forest, surrounded by swaying trees and the fragrance of flowers. He could even hear the sound of the waterfall pouring down. Yang Kai couldn't wait and flew high up in the sky to look down. After a while, he couldn't help laughing. Looking down from the sky, this scene was almost the same as what he had seen through the light in the spatial rift. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly and was so excited that he wanted to roar to the heavens. It wasn't until today that he finally grasped the mysteries of tearing space and would no longer randomly arrive at a place within a few hundred kilometers after coming out of the void. Now, as long as he wanted to, he could roughly determine the direction and location he wanted to go. Using his body to memorize the mysteries of void force was very effective. If he had known that this method would work, Yang Kai would have done so long ago. How could it have taken him until now to comprehend the true meaning of tearing space? From the belly of the mountain, a beautiful figure quickly approached. It seemed that she had been alerted by Kai Yang's laughter and wanted to investigate the situation. After approaching and seeing Yang Kai standing in midair, Feiyu couldn't help showing a strange expression. Placing her jade white hand on her forehead, she looked up and called out, "Little martial nephew, weren't you in seclusion? How come you're here?" Hearing her voice, Yang Kai quickly flew down and chuckled, "I came out of seclusion today, so I just wanted to take a walk." "Came out of seclusion?" Feiyu frowned. "Why didn't I see you?" She had been in the mountain cave all this time and hadn't seen Yang Kai come out of the secret room, so naturally she was puzzled. "Martial ant probably didn't notice," Yang Kai responded casually. Feiyu didn't ask any more questions and just looked him up and down with a meaningful gaze before smiling. "Little martial nephew, don't you think there's something wrong with you?" "Something wrong?" Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she was talking about. "Young man, you have a good figure." Feiyu clicked her tongue in amazement, a faint blush gradually creeping up her white neck, but her beautiful eyes were still looking him up and down. "You really can't see it with your clothes on." Yang Kai's face darkened as he suddenly realized what she was talking about. His figure flickered as he jumped down the waterfall and rushed into the deep pool below. Chapter 846. Behind him came martial ant Feiyu's laughter, which sounded like a silver bell, was extremely wild. Yang Kai was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Just now, he was so immersed in comprehending the true meaning of tearing space that he didn't even notice that his clothes had turned into powder in the void storm. No wonder martial ant Feiyu looked at him strangely. Sticking his head out of the deep pool below the waterfall, he wiped the water stains on his face and shouted, "Martial ant, next time you find out about this kind of thing, can you say it earlier?" Feiyu poked her small head out from above the waterfall and giggled. "What's the matter? Your martial ant is much older than you, why are you still so shy?" Yang Kai retracted his head back into the deep pool, only revealing his two eyes. Facing this martial uncle of his, Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it. Unfortunately, the other party's seniority was higher than his own. If it were any other woman who dared to flirt with him like this, Yang Kai would have already taught her a lesson and taught her that there were some men who couldn't be provoked. But the other party was his martial ant. "But what exactly were you doing in seclusion? How did you get so many scars on your body?" Feiyu asked with concern. Just now, she clearly saw that Yang Kai's exposed skin was covered in dried blood. Obviously, he had bled a lot. "I was careless and ended up like this," Yang Kai replied weakly. After confirming that he was fine, Feiyu finally relaxed and laughed for a while before going down the mountain. Yang Kai bathed in the deep pool for a long time before taking out a new set of clothes and putting them on. Returning to the cave, Feiyu wore a big grin on her face as she stared at Yang Kai, causing him to feel somewhat ashamed. "By the way, do you want to see old man Do? Before you came back, he often sent Mina to inquire about you. It seems that he is very concerned about you." Feiyu suddenly said, "Oh, I should go and have a look." Yang Kai nodded. Since I have nothing to do, I'll go now. Well, go early and come back early. Fei Yu waved her hand. She knew that Yang Kai was a little reserved in front of her, so she didn't stop him. I may need to stay there for a while. There are some things about alchemy that I need to consult Old Man Du. Fei Yu glanced at him and sneered, Up to you. Don't leave for years like last time. She thought that Yang Kai was just looking for an excuse to temporarily stay outside for a while. In fact, Yang Kai really did have something to ask Old Man Du about alchemy. Now, his attainments in alchemy were quite high, almost on par with Duwan. Coupled with the excellent spirit arrays he had mastered, he didn't lose out to Duwan in terms of alchemy. However, Duwan had been immersed in this line of work for a long time, so he had his own unique insights and experiences. These were all things that required time to accumulate and precipitate, and were things that Kai Yang could not obtain, so they were extremely precious. If he wanted to release the ancient demon clan from the mysterious small world, Yang Kai's alchemy skills were still lacking. He wanted to improve his alchemy skills in the shortest time possible so he could go to the endless snow mountain range and release the ancient demon clan. With this clan as his source of strength and support, Yang Kai could do many things that he couldn't do alone. After saying goodbye to Fei Yu, Yang Kai left Soaring Heaven Sect and flew all the way to Grand Boulder City. 2 hours later, he arrived. After arriving, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the city seemed to be much livelier than before. Many of the people coming and going were foreign cultivator, but he didn't know what they were doing. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't pay attention to these people and instead walked straight to the Alchemist Guild. Arriving in front of the Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai had just walked in when a young girl rushed over. From the looks of it, she was only 14 or 15 years old and had a pair of ponytails, giving her a pure and charming appearance. She was too young and her body had not yet fully developed, but it was obvious that she was a beauty with 2 small steamed buns stuffed in front of her chest. The young girl rushed straight up to Yang Kai and opened her arms to stop him, raising her head and asking, "Who are you? How can you just come in like this?" Yang Kai was stunned and swept his eyes over her, quickly discovering that this little girl's cultivation was quite good, even higher than Sun Yu from Dragon Phoenix Palace, clearly a master at the Yuan Qi 9th stage. "Who are you?" Yang Kai asked. There should only be 3 people in the Alchemist Guild, Du Wan, Mina, and Mina's master, Yi Xiong. Since when had such a young girl suddenly appeared? Why do you care who I am? The young girl wrinkled her nose and glared at Yang Kai discontentedly. Don't you know this is the Alchemist Guild? Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Unauthorized people. Yang Kai was rendered speechless. This young girl wasn't very old and wasn't very tall, but her tone was quite arrogant. Are you here to ask Old Man Du and Master Yi for alchemy? If you want to perform alchemy, come back in a month. The 2 masters have a full schedule, the young girl guessed. Are they that busy? Yang Kai was surprised. Of course, a lot of people have come to ask the 2 grandmasters for alchemy these days. The young girl said proudly, as if those people were begging her for alchemy, her bright eyes rolling for a moment before suddenly saying, "But if the grade of the pill you want to refine isn't high, I can help you refine it." You also know alchemy? Yang Kai looked down at her, suddenly feeling interested. Of course, don't look down on me, I'm a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist. Oh? That's really amazing. Yang Kai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. So young yet already a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist. On top of that, Yang Kai had never seen this young girl a few years ago, which meant that she had only been here for 3 or 5 years at most. She was probably an alchemy seedling that Du Wan or Yi Xiong had found somewhere and cultivated. In just 3 or 5 years, she had grown up to become a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist. Her aptitude was indeed extraordinary. Hearing Yang Kai's praise, the young girl suddenly smiled and looked at Yang Kai with a less repulsive expression, giggling as she said, "What do you think? I'll help you with alchemy. My alchemy success rate is 80%. 80% is very good. How much do you want as a reward?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and asked. "I don't want your reward." The young girl quickly replied, "Old Man Du and Master Yi said that I should be refining more now, so if there is an opportunity, I must seize it." And of course, if you insist on paying me, I won't refuse. In fact, alchemy is very hard work. Every time I perform alchemy, Wu sweats profusely. Yang Kai laughed. You're called Wu, right? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before taking out some heaven-grade and low-rank mysterious grade herbs from the black book space and handing them over. These herbs weren't high-grade, so Yang Kai had no use for them right now, so he decided to give them to this little girl so she could practice and improve her alchemy skills. Yang Kai still remembered that when he was learning alchemy, he had spent a lot of effort collecting herbs. Wu's eyes lit up as she received these herbs and placed them into her universe bag, a look of exultation on her face. Help me refine 100 spirit communicating pills. After giving her enough herbs, Yang Kai made a request. Good, with so many herbs, it should be enough. Wu happily agreed. But if it's 100 pills, it will take some time. Come back to me in a month and I'll give you the pills then. Good. Yang Kai nodded seriously before taking out some crystal stones. This is your reward. You're really giving? Wu looked at Yang Kai timidly, her small hands fiddling with her floral skirt, wanting to accept but also feeling embarrassed, her expression hesitant. Alchemy takes a lot of time and effort, so naturally you need to be rewarded. Wu won't be polite. Said as she took the crystal stones, a smile appearing on her face as she suddenly felt that this young man in front of her was even more amiable than Old Man Du and even more heroic than her Master Yi. Waving her hand happily, she said, "Then it's settled, you can come back here in a month and I'll go refine now, I won't let you down." Yang Kai gently nodded as he watched her run away. Turning the corner, the excited Wu bumped into Mina, who was walking towards them. Mina reacted quickly and caught her in her arms. "Little girl, you're always in such a hurry, where do you get so much energy?" "Senior sister, take a look." Wu handed over the crystal stones in her hands, causing Mina's beautiful eyes to light up as she asked curiously, "Where did you get so many crystal stones?" "There are more in my universe bag, that person gave me more than 20. "Who gave them to you?" Mina couldn't help frowning. "A man asked me to help him refine 100 spirit communicating pills and gave me these crystal stones as a reward." 100? Mina was stunned. What does he want so many spirit communicating pills for? And he actually asked you to refine them for him? "That's right. The herbs are all in my universe bag." Mina's expression became serious as she snorted. "What unfathomable motives! That person is either blind or has some ulterior motive. Is that person still in the association?" "I don't know. He was here just a moment ago." But looked at Mina, not understanding why her senior sister seemed so unhappy. "I'll go take a look," Mina said before rushing out. This junior sister of hers was still too young and was still learning alchemy. If that person really wanted to ask someone to refine pills for him, he wouldn't have asked Wu. She was simply too unreliable. Mina instinctively believed that man had approached Wu with some ulterior motive. Rushing out with a fierce expression, she secretly swore to herself that she would teach that person a lesson and let him know that the people of the Alchemist Guild were not easy to bully. Before she reached the entrance, though, she saw a person leisurely strolling towards her. When their eyes met, the person greeted her with a smile. "Beauty, long time no see." Mina froze in place as she stared at the other party in a daze. Only after a while did she react and call out in alarm, "Yang Kai." As he spoke, he rushed over excitedly and said in pleasant surprise, "You're finally back?" "I've only been back for a month." "I thought you died outside," Mina snorted. "Over the past few years, I've been sent by Old Man Du to Soaring Heaven Sect to inquire about you, but I haven't been able to find anything." Chapter 847. Inside the Alchemist Guild, upon seeing Yang Kai, whom she had not seen for several years, Mina was very happy. However, when she remembered Old Man Du's care for him, she couldn't help grinding her teeth in anger. For this guy, she couldn't remember how many times she had run to Soaring Heaven Sect, almost flattening that mountain. "That's why I came here in person," Yang Kai chuckled. "At least you know what's good for you." Mina snorted, looking him up and down for a moment before asking suspiciously, "The person who asked her to perform alchemy just now, was it you? Yang Kai nodded. Mi-na patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. So it really was you, then it doesn't matter. I thought it was some blind fool who had ideas about war and was just about to teach him a lesson. Yang Kai smiled and said, I saw that she seemed to be in need of some materials to practice her alchemy, so I helped her. When did such a little girl appear in the Alchemist Guild? I haven't seen her before. Hearing this, Mina's expression became gloomy as she glanced back to make sure Wu-er had gone far away before whispering, Old Man Du and I picked her up, poor girl. Picked her up? Yang Kai was stunned. On the way back from Floating Cloud City, we passed by a village that was attacked by a group of beasts. Everyone in that village died, leaving behind only her crying in the ruins. Old Man Du couldn't bear to leave her there, so he brought her back to Grand Boulder City. When he brought her back, she was less than 10 years old, skinny and didn't know how to speak. It seemed like she was scared witless. After a few years of nurturing her, she became like this. Now she's full of energy, running all day long. I can't even catch her. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as he nodded. You've picked up a good seedling. Mina's beautiful eyes lit up. Old Man Du said he didn't expect Wu-er to be so suitable for alchemy. When he brought her back, she hadn't even cultivated yet. You should have seen her cultivation now, Yuan Qi Boundary 9th stage. In terms of alchemy, she's almost at the mysterious grade. As a senior sister, even I feel the pressure. If I don't work hard, I will be surpassed by this little girl. Yang Kai laughed. That will be many years later. I'm afraid it won't be long. Mina's expression became bitter. I'm still just a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, a great realm higher than Wu. With this little girl's growth rate, it won't even take 10 years for her to surpass me. As she spoke, Mina suddenly looked at Yang Kai curiously. What about you? Have you made any progress in spirit level upper grade? A little. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He didn't dare to tell the truth for fear of hurting Mina's feelings. Alright. Looking at you like this, I know that you must be able to refine a holy pill. This lady is just an ordinary person. I won't compare myself to you two freaks. Mina was depressed for a moment before suddenly smiling and saying, Don't talk about it here, come in. If Old Man Du knows you've come, he will definitely be very happy. Yang Kai gently nodded and followed her into the Alchemist Guild. Before they had even entered though, Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked suspiciously, Is Old Man Du receiving guests? He felt the auras of several people in Old Man Du's room and could even vaguely hear some laughter. Among these people, one of them was Du Wan while the others weren't weak, all of them having reached the transcendent realm. Mina nodded. It just so happens that some guests came today. Then I'll wait. No need. Mina smiled mysteriously. I think those guests will also want to meet you. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing, could it be those people I met in Floating Cloud City? Clever. Mina pursed her lips and smiled, quickly arriving in front of Du Wan's room and calling out, Old Man Du, another guest has come. The laughter and conversation inside was interrupted for a moment before Du Wan's voice called out, Tell him to come another day. This old master won't see any other guests today. Old Man Du, are you sure? If that's the case, I'll drive him away. Mina asked while winking at Yang Kai. You little girl. Du Wan's helpless and bitter laughter came from inside. Who is it? Listening to what you're saying, it seems it's a very important guest. Without waiting for Mina to answer, Yang Kai respectfully said, Old Man Du, it's me, Junior Yang Kai. Yang Kai? Du Wan's voice suddenly rose in pitch as a series of thumping sounds rang out. A moment later, the door opened and Du Wan's face filled with surprise. After seeing Yang Kai, his turbid eyes suddenly lit up. It's really you. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Come in, come in. Du Wan enthusiastically welcomed Yang Kai in. You're finally back. I've been wandering outside for some time now and only recently returned to the sect. I heard that Old Man Du sent me to Soaring Heaven sect several times to inquire about this junior. Receiving Old Man Du's care, this junior is deeply grateful, Yang Kai said sincerely. You're too polite, you're a member of my alchemist guild, so as the sect leader, I naturally need to pay some attention. Du-Wan chuckled, his old face blooming like a flower. You came at just the right time, I was just talking to a few old friends about you. As the two spoke, they entered the room. Inside the room, there were several old fellows of similar age and temperament to Du-Wan, all of them craning their necks to look towards the door, a look of anticipation on their faces. When Yang Kai appeared, these old men all wore looks of surprise. Hey, Du-Wan. A fat old man on the left called out, something's not right, the little brat I saw last time isn't him. Do you think I'm old and have a bad memory and randomly found someone to deceive me? This old man seemed to be too fat, sitting on the ground like a meatball, his whole body leaning against the wall, panting heavily after saying a few words. The figure is almost the same, the voice is also the same, but his appearance is different. Another old man on the right stroked his beard and looked Yang Kai up and down. Heh, you two idiots, don't you remember that Du-Wan obtained a magical artifact from helping someone perform alchemy? The third old man in the middle seemed to have seen through the mystery at a glance and smiled proudly. I remember that artifact can change a person's appearance and aura. So, is this really that little brat? The one we saw last time wasn't his original appearance? The fourth old woman, her eyes bright, exclaimed. Indeed, this junior greets several grandmasters. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Come, sit down, Du-Wan greeted warmly. We're all used to being lazy, so you don't need to be too formal. Yang Kai glanced around and found that these grandmasters were indeed quite casual. Instead of sitting at a nearby table or chair, they chose to sit on the ground. Yang Kai guessed it was because of the overly fat man. Not paying any attention, Yang Kai simply sat down next to Du-Wan. 4 pairs of eyes stared at him with great interest, causing Yang Kai to chuckle dryly. He still remembered that when he was in Floating Cloud City, because he had won first place in the Alchemy Summit, he had taken some things from the universe bags of these 4 people. Du-Wan, you're quite astute, actually giving this little brat an appearance-changing artifact in advance. No wonder so many people have tried to find him over the past few years, the old woman smiled, so that's how it is. If not for this, he would already be in trouble, Du-Wan smiled. Although there are some clues that point to Soaring Heaven Sect, with Chu Ling Xiao there, no one dares to find trouble with him. Yang Kai was able to condense the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, so naturally there would be people inquiring about his whereabouts in an attempt to obtain this precious treasure from him. You didn't know from the beginning that he could obtain the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, did you? I just felt that I couldn't allow him to expose his identity in front of so many people, Du-Wan chuckled. I didn't think so far ahead, but him being able to obtain the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid is really quite surprising. Saying so, he suddenly said, right, Yang Kai, let me introduce you, this is Hong Fong, the manager of Shattered Star City's Alchemist Guild, a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist. Greetings, Grandmaster Hong. Yang Kai respectfully bowed. You flatter me. Hong Fong stroked his beard and said with a smile, it won't be long before you can reach my level. Forget about the word, master. Du-Wan also smiled and did not refute, instead pointing to the fat old man and saying, this is Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild's manager, Chang Bao, a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist. And Brother Chang was greedy for food and drink, so his body became like this, you should learn from him. Chang Bao curled his lips and said, eating is a wonderful thing in this world. Du-Wan, you really don't know how to enjoy life. Du-Wan ignored him and instead pointed to another person. This is Three Chuan City's Alchemist Guild manager, He Feng, a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist. Just after the introductions, He Feng came over and grinned meaningfully. Little brat, a few years ago I invited you to Three Chuan City, but you refused. How about we reconsider today? Saying so, He Feng winked at him. This old master has several beautiful granddaughters. You can take your pick, as long as you agree to join my Three Chuan City's Alchemist Guild. Junior is very grateful for Grandmaster's kindness, but Old Man Du has helped this junior before, so Grandmaster must not blame him for refusing Grandmaster's kindness. He Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes as he snorted, your courage isn't small, but no one has ever dared to refuse this old master's good intentions, yet you, smelly brat, keep making this old master lose face again and again. Who asked you to look for trouble? Du-won laughed. Yang Kai's words were simple and honest, making him extremely happy. Ignoring Hifeng, Du-won turned to the old woman and said, "This is Broken Moon City's Alchemist Guild Manager, Kong Ruoyu, a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he saluted again. Most of the top alchemists and artifact refiners were men. There weren't many women who could achieve this because women were born with a more feminine physique, which was incompatible with the yang fire required for alchemy and artifact refining. However, this Kong Ruoyu being able to reach the Saint-grade low rank showed that she had put in more effort than others, and her aptitude was also much better. If she had been a man, her achievements today would have been even higher. Chapter 848. Inside Du-won's room, there were all Saint-grade low-rank alchemists present, an extremely luxurious lineup. In all of Tongxian realm, it was estimated that there were no more than 20 Saint-grade alchemists, each of whom was famous far and wide, and in this room, there were 5 of them. As for Saint-grade mid-rank alchemists, there were even fewer of them, a mere 3 to 5. The only Saint-grade high-rank alchemist present was the elusive the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Grandmaster Li Rui. Du-won carefully introduced Yang Kai one by one, and the 4 alchemy grandmasters also directed appreciative looks towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's outstanding performance at Floating Cloud City's Alchemy Summit was deeply remembered by all of them, and they all felt that in time, this little brat's future achievements would definitely be higher than theirs, making him the hope of the entire alchemy world. Mina returned and served them a fruit platter and tea before withdrawing again. In this kind of high-level meeting, she wasn't qualified to remain here. Not only her, but even her master Yi Xiong wasn't present. Du-won leaving Yang Kai behind showed just how much importance he attached to Yang Kai. The 4 alchemy grandmasters were all old friends, so they didn't pay much attention to what was on their minds, not bothering to avoid Yang Kai's presence. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just listened quietly, not showing the slightest impatience. From time to time, someone would throw out an interesting topic, and he would listen with great interest. After talking for a long time, Du-won suddenly smiled and said, "You all have come to my grand Boulder City not just to discuss heaven and earth with this Du, right? Did something happen?" As soon as these words came out, the 4 alchemy grandmasters all nodded solemnly. The old woman, Kong Ruoyu, nodded. "There is indeed something. Let Chang Bao speak. He was the one who discovered it." Du-won couldn't help turning his eyes to the manager of Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild. Chang Bao's expression was solemn as he rummaged through his Qianquan bag for a while before taking out a somewhat incomplete piece of animal skin. At a glance, one could tell that this animal skin was quite old and exuded an ancient aura. Handing it to Du-won, he said, "Take a look at this." Du-won received it and carefully unfurled the animal skin in front of him. Glancing at it, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh as his eyes narrowed in concentration. Looking at this, Du-won's expression became more and more excited, as if he had discovered something incredible. That Chang Bao explained from the side, "This spirit diagram was found by a disciple of my sect and handed over to me." This Chang studied it for a year but was still unable to decipher its mysteries, so he thought of looking for Hifeng, who was not far from this Chang. Hifeng smiled bitterly and said, "There was nothing I could do, so the 2 of us went to look for Brother Hong and Senior Sister Kong." This old woman and the others were unable to comprehend it, but when we heard that Brother Du is about to be promoted to a Saint-grade mid-rank alchemist, we all came to Grand Boulder City to let you have a look, Kong Ruoyu continued. Du-won nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. After carefully examining the spirit diagram for a long time, he shook his head sadly and said, "I'm afraid you will be disappointed. This spirit array is complex and does not look like a spirit array used in recent times, but rather an ancient one. Moreover, it is incomplete, so this Du is unable to do anything about it." Hearing him say this, the 4 alchemists didn't show any disappointment. They had come here with the idea of giving it a try and didn't really think Du-won could solve the mysteries of this spirit array. Du-won smiled mysteriously and said, "However, although this old master is unable to decipher it, I do know that there is one person in this world who will definitely know what this spirit array is for." The 4 alchemists asked in unison, The old man of Heaven's Keep. Chang Bao couldn't help rolling his eyes. This Grandmaster's whereabouts are always elusive, so how could we possibly find him? When I first began studying alchemy, this Grandmaster's name had already resounded throughout the world, and now that I am a saint-grade low-rank alchemist, I have never seen his face. It is truly a pity. Of the 5 alchemy Grandmasters present, only Du Wan had seen the old man of Heaven's Keep. However, Du Wan didn't say anything. After all, he was already past the age of showing off. Glancing over at Yang Kai, Du Wan said, "Perhaps besides the old man of Heaven's Keep, there is someone else who can solve this. Du Wan, don't keep us in suspense, just tell us who it is." He Feng impatiently urged. "Ah." Du Wan laughed dryly. Yang Kai saw the look on his face and knew that he wanted him to take a look. Du Wan had always thought that there was some kind of alchemist guiding him from behind, and he firmly believed that this alchemist was an existence on par with the old man of Heaven's Keep. It was for this reason that Du Wan was looking at him so strangely. Helplessly, Yang Kai said, "Old man Du, can this junior also take a look?" Du Wan's face lit up with joy as he quickly handed over the animal skin. Chang Bao immediately became nervous and said, "Boy, you have to be careful, don't break it. If you do, I'll take you to Flash City." "Don't worry," Du Wan chuckled, his expression confident. The 5 alchemy grandmasters didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai. Except for Du Wan, everyone else thought he was just being curious and continued to discuss the spirit array on the animal skin. After observing it for many days, they naturally had some of their own insights and ideas. All of them gathered together, looking forward to finding a way to crack this spirit array and complete it. Yang Kai stared at the spirit array for a long time before frowning. The spirit array on this animal skin was indeed too complex. It looked like several spirit arrays had been cleverly combined together, but it still looked a bit bloated. After taking apart these spirit arrays, Yang Kai found that they were somewhat similar to the ones recorded in the true alchemic way, but they were not the same and should be from different eras. The art of alchemy was constantly developing, and the spirit arrays used in alchemy were also developed and studied by the alchemy grandmasters of the world. New changes were made with each passing day, and it was common for the spirit arrays used in each era to be different. With Yang Kai's current vision, he was naturally able to see the flaws and drawbacks of this spirit array. However, compared to the spirit arrays currently in use, the wealth contained in this spirit array was much greater. Once it was cracked, it could bring great development to the alchemy field. Du Wan obviously wanted him to take action, so Yang Kai didn't refuse. Immediately, Yang Kai began studying it, comparing it to the knowledge he had inherited from the true alchemic way while simultaneously repairing the damaged spirit array in his mind. After a long time, the spirit array was finally repaired. The alchemy grandmasters were silent at this moment, all of them somewhat dispirited. Du Wan was constantly paying attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression while the other 4 alchemy grandmasters were somewhat dejected. Because even with their combined strength, they were still unable to repair this spirit array, which was a real blow to their morale. "Have you made any progress?" Du Wan suddenly asked. Yang Kai nodded gently, and the 4 alchemy grandmasters all wore dumbfounded expressions as they stared at him in surprise. Hong Feng asked, "You haven't cracked the secrets here, have you?" He Feng also shouted, "Little brat, you can't just boast so casually. Even us old fogies are helpless against this, how could you possibly crack it?" "Whether I'm boasting or not, you'll know when you see it," Du Wan chuckled. Yang Kai also calmly took out a few pieces of high-quality jade from the black book space, held them in his palm, and used his divine sense as a brush to leave some marks on them. A moment later he handed the jade to Du Wan and said, "After dismantling it, the several spirit array diagrams are here, but as for what they are used for, we'll have to verify them in alchemy. I hope they will be of some help to the several grandmasters." Du Wan received the jade with a solemn expression, keeping one for himself before quickly inspecting it and distributing the rest to the other 4 alchemy grandmasters. Seeing the serious expressions of this old man and young man, the other alchemy grandmasters no longer spoke and instead began probing the jade with their divine senses. After a while, everyone's expressions changed, and it was especially interesting. After the jade was examined by the 5 alchemy grandmasters, Hiyu couldn't help muttering under his breath, did he really crack it? Several scattered spirit arrays were indeed the same as the one on the animal skin, and not only had they been completely repaired, but there were also some unique constructions. A problem that had stumped several Saint-grade alchemists for over a year had been solved so easily, making it difficult for them to accept. Little brat, how did you learn these things? These should be long-lost spirit arrays. At your age, it's impossible for you to have the opportunity to learn them. He Feng stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I received some pointers from Li Lao and studied under him for a while. Li Lao? The old man of Heaven's Keep? Kong Ruoyu exclaimed. How could that be? You've seen that grandmaster? Where did you see him? What does he look like? At this moment, none of these alchemy grandmasters had the slightest demeanor of a grandmaster, all of them shouting excitedly. Yang Kai turned a pleading look towards Du Wan, but Du Wan quickly coughed lightly. Actually, this Du has also seen him. Du Wan, stop bragging. He Feng obviously didn't believe him and curled his lips. It's true. Du Wan solemnly vowed. At that time, Li Lao was also present in Floating Cloud City, it's just that he didn't reveal his identity. Do you all remember the other young alchemist who was on par with me at the Alchemist Summit? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Hong Feng recalled for a moment. I remember that he was protected by several masters from the City Lord's mansion at that time. What does that have to do with Li Lao? Oh, he's Li Lao's last disciple. What? Last disciple? No wonder at such a young age he has such high alchemy attainments. This old woman had always wondered which grandmaster had trained him. That boy's luck is really good, actually being accepted as a disciple by a master like Li Lao. His future is limitless. Several of the alchemy grandmasters sighed, seemingly quite envious of Zhai Yao's luck. Sometime after that, I studied under Li Lao for a while. And these spirit diagrams were all learned from Li Lao, so I was able to complete them, Yang Kai explained. So it's like that. He Feng stroked his chin, seemingly believing Yang Kai's words. Even Du Wan nodded lightly, the doubts in his heart disappearing. But when they thought about how they had once been so close to Li Lao, they couldn't help feeling annoyed and envious of Du Wan's luck, gnashing their teeth. Chapter 849. These long-lost spirit array diagrams contained a huge amount of wealth. Although none of them knew what these spirit array diagrams were for, as long as they went back and studied them carefully, they would be able to fully understand them. Having solved the mystery of the animal skin, all of them were very happy. Du Wan rolled his eyes and grinned meaningfully. Gentlemen, this time we were able to solve the mystery of these spirit array diagrams because of Yang Kai's efforts. If not for him, I'm afraid you wouldn't have gotten what you wanted even if you died of old age. Now that you're satisfied, shouldn't you show some kind of gratitude? What kind of gratitude? He Feng's eyes bulged. Chang Bao also hurriedly covered his universe bag as he stared at Du Wan with great vigilance. Last time, because these people had made a bet with Du Wan in Floating Cloud City, the result was that they had lost a great deal of money, leading to the things in their universe bags being taken away by Yang Kai. Now that Du Wan had said something like this, they immediately became vigilant. Du Wan ignored them and instead turned to Yang Kai and said with a smile, "These old friends of mine have always been generous. Since you've spent so much effort to resolve their doubts, I'm sure they'll give you some kind of thank you gift. And don't take too much, just a small token will do." Listening to him say this, the four people's expressions became bitter as they secretly cursed Du Wan for his insatiable greed. Kong Ruoyu laughed and said, "Forget it, as Brother Du said, we really did gain a lot, so there's no harm in letting this little brat take advantage of us. You don't need to look so bitter, we really should be thanking him." Since Kong Ruoyu had spoken, the other three couldn't say anything. He Feng stared at Yang Kai and asked, "What do you want?" "Tell me, I'll satisfy you." Yang Kai glanced at He Feng's universe bag, causing He Feng to shiver involuntarily. Chang Bao and Hong Feng also felt their hearts jump to their throats, fearing that Yang Kai would take something from their universe bags like last time. Yang Kai chuckled and said in a clear voice, "I can't refuse your kindness. Then, I won't be polite." This time, I don't want the treasures in your Chinkuan bags. When the three male alchemy grandmasters heard this, their expressions relaxed and their gazes towards Yang Kai became more amiable, as if they were saying, "Boy, you're quite sensible." "Then what do you want?" Du Wan was stunned. "These old friends of mine are all rich enough to rival an entire country. If you miss this village, you won't be able to find this shop again." "Du Wan, you shut up. Let this kid make his own request." Chang Bao glared at Du Wan. Fine, I won't say anything." Du Wan was helpless and immediately fell silent. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "How about this? The several grandmasters here are all saint-grade low-rank alchemists. As a reward for deciphering this spirit array, how about each of you refine a saint pill for me?" "Refine a saint pill?" Chang Bao's face twitched. "Yes, to refine the divine pill." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Saint pills aren't easy to refine." He Feng rubbed his chin. Although they were all saint-grade alchemists, refining a saint pill was still accompanied by great risks and there was a high chance of failure. Refining a saint pill was also very time-consuming. It was for this reason that every saint pill in this world was extremely valuable. "Very well." Du Wan suddenly became excited as he stared at the other four grandmasters with burning eyes. "Everyone, has it been a long time since we last competed? Why don't we take this opportunity to compete? Let's let Yang Kai and Yi Xiong be the judges and see who can refine a better saint pill." "Du Wan, do you think that just because you're about to become a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist, you don't put any of us in your eyes?" He Feng grinned meaningfully. "I wouldn't dare. It's just that this is a rare opportunity, so this Du's hands are itching." "Good, this old woman agrees with Brother Du's proposal. We really haven't competed for a long time." Kong Ruo, you also expressed her interest. "I don't care," Hong Fong shrugged his shoulders. "Then let's do it this way, Io, poor old bones." Chang Bao moved his bloated body and grumbled. "Everyone, please come with me." Du Wan laughed heartily, looking very happy. While speaking, he stepped forward, followed by everyone else. Yang Kai's request for them to refine saint pills was not for the sake of refining the pills themselves. He could now refine saint-grade pills, and although it wasn't easy to refine them and the herbs were difficult to find, Yang Kai's black book space was rich, so he really didn't put the value of a few saint pills in his eyes. What he wanted was the insights and techniques of these alchemy grandmasters during the process of alchemy so that he could observe and learn from them. The grandmasters were also well aware of this, so they didn't refuse. Not only did they happily agree, but they also secretly vowed to display their most exquisite techniques when they performed alchemy. Inside the Alchemist Guild's pill hall, the several grandmasters each found a good spot and took out their own pill furnaces and corresponding herbs before placing them on the table. Each of these herbs was filled with a rich aura and were crystal clear, clearly saint-grade precious treasures. Inside the pill hall, Yang Kai, Yi Xiong, and Mi Na watched from the sidelines. With such a great opportunity, Du Wan naturally called Yi Xiong and Mi Na over. As for the little girl, Wu Wu, she was too young and lacked experience, so even if she was called over, she wouldn't be able to see much, so she wasn't notified. Mi Na's face flushed with excitement as she sat down cross-legged beside Yang Kai and asked nervously, "Why do several grandmasters suddenly want to compete in alchemy? And to refine saint pills?" I haven't seen old man Du perform alchemy for a long time, and this time there are 4 other grandmasters. This is really a rare spectacle." Yi Xiong was also very excited, his eyes staring forward as he solemnly exhorted, "Mina, you have to keep your eyes open. Don't miss even the slightest gap, it will be of great help to your growth." "I know, Master." Mina nodded heavily, her expression extremely focused. "Are you all ready?" Du Wan smiled and looked around, asking in a clear voice. Everyone nodded lightly, indicating that everything was ready. "Then why don't you introduce what pill you want to refine first?" Du Wan smiled faintly and said, "What this Du wants to refine is the profound ice good fortune pill. It is specially made for those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts and martial skills. After taking it, it can create an extremely cold environment within one's body, helping to condense one's true qi and enhance one's cultivation. The materials required are profound ice jade crystal flower, colorless earth, blue blood grass, and the monster core of the 7th order monster beast, ice jade python. As Du-Wan spoke, his words reached the ears of the 3 grandmasters, causing Yang Kai and the others to show thoughtful expressions. An alchemist would pay a lot of attention to their own alchemy, and this could be seen from the materials they chose. How to fuse these materials and how to temper them all had their own unique methods. Du-Wan clearly wanted Yang Kai and the others to learn more, so he explained in such a detailed manner. When he finished, Kong Ruoyu smiled and also said, "This old woman wants to refine a damage-leaving pill, which has the effect of protecting the soul. If one's soul is injured, taking this pill can ensure that one's soul does not dissipate and also has a certain healing effect. The materials required are Azura bone, soulless ghost face flower, spirit consolidating stalagmite, 100 calamity condensed jade dew." The several grandmasters shouted one after another, each announcing the names of the saint pills they wanted to refine and the required precious treasures. Mi Na and Yi Xiong were speechless as they listened. Each of these herbs was extremely difficult to find, so with so many precious treasures gathered together, it was truly a rare scene. Feeling excited, the blood in their bodies began to flow faster. A moment later, the 5 grandmasters glanced at each other and Du-Wan said, "Since that's the case, let's begin." The other 4 nodded. In the next moment, pure yuan qi burst out from the 5 grandmasters, causing the temperature inside the pill room to rise significantly. Yang Kai and the others watched intently as the 5 grandmasters' yuan qi surged and began constructing the spirit arrays required for alchemy inside the pill furnaces in front of them. When they were constructing the spirit arrays, it seemed that they deliberately wanted Yang Kai and the others to see them clearly, leaving behind traces of their yuan qi. After the spirit arrays were completed, whether it was Yang Kai, Yi Xiong, or Mi Na, all of them could clearly see what their spirit arrays looked like. Precious treasures were thrown into the pill furnaces one after another, and the movements of the 5 grandmasters were smooth and fluid. The herbs were quenched into medicinal liquids inside the pill furnaces and then placed to the side under the guidance of the yuan qi. Mi Na watched in amazement and couldn't help covering her mouth, afraid that she would make any noise and disturb the 5 grandmasters. Yang Kai was also dazzled. Although his current level of alchemy was on par with the 5 grandmasters in front of him, there were still many things he could learn from them, especially their alchemy techniques, as well as some of the details he noticed while processing the medicinal liquids. Comprehending this would greatly improve one's alchemy skills. Each grandmaster's hands were like butterflies fluttering in the wind. To them, alchemy was simply a form of art. With their nimble hands, the essence of alchemy was sublimated. The more Yang Kai watched, the more obsessed he became, and his mind gradually became immersed in the process. While observing, he imagined in his mind what it would be like if he were the one refining, comparing it to the 5 grandmasters, finding his own shortcomings and silently committing them to memory. Gradually, Yang Kai forgot everything around him, as if he was immersed in the world of alchemy, unable to extricate himself. The same was true for Mi Na and Yi Xiong, both of them forgetting the passage of time. As the rain of sweat fell, the yuan qi inside the alchemy room surged, and the spirit arrays inside the pill furnaces were re-engraved over and over again. When performing alchemy, an excellent alchemist would not only use one spirit array, but would also change the spirit arrays at any time to achieve the most perfect effect. At this point, Yang Kai was greatly inspired. In the past, when he was performing alchemy, he had always used one spirit array to the end, but now it seemed that if he could use different spirit arrays at different times, the effect would be even better. Bursts of pill fragrance drifted in the air, and the pill furnaces in front of each alchemy grandmaster exuded a faint mist, looking like a dream. The expressions of the grandmasters also became dignified. At this critical juncture, they didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, as the slightest carelessness could cause all their previous efforts to go to waste. Chapter 850. After a full 8 hours, the pill furnace in front of Du-Wan suddenly began to vibrate, as if there was a life trapped within it that was about to break out of the pill furnace and escape. Du-Wan's expression became dignified as he formed the last few seals and poured his yuan qi into the furnace to begin the final refinement. A moment later, he gently patted the pill furnace and a snow-white pill the size of a fingernail flew out. Du-Wan's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, quickly taking out a high-quality jade bottle, catching the pill and sealing it. A thick pill fragrance wafted through the pill shop. Du-Wan felt the Saint pill he had just refined and nodded with a smile, seemingly very satisfied. Mi-Na and Yi Xiong saw this and couldn't help feeling a little excited. 5 Saint-grade low-rank alchemists began refining together, with Old Man Du being the first to succeed. From this, it could be seen that in terms of alchemy attainments, he had indeed walked further than the other 4. However, no one made a sound, just silently watching, waiting for the other 4 to finish. Following closely behind Du-Wan was Kong Ruoyu, and after a stick of incense worth of time, the Saint-grade low-rank damage-severing pill was successfully refined and stored in a jade bottle. Another half an hour later, Chang Bao, He Feng, and Hong Fong finished refining one after another. With the 5 Saint pills out of the furnace, at this moment, the pill square was filled with a rich pill fragrance that made one feel refreshed. The 5 grandmasters all looked a little tired, especially the chubby Chang Bao. While he was refining the pills, he was sweating profusely. At this moment, his fat body was trembling, and he looked battered and exhausted. He kept wiping his forehead. Exchanging a glance, the 5 grandmasters smiled knowingly, not in a hurry to compare the quality of their respective Saint pills, instead taking out recovery pills and sitting cross-legged on the ground. It looked like they would need to rest for a while. To them, refining the holy pellet was also a very energy-consuming task. It wasn't until this moment that Mi-Na and Yi Xiong dared to take a deep breath as they recalled what they had just seen, both of them feeling like they had gained a lot and couldn't wait to throw themselves back into alchemy, turning what they had just witnessed into their own experience and knowledge. Yang Kai, of the 5 grandmasters, which one do you think refined the best? Mi-Na stared ahead and asked. But there was no response. She couldn't help turning her head to look at Yang Kai, only to find that this guy had a contemplative expression on his face and hadn't heard her question at all. It looks like his harvest is not small. Yi Xiong chuckled, "Don't disturb him, he should have comprehended more than any of us." Yang Kai was obviously immersed in a deep state of enlightenment. If he hadn't obtained a great harvest, it was impossible for such a situation. Yi Xiong couldn't help but feel envious. Oh, Mi-Na nodded quickly, breathing carefully as she waited for the grandmasters to recover. A moment later, just as Mi-Na was reflecting on what she had just seen, she caught a glimpse of Yang Kai out of the corner of her eye. Mi-Na looked at him curiously and let out a soft gasp. She found that Yang Kai had taken out his small alchemy furnace as well as some Saint-grade precious herbs and placed them in front of him before attentively reaching out to cover the alchemy furnace and carving a spirit array inside. At this time, the 5 grandmasters finally woke up. Hong Fong laughed and said, "The Saint pills have been refined, let's see whose alchemy is better." "Good," Chang Bao grinned, "I hope your alchemy skills haven't regressed." "You should worry about yourself." Du-Wan shook his head and laughed, "You seem to have been too busy with your food these past few years." Chang Bao curled his lips, "But my alchemy skills haven't fallen behind either." As the 5 of them spoke, they stood up and walked towards the place where Yang Kai and the others were. Not far away, after seeing Yang Kai's actions, they couldn't help but be stunned. "Hey, you little brat, are you trying to show off your slight skill in front of this old master?" He Feng said with a smile. Although his words were filled with ridicule, there was no malicious intent behind them. Du-Wan frowned as he suddenly realized something was not right. The only female alchemist present, Kong Ruoyu, also wore a dignified expression as she raised her hand to signal everyone to stop and not approach. Mi-Na and Yi Xiong quietly walked away from Yang Kai and arrived in front of the 5 grandmasters. "Old Man Du," Yang Kai suddenly began alchemy. "It seems he has obtained a lot of things and wants to verify them," Mi-Na said softly. Old Man Du smiled, his eyes filled with approval. "Don't disturb him, he should be in the middle of an epiphany." "Epiphany?" Mi-Na couldn't help frowning. "Is there such a thing in alchemy?" "Of course there is. Do you think epiphanies are only found in the martial Tao?" Du-Wan explained softly, "Alchemy is also the same. Once such a situation occurs, he no longer pays attention to anything around him. In front of him, in his world, there is only his own perception, the pill furnace, and the herbs. Interesting, I just don't know if he can break through the barrier in front of him. Speaking of which, this old woman experienced such a situation several decades ago, Kong Ruoyu recalled. Indeed, as Brother Du said, at that time, I couldn't see anything, only the pill furnace and herbs in front of me. My only thought was to refine the pill successfully. Unfortunately, no matter how hard I tried, I was unable to reach such a realm. Just like the epiphany of the martial Tao, it is something that can only be encountered but not sought. Then what happened? Grandmaster Kong, did you succeed in refining that pill? Mina asked curiously. Kong Ruoyu chuckled and nodded. Naturally, it was a success, and the quality was quite good. Almost none of the medicinal efficacies were wasted. That was one of my proudest works, and I still keep it in my collection. Very good. Mina's eyes lit up with respect. But did you notice that there is something wrong with the materials this little brat chose? He Feng frowned. Why are all of these Saint-grade materials? Can he really refine them with his skills? Hearing what he said, everyone recovered and carefully examined the materials before them, discovering that this was indeed the case. The materials chosen by Yang Kai were all Saint-grade materials. Is he trying to refine a Saint pill? Chang Bao exclaimed. Du Wan's eyes lit up as he chuckled meaningfully. Perhaps he really can refine a Saint pill. Du Wan, don't joke around. He Feng rolled his eyes. How difficult it is to refine a Saint pill, you and I both know. Even if his aptitude is good and his performance is eye-catching, I admit that he can grow up to become a Saint-grade alchemist, and his achievements in the future may even surpass ours, but that is a matter for the future. At his current age, isn't it too early for him to refine a Saint pill? Young people are hot-blooded and full of vigor. They always have to encounter some setbacks before they can adjust their mentality. It's a pity that this epiphany was wasted on him. If he had chosen some spirit-grade materials, then his harvest would have been much greater, Hong Fong said with regret. Chang Bao and Kong Ruoyu also sighed and nodded, all of them feeling that Yang Kai was really overestimating himself by trying to refine a Saint pill. Du Wan smiled bitterly and no longer said anything. Although he very much hoped that Yang Kai could succeed, he also felt that Yang Kai was being too arrogant. Being able to refine a Saint pill meant that one was already a Saint-grade alchemist. There were not many such alchemists in the entire Tongxian realm, all of them having been immersed in alchemy for many years. Yang Kai was still too young. Let's wait and see what happens. We'll give him some pointers later, it will also help his growth, Kong Ruoyu said softly. Everyone nodded and began to pay silent attention. Yang Kai's movements were not as smooth as those of the other grandmasters, but they were quite steady and meticulous, each step perfectly grasped. Watching this, the several grandmasters couldn't help marveling. Because Yang Kai's fundamentals were simply too solid, even with their strict and critical eyes, they could not find the slightest flaw in Yang Kai's actions. Moreover, the yuan qi coming from his body was also pure and vigorous. The inside of the pill furnace had been engraved with some kind of spirit array in advance, allowing the herbs to be placed inside and the medicinal liquid to be condensed without the slightest wastage. The condensed medicinal liquid was wrapped in pure yuan qi and suspended beside the pill furnace, waiting to be used later. This scene was imprinted into the eyes of the grandmasters, causing them to nod slightly, their eyes full of praise. In less than 2 incense sticks worth of time, all the herbs had been condensed into medicinal liquid. This speed made the grandmasters somewhat dumbfounded. Even if they were to do it, they would not be able to do it better than Yang Kai, and would only take a little longer. This also meant that Yang Kai's yuan qi was purer than theirs, and the spirit array he chose was better. After the medicinal liquid was condensed, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a burst of light suddenly burst out from the pill furnace, as if the spirit array engraved inside had been destroyed. Seeing this, Chang Bao couldn't help but exclaim, "This little brat, he's too careless. If the spirit array is destroyed like this, how can he make it in time to engrave another one?" The medicinal liquid had already been condensed, and even if it was wrapped in yuan qi, the medicinal efficacies were still fluctuating. If it was not put into the pill furnace as soon as possible, it would only waste the medicinal efficacies of the herbs. Although they would change the spirit array during the refining process, they would make ample preparations before this and would not completely destroy it. Instead, they would construct another spirit array on top of the original one. This would greatly save time and ensure the effective utilization of the medicinal efficacies. But Yang Kai had directly destroyed the original spirit array. Everyone couldn't help but show a worried look, as if they could already see the scene of Yang Kai refining an inferior pill and felt pity for the saint-grade materials that were not easy to obtain. Just as Chang Bao's voice fell, the pill furnace that had just flashed a faint light actually flashed again. The grandmasters had good eyesight and immediately saw the faint traces of lines flowing within the pill furnace. So fast! He Feng was dumbfounded, somewhat unable to believe it. Impossible! Those lights were clearly a sign that the spirit array was being formed again. A moment ago, one spirit array had been destroyed, and the next moment, another had been engraved. This kind of magical speed was beyond the comprehension of the grandmasters. Chapter 851. The spirit array inside Yang Kai's pill furnace seemed to have been replaced in an instant. Moreover, no one had seen any trace of Yang Kai's actions. When inscribing a spirit diagram inside a pill furnace, one had to pour their true essence into the pill furnace and carefully control it. Using true essence as ink and the pill furnace as paper, only then could they inscribe the diagram. But just now, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi had clearly not poured into the pill furnace. Where did this spirit array come from? Use your divine sense. Du Wan's eyes shone brightly as he quickly said, "What a joke!" He Feng sneered and shook his head. When one's divine sense reaches a certain limit, it can indeed inscribe a spirit array, but it absolutely cannot be used in alchemy. If one really tried to do so, it would only destroy the hard-earned materials. Just watch. Du Wan was in high spirits and did not bother to explain further. Of all the people present, only he knew that Yang Kai's divine sense was very special and possessed the power of a conflagrated knowledge sea. It was the same as the old man of Heaven's Keep. Spirit arrays constructed with ordinary divine sense were indeed unable to be used in alchemy, but spirit arrays constructed with conflagrated knowledge sea were different. Not only could they be used in alchemy, but if used properly, they were even more effective than Yuan Qi. Everyone held their breaths as they watched nervously. Seeing Yang Kai not hesitate to pour the medicinal liquids condensed from the herbs into the pill furnace, all of them felt their hearts rise to their throats. They were all afraid that he would waste these materials. Unexpectedly, after the medicinal liquids were poured into the pill furnace, there were no signs of failure. Instead, the various medicinal liquids mixed and melted inside the pill furnace, producing some wonderful conflicting changes as a fragrant aroma gradually wafted out of the pill furnace. The several grandmasters were bewildered, not understanding what kind of mysteries were hidden within. Yang Kai's expression was incomparably focused as he waved his hands, his Yuan Qi constantly surging, sometimes increasing and sometimes decreasing. His control of the flames was perfect to the extreme, not affecting the efficacy of the herbs because of excessive or insufficient output. Everyone felt their eyes light up again. A moment later, a light bang rang out from the pill furnace. The spirit array that Yang Kai had used before was once again destroyed. The grandmasters who had just calmed down were once again on tenterhooks. The pill furnace flickered with light again, and a third type of spirit array was formed. This. He Feng's eyes widened. He didn't know what to say. Although they would change their spirit arrays during alchemy to aid in the formation of the pills, they wouldn't change them as recklessly as Yang Kai. Moreover, the frequency of changing them was a bit too fast. Faintly, they felt that Yang Kai would not only use his Yuan Qi but also his spiritual sense when he was refining pills. It was a two-pronged approach. This brat's divine sense power seemed to be a little odd. Yang Kai's third-order transcendent cultivation was higher than the other grandmasters, so even if they were somewhat aware, they couldn't discover the mysteries of his conflagrated knowledge sea, so naturally they were puzzled. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk almost every half an incense stick worth of time, the spirit array inside the pill furnace would be replaced. The Grandmasters really couldn't understand how Yang Kai was doing this. Changing the spirit arrays so frequently while performing alchemy was simply too risky. As time passed, a rich pill fragrance gradually filled the pill shop, one that was even more fragrant than when the Grandmasters were refining pills before. It's only been 2 hours. Chang Bao's fat body trembled in shock. When a pill fragrance filled the air, it meant that the pill was about to be successfully refined, but from beginning to end, Yang Kai had only spent 2 hours. Compared to the 8 hours it took them to refine a single saint pill, this time was nearly twice as long. Is this little brat really refining a saint pill? Hong Fong frowned. Is he using saint-grade materials to refine a spirit pill? Hearing what he said, the other Grandmasters felt that this was quite possible. Using high-grade materials to refine low-grade pills was a common occurrence. It was not uncommon in the alchemy world. There were even some less skilled alchemists who would deliberately choose high-grade materials in order to ensure the success rate of refining a pill. At this moment, everyone felt that Yang Kai was probably doing such a thing. After all, 2 hours was simply too short. If it was to refine a single spirit pill, Yang Kai should be able to do it at his age. He really scared this old master to death. He Feng sighed heavily. He Feng exhaled exaggeratedly. This old man really thought that I was going to be surpassed by a junior. I almost lost my confidence from the blow. Chang Bao also chuckled, but his performance is already quite good. Ha, Duwan, let this little brat come to my lightning flash city. I promise I won't treat him unfairly. Duwan remained indifferent as he continued to stare at Yang Kai. He always felt that with Yang Kai's personality, he would not do such a thing that went against the alchemy Dao. Moreover, he had already become a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist a few years ago, so if he really wanted to refine a spirit pill, there was no need for him to choose saint-grade materials. What kind of pill was it? The answer would be revealed soon, so Duwan, who had always been as calm as water, couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The pill fragrance grew stronger and stronger, and it seemed that the pill would soon come out of the furnace. At that moment, Yang Kai's hands suddenly moved at an incredible speed, golden yuan qi visible to the naked eye flowing from his fingertips and drawing beautiful arcs in the air. These arcs then connected together to form one mysterious and complex spirit array after another. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched closely. Exquisite spirit diagrams were inserted into the pill furnace and imprinted into the interior of the pill furnace before disappearing. Inside the small pill furnace, a violent noise suddenly rang out as the pill that had already taken shape seemed to have a life of its own and was about to soar into the sky, causing the pill furnace to sway slightly. The world energy around it suddenly became chaotic, and with the pill shop as the center, it surged like a tide and poured into the pill furnace. It seemed that at this moment, Yang Kai's small pill furnace had become a bottomless abyss that absorbed all of the surrounding world energy. Sensing all of this, the expressions of everyone in the pill house changed drastically. They didn't know what had happened. After a dozen breaths of time, everything calmed down again. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clapped it, causing a pill with a rich aura to fly out of the pill furnace and into his hand, placing it into a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai didn't even look at the pill he had just refined and instead closed his eyes to comprehend the benefits he had obtained from this alchemy. At the same time, he was also restoring the energy he had consumed. Silence filled the hall as the several grandmasters glanced at each other, all of them standing in place, hesitating to move forward. The pill was placed in a jade bottle, so none of them knew what grade it was, but the noise just now made them feel that the pill Yang Kai had refined was very unusual. After a while, seeing Yang Kai still not open his eyes, Chang Bao anxiously urged, "Duwan, go and bring that jade bottle over." "Yes, I'm very curious to see if the pill inside is a spirit pill or a saint pill," Hong Fong also urged. Yang Kai was a member of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild, so naturally it was Du Wan's turn to act. With everyone saying this, Du Wan could only helplessly nod, "All right." He stepped forward and took the jade bottle back. Everyone gathered in a circle and stared at it with burning eyes. "Open it, how can I investigate if you don't open it?" He Feng anxiously shouted. Du-won smiled bitterly and opened the jade bottle. In an instant, a burst of fragrance wafted out, causing his expression to shake. There was no need to look, just from this pill fragrance alone, Du-won was certain that what Yang Kai had refined was a saint pill without a doubt. He had actually grown to this extent. Du-won was pleasantly surprised. The jade bottle was snatched away by He-feng, and after glancing at it, he couldn't help exclaiming, "Is it really a saint-grade pill?" "Let me see," Chang Bao hurriedly said, but after confirming the quality of the pill inside the jade bottle, his fat body shook uncontrollably, unable to believe his eyes. The jade bottle passed through the hands of the several grandmasters before finally falling into Kong Ruoyu's hands. Kong Ruoyu stared at it for a while before her eyes suddenly became dignified, carefully examining it for a long time before trembling slightly. "You old fogies, are you all blind? What's wrong? Isn't this a saint-grade pill?" Chang Bao looked at her in amazement. "Yes, this is definitely a saint-grade pill, Senior Sister Kong. What do you mean by this?" He-feng frowned. Kong Ruoyu smiled strangely and handed the jade bottle back. "Take a closer look, this isn't just a saint-grade pill." Seeing her speak so seriously, everyone quickly gathered their heads around the jade bottle. Observing it carefully, the pill fragrance, pill quality, and medicinal efficacies all met the requirements of a saint-grade pill. Just as everyone was wondering, the saint-grade pill suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Looking around, these lights were similar to the meridians of a human body, the brand of the pill flickering in and out of existence. Along these meridian-like lines, there was a faint trace of essence flowing, and listening carefully, one could even hear the sound of flowing water coming from inside the pill, giving it a mysterious feeling. "Pill veins?" all of the grandmasters exclaimed at the same time. "Heh, a saint-grade pill that has formed pill veins. Refining one right under this old woman's nose, this old woman's experience has been greatly broadened." Kong Ruoyu's voice trembled slightly, a look of unwillingness on her face, but also a trace of pleasant surprise. "This..." All the grandmasters were shocked speechless. Just the fact that Yang Kai had refined a saint-grade pill was enough to shock all of them, but now this saint-grade pill actually had pill veins. This was a long-cherished wish that these grandmasters had pursued for countless years but had never been able to achieve. They had refined many saint-grade pills, but none of them had ever been able to refine a saint-grade pill with pill veins. Once a saint-grade pill had formed pill veins, its value would multiply several times, and its medicinal efficacies would also be several times that of ordinary pills. Most importantly, it could be stored forever. As long as it was not damaged, no matter how many years passed, the medicinal efficacies inside the pill would not fade away. This was the true value of pill veins. Ordinary pills did not have such an advantage. No matter how well they were stored, their medicinal efficacies would always fade away. Therefore, the sooner a pill was refined, the better its effects would be. Chapter 852. Inside the pill workshop, a saint pill that had formed pill veins was refined by Yang Kai. The several grandmasters took turns to observe the process, all of them shocked speechless for a long time. Mina, who was listening from the side, was also stunned, her pair of beautiful eyes blooming with a different kind of light as she glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time, gritting her teeth as a look of unwillingness appeared on her face. "This little brat, his luck is really good." After a long time, Chang Bao sighed with envy. "Yeah, his luck is simply too good," He-feng also echoed. Du-won glanced over at them and muttered, "Is this really just luck? What else could it be?" Hong Fong laughed heartily. "Pill veins and pill clouds are the pinnacle of every alchemist's pursuit. Unfortunately, these two miraculous things are extremely rare and no one knows the principle behind their formation. Every pill that gives birth to pill veins or pill clouds is refined by chance and coincidence. However, it is undeniable that an alchemist must display their best state when refining, and in this regard, this little brat is much better than any of us." Kong Ruoyu also gently nodded. "When I entered a state of epiphany, the pills I refined did not waste the slightest bit of medicinal efficacies. I was very proud of that, but compared to this little brat, it's nothing." The several grandmasters all spoke one after another, seemingly attributing the formation of pill veins to luck, But Du-Wan did not say anything. Although luck was important, one's state of mind during alchemy was even more important, especially when the Saint Pill was about to be refined and Yang Kai had constructed so many spirit diagrams. Du-Wan faintly felt that this Saint Pill's formation of pill veins was the result of Yang Kai's hard work, not something as simple as luck. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Chang Bao said with a rare serious expression, I say, the Saint Pills refined by us old fellows, do we still want to compete? Is there a need? He Feng blushed slightly. Before Yang Kai began alchemy, each of them had full confidence in the Saint Pills they refined, believing that their own was better than others. But now, in front of a Saint Pill that had formed pill veins, the pills they had refined could no longer be compared to it. Not to mention the formation of pill veins, the time required for Yang Kai to refine a Saint Pill was not something they could hope for, so there was no need to compete. The Grandmasters looked at each other and silently put away their Saint Pills as if they were putting away something embarrassing. Yang Kai was immersed in his own comprehension. His soul avatar seemed to be in an empty space. There was nothing here, only a sky full of spirit array diagrams that flickered with a faint radiance as they danced in front of him. As Yang Kai's divine sense passed over, all the wealth and knowledge he had obtained from the true alchemic way over the years flashed before his eyes. This unimaginably huge amount of knowledge, alchemy experience, and techniques were originally just scattered memories that existed in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, but at this moment, there was a subtle connection between them that allowed Yang Kai to thoroughly comprehend them. It was as if a closed door was slowly opening in front of Yang Kai, and behind this door, the true mysteries of the alchemic way were hidden. Yang Kai plunged headlong into the true alchemic way, immersing himself in its comprehension, not daring to relax in the slightest. As time passed, the true alchemic way that had been sealed in his knowledge sea was finally completely comprehended by Yang Kai. There was no longer anything obscure about it. Now Yang Kai could easily grasp any part of the true alchemic way. His understanding of alchemy suddenly sublimated to a whole new level. It was as if he, who had been standing at a lower place, looking up at the mysteries of alchemy, had suddenly jumped to a higher vantage point. Looking down, everything became clear to him. This included the formation of pill veins and pill clouds. The pinnacle of these two pills was not something that could be formed only by chance and luck. When performing alchemy, there was a complete chance that these two things could be formed. Pill veins were like the meridians of a pill. With meridians, the pill would not deteriorate for a long time. As for pill clouds, they were the upgraded version of pill veins. No matter which one it was, they were all natural spirit arrays, a collection of the many spirit arrays explained in the true alchemic way. By combining these spirit arrays with ingenious techniques and refining them into a pill, it was possible to promote the formation of pill veins and pill clouds. At the last moment of refining that Saint Pill, Yang Kai had been lucky enough to be able to grasp the mysteries of pill veins, but he had not expected that by a freak combination of factors, he would be able to comprehend the mysteries of pill veins. As a result, his understanding of alchemy had been sublimated. However, although pill veins and pill clouds could be promoted, it was extremely troublesome to use and was accompanied by a huge possibility of failure. The several grandmasters had said that Yang Kai's luck was good, but it was not unreasonable. The true alchemic way had been completely mastered by Yang Kai, and he faintly felt that his alchemy technique had made some gratifying improvements. Feeling excited, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked around. After seeing everything in front of him, he couldn't help feeling stunned. He was still sitting cross-legged in the pill room, but the several grandmasters and Yi Xiong were nowhere to be seen. In front of him was a young girl with a pair of ponytails who was curiously looking at him. It seemed that because he had woken up, she was a little frightened and couldn't help crying out in surprise. "Woof." Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you here?" Snorted. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai chuckled, not knowing why this little girl seemed to be a little hostile towards him, so he asked, "Where are the grandmasters?" "They saw that you hadn't woken up, so they left and told Wu to stay here and look after you," Wu said with dissatisfaction. "Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded lightly and stood up. Wu snorted. "You're an alchemist yourself, Why do you want me to help you with alchemy? You even made me laugh at senior sister for a while. Why did she laugh at you? Yang Kai asked in surprise. She said that I, a mysterious grade alchemist, would actually help a saint-grade alchemist with alchemy. Are you a saint-grade alchemist? Saying so, tilted her small head and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yes, Yang Kai nodded, not intending to hide anything from her. Curled her lips. I don't believe you, you can't be a saint-grade alchemist. Senior sister must have lied to me and wanted to see me make a fool of myself. Why don't you believe me? Yang Kai suddenly felt interested. Earth thought for a moment before raising her small head and saying, a saint-grade alchemist needs a white beard and white hair, you don't. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Grumbled in dissatisfaction, what are you laughing at? Do you think is easy to deceive because of her young age? I'll have senior sister deal with you, she's much better than me. Also, these are the spirit communicating pills you wanted to refine. There wasn't enough time, so I only refined 30 of them. As for the rest, you'll have to figure out your own way. I'll also return the herbs to you. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand. You can keep them for yourself. These spirit communicating pills can help with your cultivation. They're just right for your current realm. These herbs are also for you to practice with. Saying so, seemingly thinking of something, Yang Kai took out some mysterious great herbs from the black book space. These are also for you, they're no longer useful to me. Wu originally wanted to refuse. Her senior sister had taught her that one shouldn't accept a reward without any merit, and that one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Although this person in front of her was tall and handsome, he wasn't necessarily a good person either. But before she could refuse, piles of herbs began piling up in front of her. Wu couldn't help gawking as she stared at the pile of herbs. These herbs weren't high grade, but they were all what she needed right now. Once they were refined into pills, whether she took them herself or sold them, they would bring her a lot of wealth. Most importantly, she would be able to improve her alchemy level by refining these pills. But the words on the tip of her tongue were quickly swallowed back down. Gradually, the herbs in front of her piled up into a mountain, and the young man in front of her continued to take them out. It was as if he was carrying a mountain of treasures with him, an inexhaustible supply of herbs. Wu stared blankly. After a long time, Yang Kai stopped and said, "That's all, you'll need to prepare several universe bags to hold them all. Go ask your senior sister or master for a few." Oh, Wu responded stupidly. Yang Kai smiled, reached out, patted her on the head, turned around and walked out. It wasn't until he left that Wu suddenly regained her senses, picked up her floral skirt with both hands, and rushed out in small steps, preparing to ask her master for a universe bag. Inside Old Man Du's room, Old Man Du sat motionlessly with his eyes closed, recalling Yang Kai's various actions during that day's alchemy as well as the different spirit diagrams that had appeared out of thin air. The more he thought about it, the more profound and mysterious he found it to be. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, causing Old Man Du to frown and release his divine sense. After discovering who it was, he couldn't help but call out in surprise, "Come in." Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, respectfully bowing. Old Man Du chuckled, got up, and greeted Yang Kai. After pouring him a cup of tea, Old Man Du asked, "How was your harvest this time?" "A lot." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I must thank Old Man Du and the several grandmasters. If it weren't for watching you alchemy, I wouldn't have had this opportunity." "You're too serious." Du Wan shook his head. "Being able to observe is your own skill. Yi Xiong and Mi Na were also present at that time, but I didn't see them gain any insights. Only you were able to gain so much." "Where are the several grandmasters?" Yang Kai looked around but couldn't find them. "They left. They came here to find this old master to solve the mystery of the spirit array on the animal skin together. Now that their wish has been fulfilled, they waited here for half a month, but seeing that you didn't wake up, they all left." "Oh, I wanted to thank them in person," Yang Kai said with some regret. When the several grandmasters were performing alchemy, they didn't hide their alchemy techniques in the slightest, which was tantamount to exposing their secrets to Yang Kai, making Yang Kai very grateful. There will be opportunities in the future. Those old fogies are all thick-skinned people, so they will definitely come to my grand Boulder City in the future, Do-won chuckled. It won't be too late to thank them when we meet. Chapter 853. After exchanging a few words, Do-won solemnly handed over the Saint-grade low-rank pill with pill veins that Yang Kai had refined. This Saint pill had been taken by the Grandmasters for observation, but since Yang Kai had not woken up, it was naturally in Do-won's hands. Yang Kai took it and gently grasped it, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because he had thoroughly comprehended the true alchemic way, which had greatly improved his alchemy skills, but when he held the pill he had just refined, he didn't even need to examine it to clearly feel the various essences and traces inside it. It was as if it was a part of him, a wonderful feeling. Right, I saw you at the last moment of refining this Saint pill when you suddenly engraved many spirit arrays. Does this have something to do with the formation of pill veins? Do-won suddenly asked. Yang Kai nodded lightly. There is some connection. Everyone thinks that the formation of pill veins is due to luck, but I think that I can use a subtle method to increase the probability of pill veins forming, which is why I engraved so many spirit arrays. Increase the probability of pill veins forming? Do-won's eyes lit up as he asked in a deep voice, by how much? If this method was really effective, then the entire world's alchemy might undergo a sensational revolution. If pill veins could be used to promote the formation of pill veins, then the effect of a single set of alchemy materials could be multiplied by several folds. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. I can't say for sure. I can only say that I'm doing my best. Moreover, in this aspect, I've only just comprehended a little bit and haven't thoroughly comprehended it. I also glimpsed some clues from a Saint pill left behind from ancient times and then saw the various Grandmasters' alchemy techniques. On a whim, I didn't expect to be able to refine pill veins. A Saint pill left behind from ancient times? Do-won's complexion changed. How do you know it's a Saint pill from ancient times? Because what formed on it were not pill veins, but pill clouds. Through the condensation of medicinal efficacies, it can be inferred that it has existed for at least several thousand years. Do-won sucked in a cold breath as his eyes bulged. A Saint pill with pill clouds? Where is it now? Can I take a look at it? Yang Kai scratched his head and said awkwardly, I ate it. Eaten? Do-won was dumbfounded. I almost exploded and died. Yang Kai smiled bitterly as he recalled the scene when he took the Saint pill. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear, but it was also thanks to that Saint pill that the 5-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea could evolve into a 6-colored one. What a waste! Do-won slapped his thigh angrily. An ancient Saint pill with pill clouds was actually eaten by you? What a waste! As he spoke, he was extremely vexed, as if something precious and beloved had been ruined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai could more or less understand his feelings. When one's alchemy skills reached a certain level, one could pry into the alchemist's technique and realm through the finished product. One could even unearth many long-lost mysteries of alchemy. Yang Kai also had this idea, which was why he personally experienced the effects of the holy pill. When Do-won learned of this, it was not surprising that he would be upset. After being angry for a while, Do-won took a deep breath, calmed his mood, and sighed. Fortunately, you were lucky, otherwise you might have really died. Pill clouds and pill veins were fundamentally different. The existence of pill veins could only ensure that a pill would not deteriorate for a long time, but pill clouds could help a pill absorb world energy and increase its efficacy. An ancient Saint pill that had existed for thousands of years and had been nourished by pill clouds for so long, the medicinal efficacies contained within it must have reached an unimaginable level. It was already a miracle that Yang Kai had not died after taking it. What did you comprehend from that ancient Saint Dan? Do-won asked anxiously. That pill cloud has some artificial traces, so when I was performing alchemy a few days ago, I noticed it. Now it seems that pill veins and pill clouds can indeed promote the formation of an ancient Saint pill, but the probability should not be high. Yang Kai frowned. It's good that it can be promoted. Do-won's eyes lit up as he praised, study it well. If you can really study it thoroughly, it will have a huge impact on the entire alchemy world. If there is anything you need my help with, don't hesitate to ask. If this old master can help, he will definitely not refuse. Many thanks, Old Man Do. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Old Man Do a lot, Yang Kai nodded. Right. Do Won suddenly remembered something and reached into his universe bag. A moment later, he handed over a golden nameplate and smiled. This is your new identity nameplate. The one you used to have only recorded the rank of a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, right? Now that you are a saint-grade alchemist, it's time to change it. No need, Old Man Do. I don't care. Do Won chuckled. I know you don't care, but as the head of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild, I must give you this nameplate. And if you agree, I want to report this news to the Alchemist Guild. If those people knew that my floating cloud city had produced such a young saint-grade alchemist, I'm afraid their eyes would pop out of their sockets, right? As if he could see the shocked expressions of these people, Do Won laughed heartily. Old Man Do, there's no need to report this, right? Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, high-level alchemists are indeed respected and it is convenient to do things, but it is also accompanied by a lot of troubles. I don't want to have people coming to me every day to ask for my help in alchemy. It's just a waste of time. Do Won's expression became dignified as he pondered for a moment before saying, I'll ask you something, you have to answer honestly. Seeing him so serious, Yang Kai couldn't help but become serious as well. Old Man Do, please speak. Have you never thought about devoting your life to alchemy? Do Won quickly said, judging from your current performance, you will definitely be able to reach the same height as Li Lao in the future. I don't want to see such talent and aptitude buried in vain. Yang Kai chuckled and thought about it for a moment before saying, Old Man Do, you and I are not outsiders, so I won't hide it from you. I told you before that Junior pursues the pinnacle of the martial Tao, while alchemy is only a supporting technique. One is the primary, the other is the secondary. Today, I still think the same, the primary and secondary cannot be confused. Do Won's expression darkened as he looked a little lost. However, on the road to my martial Tao growth, alchemy has also brought me great benefits and help, so I think that when I cultivate the martial Tao in the future, I will not neglect the advancement of my alchemy. Do Won frowned and sighed lightly, cultivating both, one is destined to become a branch disciple. However, you are still young and have infinite possibilities. Good, this old master will try to live a few more years and see if you can also improve your alchemy to the pinnacle while majoring in the martial Tao. As he spoke, the knot in his heart seemed to have been untied and he laughed heartily. Yang Kai also grinned, then I ask Old Man Do to wait and see. Do Won gently nodded, I won't report your alchemist rank to the Alchemist Guild, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Have you seen Wu? Do Won asked instead of answering. Yang Kai nodded. What do you think of her? Her aptitude is extraordinary, whether it is in terms of cultivation or alchemy, she is not someone the average person can compare to. Do Won chuckled. That's right, my Alchemist Guild doesn't have many people, usually only Yi Xiong and Mina accompany this old master. That little brat Yi Xiong is a bit slow. If he has enough opportunities in his life, he should be able to become a saint-grade alchemist, but that hope is slim. Mina is a bit better than her master Yi Xiong, but her future achievements are limited and will not surpass this old master. As for Wu, I am very optimistic. Old Man Do means, if you have spare time, you might as well give Wu or some pointers. If your alchemy skills are buried, this old master will not be able to rest in peace. Old Man Do is too serious, Yang Kai quickly said. This old master can make the decision to let Wu or worship you as her master. What do you think? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Old Man Do, this little brat is still young. What qualifications does he have to accept a disciple? Moreover, I have a lot of trivial things to worry about. I don't have the time to take care of her. As you say, I will interact with her more. That's fine. This old master won't force you. Du Wan's proposal was understandable to Yang Kai. As a cultivator, he was constantly on the move all year round. His life was accompanied by great dangers. If one day he accidentally died, Yang Kai's alchemy skills would be severed. Old Man Du didn't want to see this happen. That was why he wanted Yang Kai to teach Wu more. After agreeing to Old Man Du's request, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to return to Soaring Heaven sect and instead asked me not to send him a message while he remained in the Alchemist Guild for the time being. Yang Kai's own alchemy skills also needed to be improved, only a little bit away from reaching Saint grade mid-rank. Spending all day with me Na and Mina, Yang Kai's days flew by. Yang Kai didn't hide his own alchemy skills and instead taught them to me Na and Wu, helping them grow. From time to time, Yi Xiong would shamelessly come over to watch. However, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the spirit arrays he was able to comprehend so quickly became incredibly complex, and even with his personal guidance, it was still difficult for them to understand them. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai felt relieved. The reason he could easily understand them was because the true alchemic way was engraved in his knowledge sea, allowing him to understand its mysteries at a glance. Everyone else was different. It was tantamount to learning from scratch. Wu was better off. After all, she hadn't been exposed to alchemy for long, so her ability to learn was quite fast. Mina was also quite good, but Yi Xiong was like a block of wood. Sometimes no matter how Yang Kai tried to explain, he still wouldn't understand. After 2 or 3 times, Yi Xiong was too embarrassed to try to steal Yang Kai's knowledge again. As time passed, Wu Er's attitude towards Yang Kai gradually changed. Originally, she was hostile to him, but gradually, she began to like and worship him. The little girl was full of energy and was always in a hurry, her mind filled with all kinds of strange ideas. Sometimes, her casual words would even give Yang Kai some benefits. Chapter 854. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this time, Yang Kai had remained in the Alchemist Guild, teaching Wu Er and Mina while improving his alchemy skills, living a relatively leisurely life. Yang Kai observed Wu Er's growth and spared no effort in cultivating her. Towards this little girl who was quick to learn, Yang Kai was quite fond of her. On this day, Yang Kai, who was busy in the pill room, suddenly noticed some movement and stopped what he was doing to see Old Man Du walking in with a worried look on his face. The 3 of them hurriedly saluted. Old Man Du waved his hand and said, "This old master came to tell you that if you have nothing to do, don't go outside." "What's wrong?" Mina asked suspiciously. "It's not very peaceful outside right now." Old Man Du's expression became dignified. "If you go out, you may get into trouble." "What kind of trouble?" Mina asked with a puzzled look. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly said, "Is it related to the influx of outsiders into Boulder City during this time?" Du-Wan glanced over at Yang Kai in surprise before smiling. "It seems you've also noticed. Since a few months ago, there have been a lot of outsiders coming to Grand Boulder City, seemingly looking for something. These days, more and more people have been arriving." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he had been staying in the Alchemist Guild all this time, the changes in Boulder City could not escape his divine senses detection. From time to time, they would come to Giant Stone City to purchase some living materials or cultivation materials, and then leave in a hurry. All of this was very unusual. Especially recently, more and more outsiders had come to Boulder City, using it as a transit point before leaving. It seemed they were heading towards the endless snow mountain range. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning and asking, "Old Man Du, have you inquired about any specific information?" Du-Wan gently nodded and said, "Some. Today, ancient Moon Cave Heaven's Ran Jing and Luo Sheng Sec's Mao Da came to this old master and asked for his help in refining a few dispelling poison pills. I asked them casually, and according to them, they were going deep into the Snow Mountain range to look for something, so they wanted to refine some dispelling poison pills. And I guess what they were looking for had something to do with poison. Dispelling poison pills, after taking one's eyes, could resist the invasion of poison, especially when refined by a grandmaster like Du-Wan. Of time, it was worth it. Money. As for ancient Moon Cave Heaven's Ran Jing and Luo Sheng Sec's Mao Da, Yang Kai had also heard of their names. They're of Boulder Cities of Light of Sects. Soaring of Heaven's Sect of Heaven's Ancient was of Ancient of the Eye. Yang Kai had also served as an honored guest of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. When Yang Kai first arrived at Boulder City, Du-Wan had explained to him the strengths and weaknesses of these 4 forces. Among them, Soaring of Heaven's sect was the strongest while the remaining 3 forces were about the same. None of them had a Saint Realm master. Ran Jing and Mao Da were comparable to the late religion master of Bright Thunder Spirit religion, Xia Cheng-yin, both of them being third-order transcendents. Not only were there a large number of outsiders pouring into the Snow Mountain range, but even the nearby ancient Moon Cave Heaven and Luo Sheng sect were also involved. Listening to Du Wan's words, Yang Kai suddenly realized something, his expression changing dramatically as he frantically spread out his divine sense, transforming it into a thin thread that spread out 1,000 kilometers. After a long time, Yang Kai's expression shook and he quickly withdrew his divine sense, his expression becoming dignified. "Old man Du, I need to go out," Yang Kai suddenly said. Du Wan was stunned. Just now, he had specifically come to warn these people not to go outside unless necessary, but now Yang Kai actually wanted to go out on his own. Thinking about it for a moment, Du Wan quickly asked, "What these outsiders want to do, does it have anything to do with you?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I hope it doesn't have anything to do with me, but from the looks of it, it seems it does." Du Wan was confused as he stared at Yang Kai for a moment before quickly saying, "Then you need to pay attention to your own safety. It would be best if you return to Soaring Heaven sect first and discuss this matter with your 4 martial uncles. With them protecting you, there shouldn't be any problems." "I'll see what I can do," Yang Kai responded casually before hurriedly rushing out. After he left, Du Wan slowly shook his head and helplessly muttered, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have spoken so much." Mina's brow furrowed deeply. "Old man Du, what happened this time? What does it have to do with Yang Kai?" "I don't know. I just hope he's safe," Du Wan said, somewhat annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Ran Jing and Mao Da to clarify the situation. Since the 2 of them had taken action, they must have some inside information. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai's figure flickered like lightning, but instead of heading towards Soaring Heaven sect, he flew straight towards the endless Snow Mountain range. From the news he heard from Du Wan, coupled with his own investigation, Yang Kai had already faintly guessed what would happen here. However, he hadn't expected things to be so dramatic. Waiting until there was no one around, Yang Kai unfurled his wind and thunder wings and leapt into the clouds, wrapping his body with his divine sense so no one could detect him. Down below, from time to time, Yang Kai would spot a few cultivators flying through the air, braving the biting cold wind. 3 days later, Yang Kai arrived at the Snow Mountain range. The majestic and endless snow-capped mountains were wrapped in silver and pure white. Quietly releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai soon noticed a weak response, grinned, and flew off in that direction. Half a day later, Yang Kai was hiding on top of a snow-white mountain, staring off in a certain direction. In that direction, there were many cultivators gathered, at least a few thousand of them, all of whom had been transferred over from Grand Boulder City. Among these several thousand people, there was a relatively special soul fluctuation that seemed to have a subtle connection with Yang Kai. Heading in that direction, Yang Kai sent out a few messages. At the same time, inside a tent, several immortal ascension boundary cultivators were circulating their secret arts to restore themselves. Although their cultivation had reached the immortal ascension boundary, in this cold weather, the consumption of yuan qi was enormous. Even for them, after such a long period of time, they found it difficult to bear. One of the young men who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes and his aura became chaotic. Perceiving this abnormality, the others opened their eyes and stared at him, only to find that this young man's face was deathly pale, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. "Lu Gue, what's wrong?" the person on the left hurriedly asked. The young man named Lu Gue remained indifferent, his expression constantly changing, and after a long time, he finally said, "It's nothing. You all recover first, I'm going out." "You're going out now? Tomorrow we'll have to search around for clues about that person. How will you survive if you don't recover?" someone hurriedly said. Lu Gue didn't respond and simply disappeared. The people in the tent slowly shook their heads and no longer paid attention to him. These people came from the same force and knew each other well. In the past, this young man named Lu Gue's aptitude wasn't very good and his cultivation was several minor realms lower than theirs, but in the past 2 years, his strength had suddenly soared and he had actually reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, on par with them. This time, they had come to this endless snow mountain range more than 100,000 kilometers away in order to find a single person, but this place was filled with endless snow-capped mountains, so no one knew where that person was hiding, let alone whether that person was really in the snow mountain range. Lu Gui shuttled through the snow and after a while, followed the instructions given by the voice in his mind and arrived outside a spacious tent. This tent was different from the other tents. It looked extremely luxurious, and there was a brilliant light flowing outside the tent. It was obvious that there was some kind of exquisite array inside. The surrounding spiritual energy was also continuously pouring into the tent. The only thing that was noteworthy was that there seemed to be a faint green aura coming from inside the tent, as well as some faint cries and howls that made one shudder. Standing outside the tent, Lu Gui couldn't help but swallow his saliva and sneakily look around. When he found that no one was paying attention to him, he mustered up his courage and was about to speak when the tent suddenly split open and a large hand stretched out from inside, directly grabbing Lu Gui and pulling him in. At this moment, the cultivation of peak immortal Wander Realm had no power to resist at all. Lu Gui only felt a breath of death coming towards him, which made him tremble with fear. His eyes were full of fear. A strange laughter rang in his ears, like the sound of death. A person wrapped in a dark green aura was looking at him coldly. That pair of dark green eyes seemed to be flickering with ghostly flames, making people feel apprehensive just by looking at them. "Boy, you are quite bold. How dare you investigate outside this king's tent?" The person wrapped in the green aura laughed strangely and said calmly, "Tell me, how do you want to die? This king can fulfill your wish." Lu Gui's face was pale, and he lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Wizard Tribulation Master, please spare my life." This disciple didn't mean to inquire about anything. "Then why are you sneaking around outside my tent? Are you under the orders of your Hall Master of War Soul Temple, Chao Guan?" Wizard Tribulation snorted coldly. "No, Master." Lu Gui knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, "This disciple was asked by someone to pass a message to you." "Asked by someone? Who is it?" Wizard Tribulation couldn't help but frown. "This." Lu Gui stammered, and it seemed that he didn't dare to say the identity of that person. Wizard Tribulation sneered, "Then what message did he ask you to pass to me?" Lu Gui felt relieved and hurriedly said, "He said he wanted to see you. As for his identity, he said that as long as he told you the word, space, you would understand." As soon as his voice fell, Wizard Tribulation's face changed. He waved his hand to open all the restrictions in the tent, isolating all the outside investigation. He frowned and stared at Lu Gui, and said in a deep voice, "How do you contact him?" Lu Gui laughed dryly, "Can I not say this? What do you think?" Wizard Tribulation stared at him coldly. Lu Gui sighed and had no choice but to tell the whole story. After understanding why Lu Gui was in contact with the young man and why he could hear his orders, Wizard Tribulation laughed. When the laughter reached Lu Gui's ears, it made his hair stand on end. He only felt that his soul was about to be stripped out of his body. Chapter 855. At the top of the towering snow mountain range, Yang Kai sat cross-legged quietly as the snow fell down and buried him. Yang Kai remained indifferent, his aura converging to the extreme. Even if a Saint Realm Master passed by, they would not necessarily be able to discover any flaws. At the foot of the mountain, a green streak of light was rapidly approaching. A moment later, the green streak stopped at the top of the mountain and a figure appeared. It was none other than Tribulation, the wizard of Netherworld sect. Wizard Tribulation carried Lu Gui in his hand. At this moment, this young man from War Spirit Temple seemed to have accepted his fate and was listless. "Where is he?" Wizard Tribulation glanced around but did not find any trace of Yang Kai, asking coldly. Lu Gui quickly said, "Here, this is the location he showed me. Why can't I see him?" While speaking, he also hurriedly searched. "Why did you take so long?" Suddenly, a voice called out from right in front of the two. Lu Gui was startled, but after recognizing the voice, he called out happily, "Holy Master, Master." Wizard Tribulation looked forward and saw a pair of sparkling eyes shining from a pile of snow not far away. A person stood up from the pile of snow and circulated his yuan qi, melting the snow. Wizard Tribulation's expression couldn't help becoming solemn as he grinned meaningfully, throwing Lu Gui to the ground and cupping his fists. "Holy Master, Master, it's been a few years since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever." As he spoke, his pair of ghastly eyes swept over Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to see how much he had grown. After realizing that he was now a third-order transcendent, the green light in his eyes pulsed even faster. "Sect Master Wizard as well?" Yang Kai gently nodded. Wizard Tribulation quickly said, "Haha, it took me a lot of time to avoid those people and come out alone. I hope Holy Master doesn't blame me. As long as Faction Master Wizard can come." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. He glanced at Lu Gui and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Gui hurriedly waved his hand. "It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to serve Master Holy Leader. Furthermore, it was Sect Wizard who brought me all the way here." He. As he spoke, he had a hesitant expression on his face, as if he wanted to say something but was hesitating. Yang Kai casually tossed him a jade bottle and said, "This is your reward this time. I may need your help in the future. Go back and cultivate well." Lu Gui took it and was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." Last time, he had brought Yun Xian and Ruan Xan Yu of Bold Independent Union to see Yang Kai and received a bottle of spirit pills as a reward. Relying on that bottle of spirit pills, his strength had greatly improved. Today, Yang Kai had rewarded him with another bottle, so Lu Gui was naturally happy. Gripping the jade bottle tightly, Lu Gui cautiously asked, "Master, if there's nothing else for me to do here, Disciple will take his leave first. If I stay away for too long, those people will become suspicious." "Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Gui rushed back like a wisp of smoke. While Yang Kai and Lu Gui were talking, Wizard Tribulation just stood quietly and listened, not showing any intention to interrupt. His strange eyes flashed with a strange light, as if he was contemplating something. It wasn't until Lu Gui left that Wizard Tribulation asked in a hoarse voice, "How did you get in touch with that disciple from War Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "When you attacked Nine Heavens' Holy Land, I placed a chess piece in War Spirit Temple. I didn't expect it to be of some use this time. And take back what you've done to him. Keep him alive, maybe he'll be useful in the future." Wizard Tribulation laughed and said in admiration, "Holy Master, Master's eyes are truly sharp. You were able to see through all of this. It seems that your divine sense cultivation is stronger than mine. If not for this, Wizard Tribulation would have been able to detect Yang Kai's existence when he arrived at the summit. A third-order transcendent cultivator had a stronger divine sense than a Saint Realm cultivator like himself. What kind of concept was this? Wu Jie's heart was deeply shaken. As he spoke, his finger moved and a moment later, a terrifying ghost face floated back from the direction Lu Gui left and disappeared into Wizard Tribulation's body. "Sect Master Wizard, why are you here?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he got down to business. In Grand Boulder City, when Yang Kai released his divine sense and sensed Lu Gui's existence, he really couldn't believe it. Since Lu Gui was here, it meant that the people from War Spirit Temple were here, which meant that the people from Netherworld Sect and Shattering Mystical Palace were also here. These three forces were the three enemies of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. These people were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from here, yet they had taken the trouble to come to this endless snow mountain range. Although Yang Kai had some guesses, he still needed to find Wizard Tribulation to confirm them. "You're not chasing after me, are you?" Yang Kai squinted at Wizard Tribulation and asked with a grin. Wizard Tribulation pondered for a moment before replying, "You could say that, but we're not here for you. We're here to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" Yang Kai stared at Wizard Tribulation with scorching eyes. Under his gaze, even someone as strong as Wizard Tribulation felt a faint sense of oppression. Frowning, Tribulation muttered, "This person should have some kind of relationship with Master Holy Master, and looking at your nervous expression, it seems you've already guessed our purpose for coming here. Does that mean Holy Master really knows the secret of the coffin-carrying man? Does he also know where the coffin-carrying man is hiding? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he sighed, thinking to himself that they really were here for the coffin-carrying man. When he first met with Wizard Tribulation, he had vaguely mentioned this matter, saying that a cultivator from War Spirit Temple named Yao Di had once witnessed him being captured by the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City. It was because of this connection to the coffin-carrying man that Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple were pursuing Yang Kai. However, at that time, Yang Kai didn't care much about it, thinking that these two forces were nothing to fear. But now, more than 2 years later, they had actually inquired about this endless snow mountain range and directly came here. Whether I know or not has nothing to do with you, just tell me what you know. How did you find this place? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Wizard Tribulation chuckled meaningfully and didn't waste any time explaining. Finding this place was very simple. Holy Master's origins are very mysterious, even causing Zhang Ao of Shattering Mystical Palace and Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple to lose face, so these two naturally inquired about your origins. Only then did they learn that Holy Master was from Soaring Heaven Sect. What was even more interesting was that you weren't from Soaring Heaven Sect, but instead came from a remote place. Before joining Soaring Heaven Sect, you also went to the nearby Bright Thunder Spirit religion to serve as an honored guest. And, from what the disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit religion told me, when you first appeared in this area, it was from the Snow Mountain Range. That appearance was the first time you appeared after being captured by the coffin-carrying man, so people couldn't help but think of a few things. You're quite meticulous, Yang Kai coldly snorted. When he was captured by the coffin-carrying man and then appeared in the Snow Mountain Range, it was indeed possible for some people to obtain some useful information, leading them to believe that the coffin-carrying man was hiding in this endless Snow Mountain Range. And in fact, this was indeed the case. Wizard Tribulation's expression became solemn. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan both hate you to the bone and covet the hidden forces behind the coffin-carrying man, so naturally they spared no effort to obtain this information. On top of that, it wasn't difficult for them to obtain this information, they only had to casually ask around to obtain it. However, Wizard Tribulation's tone suddenly changed. Although they have already inquired about this and feel that the coffin-carrying man is hiding in this Snow Mountain Range, this Snow Mountain Range is so vast that trying to find a single person here is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were not willing to bring anyone here. Then why did they come here? Yang Kai frowned. Wizard Tribulation paused for a moment before smiling bitterly. I won't hide it from Holy Master. 2 or 3 years ago, the three of us chased after you for a few months, but after losing track of you, the three of us returned to our respective sects. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were worried that once Nine Heavens' Holy Land regained its Yuan Qi, they would seek revenge, so they wanted to find a backer that could compete with Nine Heavens' Holy Land or relocate their entire sect. However, it wasn't long before a mysterious guy found Zhang Ao and asked him to inquire about you. This time, we entered the Snow Mountain Range because of this guy. Mysterious guy? Yang Kai was stunned. How mysterious? Unfathomable. Wizard Tribulation's expression became dignified. This person was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. His cultivation was also unfathomable, and there was another person following him who seemed to be his subordinate. This subordinate was at least a peak first-order saint. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but change. If a subordinate was a first-order saint, then just how strong was this mysterious person himself? This time, this matter was led by this person. My Netherworld sect was unable to remain neutral, so we had no choice but to participate. Don't you know what this mysterious person's background is? Wizard Tribulation slowly shook his head. He only promised us that after this matter, Nine Heavens' Holy Land would no longer pose any threat to us. That's why Zhang Ao and Chao Guan worked so hard, not only inviting their friends and family, but also spending a lot of money to invite the nearby Ancient Moon Cave Heaven and Luosheng sect to come. Yang Kai nodded. The Snow Mountain Range was so large that it naturally required manpower. Although Ancient Moon Cave Heaven and Luosheng sect didn't have any top masters, they could still use the cultivator to find someone. The reason why Ran Jing and Mao Da went to Grand Boulder City to find Du Wan to refine the dispelling poison pill was probably to guard against the coffin-carrying man's rotting body. Although this wizard doesn't know who that guy is, but I think that there are very few people in this world who have reached his level of cultivation, and, whether it's that mysterious guy or his subordinates, they all have an aura that makes people uncomfortable. What aura? Wizard Tribulation pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Demonic chi." Yang Kai paled. "You mean that person is from?" Wizard Tribulation slowly shook his head. "I don't know, but I feel that their auras are similar. This time, I think it's best if you don't interfere. This isn't something this wizard can help with." To be honest, staying there made me feel like my life was hanging by a thread. "I know what to do." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chapter 856. After meeting with Wizard Tribulation, Yang Kai confirmed his guess. These people really came to the endless Snow Mountain Range for the coffin-carrying man. The Snow Mountain Range was vast and boundless, but with thousands of cultivators searching, it wouldn't be long before they found the hiding place of the coffin-carrying man. Yang Kai was restless. His alchemy skills were still a bit lacking. Otherwise, he could have found the coffin-carrying man right now and entered the mysterious small world inside the blood coffin artifact. What he was more concerned about was the powerful mysterious person that Wizard Tribulation mentioned. This was a huge variable. From the wizard's words, it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to infer that this mysterious person was a top third-order Saint Master. There weren't many people in the world who had reached this level of strength. Who could it be? Yang Kai was puzzled. Holy Master? Wizard Tribulation saw that Yang Kai had been lost in thought for a long time and couldn't help but call out softly. Yang Kai came back to his senses and was about to speak when suddenly his expression became cold, and he stared at Wizard Tribulation meaningfully before letting out a strange laugh. "What's wrong?" Wizard Tribulation frowned. He didn't know why Yang Kai's attitude had suddenly changed and why he was looking at him strangely. "Wizard Tribulation, I remember you said that the purpose of your Netherworld sect is to accept money and eliminate disasters for others, right?" "Yes, Wizard has always used this as the foundation of the sect." Wizard Tribulation nodded seriously. "That's why we've been able to provide enough materials to 9 Heaven's Holy Land over the years to develop the sect." "Then, how much did you accept from others?" Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he shouted, "You even dare to betray me! Your courage isn't small." Wizard Tribulation was startled and couldn't help but take a few steps back, asking suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai stared at him deeply, his spiritual energy bursting out and rushing into Wizard Tribulation's mind. The latter's expression changed drastically. When he noticed that Yang Kai did not have any killing intent, he relaxed. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and nodded lightly. "It seems you don't know anything. You mean?" Tribulation, the wizard, finally realized what was going on. He looked around with a pair of eyes like ghost fire. After a while, he laughed strangely, and there was deep fear in his eyes. He quietly moved closer to Yang Kai. "Come out. What's the point of hiding?" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. "Amazing! You can even see through this. You are indeed worthy of being chosen by my master. What do you think, Holy Master?" Accompanied by a burst of ridicule, many shadows suddenly appeared around them, surrounding Yang Kai and the Wizard Tribulation. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared towards the source of the voice, his eyes soon settling on a handsome middle-aged man, calling out in disbelief, "UMO." The person who spoke was not a stranger, but a master Yang Kai knew. The Demon Land, Sand City's First Order Saint Demon Race Master, UMO. Next to UMO, there was a man in a black cloak, his entire body shrouded in darkness. His aura was flat, like that of an ordinary person who had never cultivated, but this person gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't even spare a glance at the other masters who appeared. "Boy, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown quite a bit." UMO smiled calmly, a look of absolute confidence in Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai glanced over at him before turning his eyes to the mysterious black-robed man, smiling wryly. "Since UMO is here, Master Shueli must have also graced us with her presence, right?" The mysterious figure in black clothes chuckled when she heard this, and it was melodious and pleasing to the ear like a silver bell. All the nearby experts revealed dazed expressions when they heard this voice, and they seemed to have never imagined that this mysterious figure with extraordinary strength would actually be a woman. The hood covering this woman's head was lifted, revealing a gorgeous face, one that was incredibly beautiful. When Zhang Ao of Shattering Mystical Palace, Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple, and the others saw this face, all of them showed dazed expressions, as if all of their attention had been drawn to this woman's appearance. Speaking of which, although Xue Li's appearance was extraordinary, it wasn't top-notch, but with her strength and status, it was natural for her to have an amazing temperament. Umo coldly snorted. Zhang Ao and the others awoke from their stupor and quickly averted their eyes, feeling uneasy. Little brat, you really made this queen look for you. Xue Li sneered softly. It's been 3 years since you escaped from Sand City, and this queen has never spent so much effort on anyone. Then I'm really honored, Yang Kai chuckled, extremely calm and unafraid. Master Xue Li? Wizard Tribulation muttered to himself. Just now, when Yang Kai called this mysterious woman, he couldn't help thinking of something. A moment later, his body shook as he exclaimed, Demon General Xue Li. It wasn't until this moment that he finally figured out the origins of this mysterious woman. In an instant, Tribulation's green aura became somewhat chaotic as a chill rose from the depths of his heart. In the demon land, below the demon commander, there were 4 demon generals, each of them a top master, and Demon General Xue Li was one of them. Wizard Tribulation could never have imagined that this mysterious woman would actually infiltrate the human domain and even instigate and control Zhang Ao and the others to work for her. And her goal was obviously Yang Kai. What was it about this young master, holy master, that she cared so much about? When the name Demon General Xue Li reached the ears of Zhang Ao and the others, their eyes widened as they stared towards Xue Li, seemingly wanting to confirm whether this was the case or not. Xue Li didn't pay any attention to them as her beautiful eyes stared towards Yang Kai, a greedy light flashing across her eyes. Master Xue Li daring to come here, aren't you afraid of being besieged by the human race masters? You're not very welcome here, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. In his heart, Yang Kai felt extremely depressed. When he heard Wizard Tribulation talk about this mysterious woman, he couldn't help wondering who she was. He thought it might be Demon General Go Che. Although he had never met Go Che, this demon general had repeatedly tried to kill him. It wasn't surprising that he would send someone to hunt him down. Even Demon General Meng Gu was a possibility. After all, when Yang Kai was very weak, he had used the demon's sealing chain to kill a wisp of his soul clone, so Meng Gu should have remembered his aura. The only thing Yang Kai hadn't expected was that this mysterious woman would actually be Xue Li. Yang Kai didn't think there was much hatred between them. Although he had escaped from Sand City that year, he hadn't done anything to harm her interests or dignity, so there was no need for her to pursue him for 3 years, right? On top of that, she had come all the way here in person. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Xue Li chuckled. If I was afraid, this queen wouldn't have come. Although there are many masters in your human race who would stand up for you. Master Xue Li is truly bold. Yang Kai coldly snorted. However, you've surprised me a little. Your growth in strength is only natural. How did you discover this queen had brought people here? With your current cultivation, you shouldn't have been able to detect it. Hearing this, Wizard Tribulation also looked towards Yang Kai curiously. Everything had happened so suddenly that he didn't know someone was following him. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sudden change in attitude, he would have remained in the dark. Lu Gui is dead. Yang Kai's expression became cold. He was a chess piece I placed between you. As soon as he died, I naturally noticed. So that's how it is. Xue Li nodded lightly, thinking to herself that it was the immortal ascension boundary young man she had just killed that exposed their existence. Holy Master, this is difficult. Wizard Tribulation stood together with Yang Kai, glancing around fearfully as he whispered. It is indeed difficult. Yang Kai also frowned. If I had known Xue Li was here, I wouldn't have called you over. It's my problem. He thought there was only Zhang Ao here, but he hadn't expected there to be a third-order saint here as well. Wizard Tribulation wanted to hide from her perception and come to meet him, so he would definitely reveal a lot of flaws. Wizard Tribulation, you disappoint me. It turns out you were already colluding with this little brat. Zhang Ao suddenly shouted, no wonder you didn't have any motivation 2 years ago. It looks like Brother Wizard's Netherworld sect doesn't want to have a foothold in this world, Chao Guan also said sarcastically. Are you threatening this wizard? Wizard Tribulation looked at the two of them coldly. So what if we are? Zhang Ao coldly snorted, it's not too late to turn back now. Out of consideration for our many years of friendship, as long as you capture this little brat, we won't embarrass you. Yang Kai glanced over at Wizard Tribulation, seemingly on guard, but the latter simply laughed. Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's fine if you didn't know this person's true identity, but now that you know she's Demon General Xueli, you still want to work for her? Have you lost your minds? In any case, since things have gotten to this point, we have no way out. If worst comes to worst, we'll just migrate to the demon land. Zhang Ao shouted, a look of desperation on his face as he suddenly turned to Xueli and flattered, I just don't know if Master is willing to accept us. I'm willing. I still have some vacant land near Sand City, a vast territory with a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers. As long as you're willing, it'll be yours. This queen loves to watch you humans fight among yourselves, Xueli giggled. Several tens of thousands of kilometers. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were both tempted, greed flashing across their eyes. Several tens of thousands of kilometers of territory? What kind of concept was that? If they could control it, it would be of great help to the development of their sect. Seeing their expressions, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. These two idiots didn't know the terrain around Sand City, nor did they know that the territory Xueli was talking about was obviously the Desert Sea. If Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others were really left there, it wouldn't be long before they died, leaving behind only a few masters. It was ridiculous that these two still had such a happy look on their faces. They were really stupid. Chapter 857. Xueli, who was sitting here personally, secretly felt that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings, so she wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, she put on a look of satisfaction as she watched these human race masters confront each other. Yuemo also stood beside her, seemingly relaxed, but in fact his divine sense was locked onto Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai tried to escape, he would immediately take action. This kind of deliberate targeting made Wizard Tribulation, who was standing next to Yang Kai, feel extremely uncomfortable, as if a sword was being held against his neck. Holy Master, this time, this wizard can't help you. Although I won't work for that woman, if I continue to stay here, this wizard may die here. You're on your own now. If there is a real crisis, this wizard will immediately leave, Tribulation said softly. Good, you don't need to worry about me. Yang Kai gently nodded, his attitude towards Wizard Tribulation changing slightly. He didn't expect this Wizard Tribulation to help him. As long as he wasn't like Zhang Ao and the others, he would be fine. If he wanted to leave, he would have to tear space and escape under the nose of a master like Xueli. Yang Kai just didn't know if he could successfully escape. With the current strength of Wizard Tribulation, tearing space once would leave him like an oil lamp without oil, and it was accompanied by a huge risk. If he failed, he would die without a burial. On the other hand, Yang Kai had comprehended the true essence of tearing space, so his situation was much better than Wizard Tribulation's. Master, do you want to act now? Yuemo seemed to be a little impatient and asked Xueli softly. Don't worry. I still want to have a good chat with him. Xueli chuckled and shouted at Yang Kai, Boy, if you know what's good for you, don't resist and obediently return to Sand City with this queen. I won't harm your life. As he spoke, his expression darkened. But if you dare to resist, then you will have to suffer a little. Breaking your arms and legs is the lightest punishment. I might even cripple your cultivation. Master, don't be long-winded with him. This brat is as slippery as a loach. Once he finds an opportunity, it will be very difficult to seize it again. Zhang Ao impatiently shouted. That's right, Master. Last time we chased after him for several months but were unable to catch up. That little brat is the new Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land and has mastered the 9 Heavens divine skills. Once we catch him, we can force him to hand over the cultivation method of the 9 heavens' divine skills and their inheritance. Chao Guan also tried his best to encourage, fearing that a long night would lead to many dreams. The last time they attacked 9 heavens' holy land was because they didn't seize the opportunity, allowing Yang Kai to escape with his life. Learning from their mistakes, they had all learned their lesson. "Shut up, what right do you have to speak to Master?" Umo glared at Zhang Ao coldly and snapped. Zhang Ao didn't say anything, his heart filled with resentment. His cultivation was higher than Umo's, but at this moment he could only swallow this insult. Naturally he was unwilling to accept it. "Do you think this queen came here for the 9 heavens' divine skills and inheritance?" Shueli glanced over at them sarcastically. "What is that?" Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were both stunned. If it wasn't for these things, then why had this woman come all the way from the demon land? Yang Kai's brow also furrowed as he asked, "Master Shueli, have I done anything to offend you? Although we didn't get along very well in Sand City, I have helped you create a lot of benefits, so why is Master so insistent on forcing me to do this?" This was what he couldn't understand the most. If there weren't enough benefits, it was impossible for someone like Shueli to leave the demon land so easily. What was it about him that attracted her so much? "Do you want to know the reason?" Shueli smiled gently. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he nodded gently. "Very well, in any case, I've found you and will need your help later, so there's no harm in letting you understand." Shueli suddenly became easy to talk to. Listening to the meaning of her words, it seemed she was going to answer Yang Kai's questions. Everyone couldn't help raising their heads and listening attentively. Unexpectedly, Shueli waved her hand and a surge of yuan qi rushed out, directly isolating the others, leaving only herself, Yang Kai, and Umo. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he glanced around but couldn't see anything, only a blue light curtain covering the sky above his head. Even Wizard Tribulation, who had been standing next to him, had disappeared. This woman, her means are really unfathomable. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of dread. Shueli's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she flicked her finger and sent a ray of light towards Yang Kai without the slightest murderous intent. Yang Kai frowned but didn't try to dodge, allowing the ray of light to brush past Yang Kai's arm. Chi, a light sound rang out. Yang Kai felt a tingling sensation on his arm as a mixture of crimson and golden blood gushed out from his wound, but the flesh on his arm wriggled and in a flash the wound healed. Sure enough, Shueli's eyes flashed a fanatical light as she stared at Yang Kai's wound and muttered. Umo stood next to her, his brow furrowed, looking somewhat confused. "Are you curious as to why I, a demon general, would target you like this?" Shueli asked. Yang Kai nodded. "Ha!" Shueli giggled tenderly. "That's because you and I have the same power flowing through our blood." Saying so, Shueli suddenly stretched out her finger and cut her jade-white arm, causing a wound to appear and blood to flow from it. "Master?" Umo exclaimed, but in the next moment he froze in place. Because the blood flowing from Shueli's arm also had a faint golden glow to it, but compared to Yang Kai's, it was much weaker. Her wound was also slowly healing under the influence of some kind of mysterious power, but the speed at which it was healing was much slower than Yang Kai's. The two simply couldn't be compared. "Demon God Golden Blood?" Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. "You really know?" Shueli was so excited that her pretty face twisted slightly. "How do you have Demon God Golden Blood?" Yang Kai looked at Shueli in disbelief. "I'd like to ask you the same thing." Shueli took a step forward and a mountain-toppling pressure descended from the sky, pressing down on Yang Kai so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. "Demon God Golden Blood?" Umo's expression fluctuated. "The legendary great demon god's blood? How could this little brat have it? Isn't that golden glow the color of his yang attribute yuan qi? Could he be a member of my demon race?" Saying so, Umo stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, his expression changing slightly. "He's human." Shueli slowly shook her head. "As for where he obtained this demon god golden blood, we'll have to ask him. The color of this demon god golden blood is similar to that of his yang attribute true qi, so even I was fooled at first." If I hadn't seen his last battle in the death arena, this queen wouldn't have been so sure. So, Master suddenly didn't want to kill him at that time because of this? Mo suddenly realized. When they were in Sand City, Xueli didn't want to let Yang Kai continue to live, but after watching his last battle in the death arena, Xueli suddenly changed her attitude and ordered Mo to capture Yang Kai alive. Mo had never understood why Xueli's attitude suddenly changed, and only now did he understand. Master has demon god golden blood in her body. Doesn't that mean she is the great demon god's successor? Mo asked excitedly, his expression becoming more and more respectful as he stared towards Xueli. The great demon god was the object of worship of the entire demon race. Even if he had passed away countless years ago, his majesty and influence had not diminished in the slightest. Every generation of demon commander wanted to recreate the glory of the great demon god, but no one had ever been able to do so. There was also a legend circulating in the demon race that although the great demon god had fallen, his inheritance still existed. Unfortunately, no one had been able to find it. Now that Xueli had demon god golden blood, she was undoubtedly the great demon god's successor. This was why Mo was so excited. In time, Master Xueli would most likely become a demon commander, a supreme achievement. Xueli slowly shook her head. This queen is not the great demon god's successor. I only inadvertently obtained some demon god golden blood many years ago. It was all thanks to this demon god golden blood that this queen was able to achieve her current achievements. Suddenly gritting her teeth, Mo continued, but this little brat, the demon god golden blood in his body seems to be even more abundant than this queen's. Clearly he knows some of the great demon god's secrets. He may even know where the great demon god's inheritance is hidden. Mo's eyes lit up as he stared towards Yang Kai with a burning gaze. If what Master Xueli said was true, then finding the great demon god's inheritance through this little brat may not be impossible to recreate the glory of the demon race. Thinking of this, Mo's blood boiled with excitement. Little brat, now that things have reached this point, shouldn't you tell me clearly? Xueli looked at Yang Kai with a smile. In front of this queen, don't even think about playing any tricks. Since I've found you today, I won't let you escape again. What does Master want to know? Yang Kai still didn't show the slightest panic and asked indifferently. Where did you obtain this demon god golden blood? And if I don't tell you? Yang Kai sneered. Xueli froze for a moment before gently nodding. Then you'll have to suffer a bit. Even if I cripple you, I can still ask you about it. In addition, I'll tell you one more thing. Demon god golden blood is extremely mysterious. If you don't cooperate, I'll kill you and extract all the blood in your body to refine it. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Now he understood. Xueli had come for the coffin-carrying man's blood while Zhang Ao and Chao Guan had come for him. Both of them were related to him, so Xueli had decided to use Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. However, Xueli probably never imagined that the coffin-carrying man was the key to solving this problem. Arrogant, Mo angrily shouted, his expression becoming violent. Last time I let you escape, but this time you won't be able to escape. Saying so, demonic chi surged from Mo's body and his figure transformed into a black fog that shot towards Yang Kai. Inside this black fog, a variety of lifelike images of ferocious beasts could be seen, giving off a menacing aura. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he summoned out his Saint-grade high-rank artifact. Waving it, he sent out a series of silver waves that blocked the black fog for a moment. In the next moment, the silver waves swept out like a tidal wave and broke through Xueli's navy blue light curtain. Like a rock spreading its wings, Kai Yang soared into the sky. Chapter 858. In an ordinary battle, Yang Kai wasn't willing to rely on artifacts, but the enemy in front of him was Demon General Xueli, so he immediately took out his Saint-grade top-rank silver leaf artifact. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through Xueli's divine sense blockade. The silver light flashed and the divine sense that had locked onto Yang Kai was forced back. While Xueli was still in a daze, Yang Kai had already flown 1,000 meters into the air. What a powerful artifact! Xueli also felt the terrifying power contained in this artifact and frowned, her expression becoming disgruntled. Umo had already turned into a stream of light and chased after Yang Kai, his demonic chi surging as he used a profound martial skill to block Yang Kai's path, grinning as he shouted, "Do you think you can escape?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his words and simply waved his hand in front of him, making a chopping motion. In the next moment, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the void. Umo's expression froze as he stared blankly at the endless abyss in front of him, trying to probe it with his divine sense, but like a stone sinking into the sea, there was no response at all. That pitch-black abyss was like an invisible beast that could even devour his spiritual force. "Umo, come back!" Shueli hurriedly called out. Although she didn't know what kind of method Yang Kai had used, the aura coming from the dark crack made her heart palpitate uneasily. In her senses, the space around her seemed to have become somewhat fragmented. At the same time as she shouted, Shueli waved her hand and sent out a jet of black demonic chi towards Yang Kai. Half of Yang Kai's body had already entered the void crack, but before he could escape, Shueli's attack hit his shoulder and the sound of bones dislocating rang out. A violent burst of energy erupted, causing the void crack to show signs of instability and the turbulent flow of the void to surge forward like a trapped beast. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai plunged into the void crack, but before he left, he shot a resentful and wary glare towards Shueli. The cracks in the void quickly closed, and the entire world suddenly calmed down. At the peak of the snowy mountain, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others looked up with pale faces, dumbfounded. Umo also landed with a pale face, frowning as he asked, "Master, what kind of method is this?" "I don't know." Shueli slowly shook her head, but after a brief scan, her expression became gloomy as she said, "He's already 100 kilometers away." "What?" Umo was shocked. A moment ago this human brat had been right in front of him, but in the next moment he had appeared 100 kilometers away. How had he done this? Even with Master Shueli's cultivation, she shouldn't be able to move so far in such a short time. Could it be that there was a void corridor in the void? Staring carefully, Umo couldn't find any clues. Where are the people who were with that little brat just now? Shueli looked around and found that Wu Jie was nowhere to be seen. "He escaped," Zhang Ao hurriedly replied. "Waste." Shueli grit her teeth and cursed. A group of people had surrounded this place, yet both of them had managed to escape. It wasn't surprising that Yang Kai was able to escape. The method he used was simply too profound. Even Shueli was only able to slightly interfere with him, unable to intercept him, so how could a mere first-order saint escape? "Master, should we chase after him?" Umo asked softly. "Of course, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the world, I'll catch him. This time he won't be able to escape." Shirley snorted, her tender body flickering as she transformed into a streak of light and flew off. Umo hurriedly followed. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan looked at each other, the latter asking, "Brother Zhang, what should we do?" "Follow her, what else can we do?" Zhang Ao smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected that the mysterious person who had encouraged him to come to this endless snow mountain range would be Demon General Shirley, but now that things had gotten to this point, he could only follow this dark path. Otherwise, if news of him colluding with the Demon General were to spread, his shattering mystical palace and Chao Guan's war spirit temple would definitely be condemned, unable to establish themselves in this world. Now, he could only hope that Master Shirley would keep her word and give him and Chao Guan the several tens of thousands of kilometers of territory to manage. The group of Saint Realm and Transcendent Realm Masters all used their movement skills and chased after Shirley. 100 kilometers away, the space around them suddenly twisted and in the next moment, a crack appeared and Yang Kai leapt out, his face as pale as paper. The might of the Demon General is truly worthy of her reputation. Coughing a few times, Yang Kai ground his teeth in anger. He had thought that with his ability to tear space, he would be able to easily escape, but it seemed he had underestimated Shirley's tyrannical strength. Shirley really didn't understand the divine technique of tearing space, but for a master at her cultivation level, she could easily destroy Yang Kai's plan to escape. However, it was fortunate that he could tear space. Otherwise, even if Yang Kai used all of his means, he would never have been able to escape from such a master. Releasing his divine sense and probing his surroundings, Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly. Shirley was rapidly closing in on him and was now only 50 kilometers away. It would only take her a few dozen breaths to catch up. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai once again tore space and escaped into the void. Shirley, who was hurrying over, suddenly came to a halt, her terrifying divine sense silently spreading out in all directions as a gloomy expression appeared on her face. A moment later, Uemo caught up and seeing Shirley standing in place, he asked curiously, "Master, did you catch up?" Shirley slowly shook her head. "His aura has disappeared. I don't know what kind of method he used, but it seems he was able to open up a void corridor and instantly teleport himself 100 kilometers away. Is there such a method in this world?" Uemo was shocked. There are many methods from ancient times that we don't understand, and all of them are beyond our comprehension. Shirley said before waving her hand, "Don't talk, I need to find his location." Do you think you can escape like this? You're looking down on this queen too much." Uemo immediately fell silent and stood next to Shirley, waiting quietly. In the endless darkness of the void, Yang Kai gasped for breath and sat down cross-legged, a helpless look upon his face. Shirley's pursuit speed was too fast and he had consumed too much of his strength to tear space. At most, he could only use this method once more before he was completely exhausted. On top of that, even if he escaped a few hundred kilometers away, it would be useless as it wouldn't take long for Shirley to catch up. As such, Yang Kai didn't plan to leave. Hiding in the void, even if Shirley's methods were powerful, she wouldn't be able to catch him. Taking out some pills and swallowing them, Yang Kai began adjusting his breathing. Time passed slowly and Yang Kai gradually recovered the strength he had consumed. The injuries he suffered from Shirley's attack weren't serious, and with the help of the demon god Golden Blood, he had basically healed. Just as Yang Kai was feeling bored, he suddenly heard some unusual movements. His expression changing, Yang Kai listened quietly. A moment later, Yang Kai got up with a strange look on his face and flew towards a certain direction in the void. As he approached, the movements became more and more obvious, as if someone was struggling and gasping for breath, as if they were on the verge of death. After a while, Yang Kai finally arrived at the place where the movements were coming from. Looking around, Yang Kai was stunned and exclaimed, "Sect Master Wizard?" In front of him, in the void, Wizard Tribulation, who was wrapped in a green aura, was struggling to get rid of the turbulence, but the more he struggled, the slower his movements became. The void turbulence was like a swamp, constantly pulling at his body, trying to swallow him. The Wizard Tribulation was in a sorry state and his strength was in chaos. The green aura that had been wrapped around his body seemed to have dimmed a lot, as if he was a lamp that had run out of oil. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would encounter the Wizard Tribulation in the void. The Wizard Tribulation also didn't expect that when he was on the verge of death, Yang Kai's voice would reach his ears. Looking up, he found Yang Kai standing not far away. The void turbulence that made him panic flowed under Yang Kai's feet, but the latter seemed to be walking on flat ground and wasn't affected in the slightest. Overjoyed, he begged, "Holy Master, Master, save me." Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand. A mysterious power burst out, and the void turbulence that was entangling and pulling the Wizard Tribulation suddenly became obedient and regular, as if it was smoothed out by Yang Kai. The Wizard Tribulation took the opportunity to jump out and hurriedly rush to Yang Kai's side. His face was pale, and he laughed dryly, "Thank you, Master, for saving my life. You came just in time." "You're welcome." Sect Master Wizard also used that method to escape? Yang Kai suddenly realized some problems. The Wizard Tribulation appeared here, so he must have torn the space. But now that he thought about it, when he left the top of the snow-capped mountain, he didn't see any trace of the Wizard Tribulation. He must have run away before he took action. The Wizard Tribulation nodded quickly, "But I didn't expect to be unlucky. I couldn't leave here and almost died here." "Well, it's really dangerous here." Yang Kai nodded. The Wizard Tribulation looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, "But from what I see, Master, you seem to have understood the true meaning of this place." "A little stronger than you," Yang Kai admitted without hesitation. The Wizard Tribulation's face darkened, and he didn't say anything. Speaking of which, he was the one who had taught Yang Kai the method of tearing space, but he had never expected that the other party would actually surpass him, far surpassing him. Anyway, he was saved by Yang Kai just now. The wizard Tribulation felt lucky. Shirley is chasing me, so I can't leave for the time being. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Recover here for a while. Yang Kai looked him up and down and said, if you go out, you'll be caught by that woman. Recover here? The wizard Tribulation couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes bulged out. Is there a problem? No problem. I'll be fine with your protection. Then I won't be polite with you, wizard. The wizard Tribulation was also a smart person. He didn't waste any more time. He took out the pills and crystals, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Yang Kai didn't disturb him. He just silently observed the endless void. He really didn't expect that when two people tore the space and entered here at the same time, they would meet. He thought this was an independent space, but now it seemed that no matter who tore the space, this overused void was universal. That was why he met the wizard Tribulation. It seemed that there were still some hidden mysteries that he hadn't seen. Chapter 859. Atop the endless snow mountain range, Xueli stood there with a gloomy expression on her face. Yuemo stood nearby, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, as well as their friends and family, all stopped below and looked up. Brother Zhang, that woman has been standing here for quite some time now, but hasn't moved at all. Did that little brat escape? Chao Guan asked softly, a trace of uneasiness filling his heart. Zhang Ao's expression was also quite ugly, constantly releasing his divine sense as he nodded. I don't know, but I can't detect that little brat's aura. That woman's methods are much more powerful than mine. Perhaps she has discovered some kind of clue. That little brat's growth is too terrifying. The last time I was chasing him, I was barely able to keep up, but this time I can't even track his whereabouts. On top of that, his cultivation has actually reached the third-order transcendent realm. Zhang Ao took a deep breath and said, that's why keeping him alive is a disaster. This time, no matter what, we must kill him, lest he really grows up to seek revenge on us in the future. Brother Zhang is right. I hope that woman isn't just a facade. The two of them spoke very softly, naturally not worried about Xueli hearing them, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to discuss a demon general like this. After waiting for a while, Xueli suddenly opened her pair of beautiful eyes, revealing a puzzled and suspicious look. Her cultivation was transcendent, so although she didn't understand what method Yang Kai had used to teleport 100 kilometers in an instant and completely conceal his aura, she was still able to rely on her keen perception to find some traces of Yang Kai. However, what made her feel strange was that Yang Kai didn't seem to be in this world, but rather in another space. That space was strange and unpredictable, and even she didn't dare probe it too closely as her divine sense was unable to reach it. This kind of feeling was like looking at Yang Kai from afar, only to see a blurry figure, boundless and indiscernible. Sneering, Xueli sneered, "You think this king can't do anything to you just because you're hiding?" Saying so, her beautiful hair began to flutter as strands of pitch-black hair fell from her head. Rich and surging demonic chi attached to these strands of hair, causing them to wriggle about and transform into terrifying fanged vipers that fiercely pounced forward. Seeing her move, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others were startled and turned to look. A strange scene appeared in front of their eyes. The space in front of Xueli seemed to have turned into a calm lake. The fanged snakes jumped into it and disappeared along with the ripples. No one knew where they had disappeared to. Even Xueli's face showed a thoughtful look. Her divine ability had a tracking effect, but of course, the premise was that she could grasp some of Yang Kai's whereabouts. Normally, even in the face of powerful enemies, she was reluctant to use it. After all, every time she used it, she would lose a lot of hair. Although Xueli was a demon general, she was still a woman. There was no way to regrow her hair. If she used it too many times, she might even become bald. How could Xueli accept that kind of appearance? But this time, in order to force Yang Kai out of his hiding place, Xueli had no choice but to go all out. But even after using this divine technique, Xueli still couldn't accurately determine Yang Kai's position. Fortunately, her demonic chi and divine sense were attached to her hair, so the attacks would automatically find Yang Kai and attack him, so she didn't need to worry about them. Gritting her teeth, Xueli sneered and swore in her heart that once Yang Kai was forced out, she would make him suffer. Floating in the void, Wizard Tribulation was still recovering. He didn't have a huge amount of resources like Yang Kai, so it would take some time for him to recover. Yang Kai observed this strange space, which was like an endless abyss, to see if there was anything special about it. At this moment, an uneasy feeling suddenly rose up in his heart, causing all the pores on his body to close and his hair to stand on end, as if some kind of danger was quietly approaching him. Yang Kai's complexion changed as he scanned his surroundings with rapt attention. Swish, swish, swish. A wave of sharp sounds of the sky being torn apart resounded out, and there seemed to be over 100 savage and terrifying venomous snakes slithering about in the distant sky as they pounced towards him. From these snake-like attacks, Yang Kai was able to detect Xueli's aura. Each one of these poisonous snakes contained a terrifying amount of power, and with over 100 of them attacking together, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel like he was about to die. Wizard Tribulation also opened his eyes and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help shivering. "Sect Master Wizard, it's time to go." Yang Kai's face became ugly. He really didn't understand why Xueli would attack this void. The means of a third-order saint were truly unpredictable. However, it seemed that Xueli herself hadn't come, probably unable to come, so Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing. Waving his hand, he tore open a crack in the void and rushed out. "Wait for me!" Wizard Tribulation screamed and immediately followed. As soon as he left the chaotic void, Yang Kai cursed, "Smelly whore!" At that moment, Xueli's divine sense firmly locked onto him again, like a maggot in his bones that was impossible to escape. 100 kilometers away, Xueli let out a piercing laugh, her pretty face somewhat distorted as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai and ground her teeth. "This queen thought you wouldn't show up for the rest of your life." Her tender body flickered and she disappeared. Yuemo quickly followed. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all glanced at each other helplessly before also using their movement skills to chase after them. In this chase, they felt as if they were puppets on strings. They had no right to choose and could only chase after Yang Kai's ass and eat his dust. "Did that woman chase after us again?" Wizard Tribulation saw Yang Kai's expression turn ugly and quickly asked. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly before nodding lightly. "We're dead." Wizard Tribulation smiled bitterly. "Sect Master Wizard, it's not too late to back out now." Yang Kai frowned at him. "Back out what?" Wizard Tribulation was stunned. "Draw a clear line with me and serve that woman like Zhang Ao and Chao Guan." "Holy Master, please don't joke around." Although this wizard is a sinister villain, he knows that serving that woman is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are destined to be abandoned by her. If I join her, wouldn't that be suicide? "Oh? Sect Master Wizard is quite far-sighted." Yang Kai was surprised. "A few years ago, this wizard said that I have no other strong points, but I know how to adapt to circumstances." Wizard Tribulation smiled. "Good. Now you have two choices." Wizard Tribulation was shocked and hurriedly clenched his fist. "Please advise me, Master." "Separate from me and run for your life. Shirley's target now is me, so she probably won't care about you. Before she catches me, you can run away as much as you want." Wizard Tribulation frowned and didn't make a choice immediately. Instead, he asked, "What's the second choice?" "Stay with me. I'll follow you." Wizard Tribulation didn't even think about it and immediately answered. Yang Kai stared at him blankly. Wu Jie grinned meaningfully and said, "Sir Holy Master seems to be a little annoyed, but he doesn't seem to be panicking at all, so he probably has a way to escape. Although I have a slim chance of survival if I escape alone, if you are caught, I won't be able to escape either. Xueli won't kill me, but Zhang Ao and Chao Guan won't kill me either, so it's safer to follow you. Besides, wizard, you just saved my life. If I leave you now, what will happen to me?" Yang Kai stared at him deeply and grinned. "Wizard, you are very smart." "Holy Master, you flatter me. Then let's go," Yang Kai said and waved his hand to tear open a space crack. Then he and Wizard Tribulation escaped into it. Descending into the chaotic space, Yang Kai felt that Xue Li's previous attack had followed his aura again. He wasn't alarmed or fearful. After determining the direction, he left the void, calm and unhurried. In a flash, they arrived at the top of a snowy mountain. Without stopping, Yang Kai tore the space again. After using the void tier 3 times in a row, in just 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai had brought Wu Jie 1,000 kilometers away. Wizard Tribulation couldn't help but be surprised. He found that every time they came out of the void, the surrounding environment would become colder. It seemed that the two were constantly going deeper into the snowy mountain. After thinking for a while, Wizard Tribulation was shocked. "Holy Master, can you identify the direction in the void?" "Paso." Yang Kai replied while taking out a pill and swallowing it to restore the spiritual energy he had consumed. Wizard Tribulation's face became strange. He found that the more he knew this Holy Master, the more he couldn't see through him. This method of tearing the space was taught to him 2 or 3 years ago. In such a short time, not only did he see the essence of this divine technique, but he could also identify the direction in it. Wizard Tribulation couldn't imagine how Yang Kai did it. In order to understand this divine technique, it took him more than 10 years to barely touch the threshold. Even if he understood something, he didn't dare to use it at will. Counting the time he used it just now, Wizard Tribulation had only used it 3 times in his life. "Where are we going?" Wu Jie calmed his thoughts, no longer letting his imagination run wild, quickly asking. "You'll know in a while." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense, looking for the right direction in the snow. At the same time, Xue Li, who was nearly 1,000 miles away, was also rushing in this direction. Demonic chi was tumbling around her body and her delicate body was wrapped in a rainbow. Her speed was ridiculously fast, constantly closing the distance between her and Yang Kai. She was determined to get the demon god golden blood in Yang Kai's body. As long as she could get the demon god golden blood, Xue Li was confident that she could even challenge the current demon commander. If her luck was good, she might even be able to learn some secrets about the great demon god from Yang Kai. How could Xue Li let go of such a rare opportunity? For this matter, she didn't hesitate to venture into the human domain and only brought Umo here. She hadn't even returned to Sand City for several years. In her investigation, Yang Kai was constantly moving deeper into the snow mountain range, seemingly moving forward with a goal in mind, which made Xue Li more and more excited. She didn't know why, but Xue Li felt that the place Yang Kai was going now might be related to the great demon god. Chapter 860. In the endless snow mountains, Yang Kai and the Wizard Tribulation were running for their lives, and Shirley was following behind them like a shadow. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. The Wizard Tribulation was sweating all over. Although Shirley's aura was far away, it frightened him like a snake. Suddenly, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt and he released his divine sense to scan his surroundings before turning his head towards a certain direction and calling out happily, "Here." While speaking, his body shook and he was already 100 feet away. The Wizard Tribulation did not dare to delay and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After a while, a very hidden cave that was almost hidden by snow was dug out by Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face was full of smiles, and he went in. Seeing that he seemed to be quite familiar with this place, the Wizard Tribulation could not help but show a thoughtful look. He did not ask much and also rushed into the cave. In the cave, the cold was so cold that it could almost freeze people's souls. As soon as he entered this place, the Wizard Tribulation had to condense his power to resist the cold from all around. While looking around, he followed Yang Kai forward. After a long time, Yang Kai stopped and looked in front of him. Following his gaze, the Wizard Tribulation's eyes widened in an instant. He took a few steps back and exclaimed in horror, "The coffin-carrying man?" In front of him was the bottom of the cave, and at this moment, there was a man with pustules all over his body. It seemed that his whole body had been rotten. He was leaning against the wall of the cave, motionless. The Wizard Tribulation had never seen the coffin-carrying man, but he still recognized him at a glance. because he was carrying a blood-red coffin on his back. It was very gloomy. However, what made the wizard tribulation strange was that the coffin-carrying man seemed to be frozen. He was wrapped in a large thick layer of ice, and his body was full of strong death chi, without any vitality. The one Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are looking for is him. Kai Yong chuckled. Yes, from the looks of it, you are indeed related to the coffin-carrying man. The wizard tribulation's expression changed. He faintly felt that he was about to witness a secret that had troubled the world for countless years. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Yes, there is. Yang Kai admitted without hesitation. He didn't pay any more attention to wizard tribulation. Instead, he squatted down and whispered into Coffin Man's ear, "Senior, Senior." Coffin Man did not respond. The wizard tribulation couldn't help but frown and watch quietly. Although he could sense that the coffin-carrying man was indeed a person who had died long ago, Yang Kai must have his own plans since he called him like that. After calling out for a long time, coffin-carrying man suddenly had an unusual reaction. The death aura that shrouded his body became much more active. The ice layer that sealed him also made cracking sounds, as if it was about to break out of the ice. The wizard tribulation narrowed his eyes and paid close attention. The ice layer cracked like a spider's and the uncomfortable death aura became even denser. With a crisp sound, the ice layer suddenly burst into powder and the coffin-carrying man, who should have been dead for countless years, slowly opened his eyes. The wizard tribulation was shocked and couldn't help taking a few steps back. This was because he could sense that when the coffin-carrying man opened his eyes, an aura that was much more powerful than his suddenly leaked out. The aura of a second-order saint. In other words, this coffin-carrying man was actually a second-order saint. At the very least, he had reached this realm when he was alive. His eyes were dim, like a pair of dead fish eyes, giving off a terrifying aura. "Senior, I want to go in." Yang Kai stared at the coffin-carrying man, not knowing if he could understand, but at this time, Yang Kai could only give it a try. Fortunately, the coffin-carrying man seemed to understand his words and his dim eyes brightened for a moment, clearly conveying a sense of joy and excitement. In the next moment his burly body stood up. A rich death aura mixed with the rotting aura of his body exuded a potent toxin, filling the entire ice crystal cave with a foul atmosphere. Even the powerful wizard tribulation couldn't help feeling a little dizzy and quickly held his breath. A red light suddenly bloomed from the blood-red coffin behind the coffin-carrying man and the closed coffin slowly cracked open. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Saying so, without any explanation, he grabbed the vigilant wizard tribulation and jumped into the blood-red coffin. At the same time, Xueli, who was rushing over, saw this and her beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Demonic chi? The aura of the great demon god?" Xueli's speed increased slightly, as if she couldn't wait to reach the place where the aura that excited her was coming from. Demon God Citadel. The leader of the ancient demon clan, Li Rong, stood quietly on top of the citadel, gazing up at the chaotic sky, a strange look on her pretty face, as if she was waiting for something. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from behind her and Li Rong didn't need to turn around to know that it was Han Fei. Sure enough, a moment later, Han Fei, dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, stood beside her and stared up at the sky with her. One was graceful, the other pure and unblemished. A gentle breeze blew through the two's long hair and robes, creating the most beautiful scene in this mysterious small world. Many of the ancient demon clan's disciples passed by below and inadvertently saw this picturesque scene, some of them even forgetting to leave. But when they remembered the methods of Master Li Rong and Master Han Fei, all of them shrank their necks and hurried away, not daring to take another look. "Ah!" Han Fei suddenly sighed softly and asked, "Master, do you remember how long it has been?" Li Rong shook her head. "There are no suns, moons, or stars here, so I can't grasp the passage of time, but it should be at least 5 or 6 years. Maybe even longer." Han Fei nodded lightly. "When will we be able to see the outside world again?" Li Rong sighed faintly. "That depends on that guy's growth. Everything depends on how long it will take for him to grow." When he left this place, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator, but his alchemy skills seemed to be at the spirit grade. If he wants to refine a saint grade mid-rank pill, it will take him at least 10 years. Does Master Li Rong really think so highly of him? With his attainments in alchemy, it shouldn't be difficult for him to improve his alchemy skill, but if he wants to refine a saint pill, he must have a matching cultivation. Not only must he meet these requirements in alchemy, but his cultivation must also not fall behind. Is 10 years enough? Han Fei tilted her head and looked at Li Rong, stretching out her jade hand and brushing her hair behind her ear. If 10 years isn't enough, then we'll wait 20 years, 30 years. One day our clan will be able to leave this place. Li Rong smiled lightly, a look of yearning filling her pretty face. The ancient demon clan had been sealed here for far too long, and they had been waiting for far too long. Generation after generation, they had all grown old and died, but they had never been able to see any hope of leaving. Now, in their generation, a glimmer of hope had finally appeared, and that person possessed the demon eye of annihilation. Li Rong and Han Fei both believed that this was the arrangement of great demon god, arranging for this person to come and rescue them from this mysterious small world. We can wait, but on his path to growth, there is no one to protect him, so we can't say if there will be some kind of accident, Han Fei said with some concern. Li Rong's heart clenched, not daring to think about it any further. This was also what she was most worried about. With Yang Kai's aptitude, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to grow to the level they required, so she was worried that he would encounter some kind of accident outside. The ancient demon clan was sealed in this mysterious small world, so even if they wanted to help him, they couldn't. Even if he doesn't meet our requirements, if he has time, he should come and see us and report his safety, Li Rong said in a complaining tone. If Yang Kai wanted to enter this place, it would be very simple. As long as he found Coffin Slave, he could enter at will, and if he wanted to leave, Li Rong and the others would help him. As such, Li Rong couldn't understand why Yang Kai hadn't sent back any news after so long. Han Fei's expression became gloomy. Hua Mo said, "He may not come back." "What do you think?" Li Rong turned to look at her. "I think he'll come back." Han Fei replied without hesitation. "When he left, he quietly left us so many crystal stones, so he doesn't seem like a cold-blooded and ruthless person. If he didn't plan to come back, he wouldn't have left so many things behind. He left us these crystal stones obviously because he wanted us to develop well during this time so that when he is able to take us out one day, we can help him." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. "I think so too. I don't know much about him, so it's inevitable he'll be suspicious." Han Fei nodded lightly, suddenly becoming a little excited. "But thanks to the crystal stones and pills he left behind, my clansman's cultivation has grown rapidly these past few years. 2 more great commanders have even reached the Saint Realm. Even Hua Mo and I are on the verge of breaking through. And we really must thank him for this." Li Rong also wore a happy expression. Before Yang Kai left, he had left behind a large number of crystal stones and refined pills, things the ancient demon clan urgently needed. After being sealed here for countless years, they had long since run out of crystal stones and were unable to refine pills. In the past, when they collected some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, they could only take them directly, but now they had pills they could use, the effects of which were much better. Have the 2 newly promoted great commanders stabilized their realms? Li Rong asked with concern. "They've stabilized their realms. Hua Mo has been by their side teaching them the mysteries of the Saint Realm, so their comprehension has been quite quick." "That's good. Let's go back, Master. The wind here is strong." Li Rong glanced up at the sky again before following Han Fei back. At this moment, a crackling sound suddenly came from the sky, and the 2 beautiful women couldn't help but stop and look up. In an instant, their beautiful eyes trembled violently, and their pretty faces were overflowing with pleasant surprise. High up in the sky, a bright red light suddenly appeared, like a bolt from the blue, and fell a few dozen kilometers away from Demon God Citadel. Faintly, Li Rong and Han Fei even saw a familiar figure descend from this red light. Chapter 861. Exchanging a glance, Li Rong and Han Fei turned into 2 streams of light and shot off into the distance. At the same time, Hua Mo, who had been teaching the two newly promoted Saint Realm Great Commanders in Demon God Citadel, also stood up and released his divine sense. After scanning the surroundings, the expression on his old face became extremely excited as he shouted, "You too, come with this old master." Saying so, he hurriedly rushed out. The two new great commanders nodded lightly and followed closely behind Hua Mo. The entire Demon God Citadel was in turmoil. The members of the ancient demon clan were all standing in different positions, all of them casting their gazes towards the direction of the disturbance. Seeing several of their great commanders move out, they couldn't help discussing amongst themselves. Every time Coffin Slave Sr. captured someone, such a scene would occur, so when they saw this scene, they immediately realized that an outsider had entered this mysterious small world. The great commanders were obviously going to deal with this matter. But how powerful was this intruder to actually alarm all 5 of their great commanders? The members of the ancient demon clan were all filled with suspicion, but a young girl named Guan excitedly clenched her fists and muttered, "He's back. That person is back, we're saved." The relationship between Yang Kai and Great Demon God was something only Guan knew about, so she was certain that the one who had entered this mysterious small world this time was Yang Kai. Besides him, Coffin Slave Sr. shouldn't have let anyone else enter this place. A few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai and Wizard Tribulation landed on the red light. After standing firm, Yang Kai immediately noticed that several powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai thought that Li Rong and the others might have been waiting impatiently, so they couldn't wait to attack. However, what made Yang Kai feel slightly strange was that there were actually 5 Saint Realm Masters, and whether it was Li Rong or Han Fei, all of them seemed to have significantly improved their strength. These powerful auras could not be hidden from the Wizard Tribulation's perception. After confirming the cultivation level of these people, his face changed. "Holy Master, where is this place?" "Small sealed world." Yang Kai answered casually before beckoning the wizard, "Come with me." The Wizard Tribulation's expression changed, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just followed Yang Kai step by step. This place was actually a mysterious small world, something he had never expected. He clearly remembered being pulled into the blood coffin by Yang Kai. Could it be that the mystery of the blood coffin behind the coffin-carrying man, which had puzzled the world for countless years, was actually a mysterious small world? What's more, the aura in this small sealed world also caught his attention. It seemed that there were many people from the demon race here, causing the surrounding world energy to be stained with traces of demonic chi. The demonic chi of the 5 experts who were charging towards them was even more obvious. What is this new Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land doing? Have I stepped into some kind of dangerous place? The Wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling uneasy. A moment later, 2 beautiful figures descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Kai. "Master," Li Rong hurriedly called out, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to really come here. Just a moment ago, she had been complaining to Han Fei that Yang Kai didn't come over often to check on her, but now he had appeared in front of her. Han Fei greets Master. Han Fei was as cold as ever, greeting Yang Kai while her pair of beautiful eyes scrutinized the Wizard Tribulation. Under her gaze, the Wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling a little nervous, the green aura wrapping around his body swaying back and forth like a snake. Without anyone noticing, he moved closer to Yang Kai, seemingly looking for a sense of security. While they were talking, Hua Mo also arrived with the 2 new great commanders. As soon as he saw Yang Kai, he couldn't help but cry, "Master, you've finally returned. This old master knew you wouldn't abandon my clan." Yang Kai chuckled, "Commander Hua Mo is too polite. Since I promised to take you out, naturally I won't go back on my word. And didn't I come here this time?" Han Fei glanced over at Hua Mo and snorted, thinking to herself, who was it that kept saying Master probably won't come back? "Oh, you've gained 2 more saints?" Yang Kai looked at the 2 people behind Hua Mo, and although he felt they were somewhat familiar, he didn't know their names. "Greetings, Master." The 2 quickly cupped their fists. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Thanks to the materials Master left behind for us, these 2 were able to have their current achievements. And this is Great Commander Inya and this is Great Commander Shueji. After some introductions, Yang Kai barely remembered the names of these two. Han Fei's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she stared at Yang Kai and whispered, "Master's growth is so fast. How did you reach the third order transcendent realm now? Have you been gone for many years?" Hearing her say this, Li Rong and Hua Mo suddenly remembered to check Yang Kai's cultivation and were both surprised. Not that long, about 5 or 6 years. Yang Kai calculated slightly and replied, "Good, I don't have time to chat with you right now, I'll tell you as we walk." Seeing the dignified look on his face, Li Rong and the others also wore solemn expressions, faintly realizing that something was wrong. While walking towards Demon God Citadel, Li Rong glanced over at Wizard Tribulation before whispering to Yang Kai, "Master, who is this?" Yang Kai casually replied, "A friend outside, you can ask him about the specific situation later. I came here this time to perform alchemy." "Alchemy?" Li Rong exclaimed, "Could it be, some people are looking for Coffin Slave Senior while others are trying to kill me, so I need to get you out of here as soon as possible, otherwise things will become very troublesome." "Who dares do such a thing?" Li Rong's aura suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloomy. "A demon general named Shueli." Yang Kai frowned. She seems to have accidentally obtained some demon god golden blood a long time ago and has been eyeing my blood ever since. "A demon general?" Han Fei raised her brow. "Then I'd like to see what kind of strength the current demon general of the demon race has." "There will be an opportunity." Yang Kai stared at her and chuckled. As the group moved forward side by side, Wizard Tribulation, whether intentionally or unintentionally, stayed behind and silently observed the terrain and the cultivation of the 5 people in front of him, becoming more and more shocked the more he observed them. Yang Kai didn't know where he was, but the 5 people he was facing were all saints. The most powerful of them, the beautiful woman, should only be a second-order saint. Although she was only a second-order saint, the pressure Yang Kai felt from her anger just now was not inferior to the pressure Shueli had given him. Wizard Tribulation even suspected that this woman was no worse than Shueli. The other 4 were all first-order saints, and the second beautiful woman and the old man should have reached the limit of the first order. Whether it was the aura or the strength of their bodies, they were far more condensed than his own. If he really fought with any of them, Wizard Tribulation estimated that he would have no choice but to flee. The remaining 2 should have only broken through recently, which was confirmed by Yang Kai's conversation with them just now. However, Wu Jie couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority towards these 2 Saint Realm Masters who had just broken through not long ago. He didn't know why, but Wu Jie felt a sense of pressure from them. Who are these people? Why are they so strange? On top of that, the way they addressed Yang Kai also made Wizard Tribulation curious. Although his heart was full of doubts, Wizard Tribulation understood that silence was golden and followed behind the group without saying a word. A short time later, the group returned to Demon God Citadel. From afar, Yang Kai saw many members of the ancient demon clan standing in front of the citadel, looking towards him. Among the crowd, a young girl waved excitedly and shouted, "Yang Kai, Yang Kai." Looking towards the source of the voice, Kai Yang smiled and also raised his hand in greeting. This young girl named Guan was the one who had been responsible for taking care of him after he was captured. She was also Li Rong's personal maidservant. "This little girl is too presumptuous." Li Rong ground her teeth and cursed, turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Master, there's no need to pay attention to her. I'll go back and teach her a lesson so she knows the difference between status." Yang Kai smiled bitterly, "There's no need for that, and you should be more casual. Don't call me master, it makes me feel very uncomfortable." "Then what should we call you?" Li Rong was surprised. "What did you call me at the beginning?" The 3 old great commanders looked at each other and tried to recall, all of them blushing. When Yang Kai was captured, the 3 of them had called him human brat, despicable human brat, smelly brat, etc. How could they dare call him that now? After entering Demon God Citadel, Guan ran over and bowed to the 3 great commanders before excitedly following behind Yang Kai, chattering nonstop. It was as if she hadn't spoken since Yang Kai had left. Li Rong also smiled and shook her head, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any displeasure, she didn't reprimand Guan. After chatting for a while, she suddenly turned to Wizard Tribulation and asked, "Who is this guy who doesn't look like a human or a ghost? Why did you bring him here?" Wizard Tribulation's face went black. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't answer her question, instead turning to Li Rong and saying, "I need to use that underground chamber. I'll be out in 2 or 3 days at most. As for the situation outside, you can ask Wizard Tribulation, he'll give you an answer." "Good." Li Rong and the others wore solemn expressions and nodded quickly. "Hey, Holy Master. Wizard Tribulation hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Yang Kai aside, looking very uncomfortable as he whispered, "Wizard, this one won't be in danger here, right?" Yang Kai was surprised and laughed. "No, you can rest assured." "But why do I feel like these people are from the demon race?" Wizard Tribulation asked with a puzzled expression. "They are from the demon race, and not just any demon race people." Yang Kai laughed and patted Wizard Tribulation on the shoulder. "That's all, there's not much time left, I'll be going now, you can help yourself." Saying so, Yang Kai left. Wizard Tribulation shook his head helplessly. Li Rong and the others stood in place and didn't follow Yang Kai. Thinking of what Yang Kai had just said, they were all looking forward to it. 2 or 3 days. In just 2 or 3 days, the cage that had imprisoned the ancient demon clan for countless years would be broken. Their clansmen would once again set foot on the land they had longed for, and they would be able to see the sun, the moon, the stars, and the splendor of life outside. Chapter 862. The several great commanders of the ancient demon clan eagerly stared in the direction Yang Kai left, unable to calm down for a long time. "Masterly, it's time we let our clansmen know this exciting news," Huaimo said in a deep voice. Li Rong gently nodded, "It's time." Saying so, her beautiful eyes turned towards Wizard Tribulation and smiled gently. "I heard Master say your name is Wizard Tribulation, right?" Wizard Tribulation's expression was a little uneasy. Not long ago, he and Yang Kai had been chased by a demon general from the demon race and had been forced to flee into this mysterious small world. Now, 5 Saint Realm Masters from the demon race were standing in front of him. Wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling like he had just escaped the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's den. Fortunately, these people didn't have any malicious intentions towards him, and their relationship with Yang Kai seemed to be quite deep. "Since you are Master's friends, you are not an outsider. Please come with me, we need to ask about the situation outside." Li Rong gently nodded and led the way into the fort. "Please," Han Fei said indifferently. Wizard Tribulation forced a smile and followed behind Li Rong. It just so happened that he also had many questions he wanted to ask these masters from the demon race. Inside the fort's underground secret room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, not in a hurry to immediately begin refining the Saint Pill. Instead, he held his breath and calmed himself down. This secret room was the one he had used to cultivate the demon god transformation, so after arriving here, he was quite familiar with it. Yang Kai's current alchemy level should be the limit of a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist, only 1 step away from mid-rank. However, that didn't mean he couldn't refine a Saint-grade mid-rank pill. With the help of the Spirit Array and Myriad Drug Liquid, refining a Saint-grade mid-rank pill shouldn't be difficult. Emptying his mind and body, without any desires or thoughts, scenes of his own experiences flashed through his mind. These scenes were all related to alchemy. The experience and knowledge he had obtained from the true alchemic way, as well as the hardships he had experienced and the achievements he had made while studying alchemy, these scattered memories were purposefully recalled by Yang Kai and gradually connected together. It was as if he had become an outsider, watching his other self gradually grow on the path of alchemy. From the lowest mortal grade pill to earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade, spirit grade, saint grade, his other self was rapidly and steadily growing in alchemy in a very short period of time. One pill after another was refined, each of which seemed to be a new life, full of vitality. He had finally grown to the point where he could easily refine Saint-grade low-grade pills. Yang Kai opened his eyes and an indescribable sense of self-confidence spread throughout his body. He was very sure that in his current state, refining that Saint-grade mid-rank pill would be a success. The various spirit grade and saint grade spirit grasses and herbs Yang Kai had spent many years collecting were taken out and arranged in front of him. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai rushed into his small pill furnace and began carving a spirit array inside it that would increase his success rate. Picking up one of the herbs, Yang Kai released a burst of golden light and condensed his yuan qi into his hand. Like a small burning sun, it burned away the impurities in the herbs and condensed a medicinal liquid. Not long after, the medicinal liquid was condensed. It was a verdant green, like a teardrop, exuding a threatening aura. The yuan qi wrapped this drop of medicinal liquid and suspended it beside the pill furnace. Yang Kai then picked up another herb and did the same. After a while, the spirit array inside the pill furnace was completed. One herb after another was condensed, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. In front of Yang Kai's eyes, there was only the world of alchemy and the herbs in front of him, temporarily forgetting the role of the saint pill he was refining. There was no pressure on his body or mind, all of his actions were natural and smooth. Inside the secret underground room, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. Inside a palace inside Demon God Citadel, the 5 great commanders of the ancient demon clan wore dignified expressions. After learning the details of what had happened from Wizard Tribulation, they understood why Yang Kai had so urgently rushed over to refine the saint pill that would help them escape. Time waited for no one, and he had been forced to do so. Xue Li should have found the coffin-carrying man by now. If this wizard's guess is correct, she should be fighting the coffin-carrying man right now, Wizard Tribulation said while observing the expressions of the 5 great commanders. That demon general named Xue Li is a 3rd-order saint, right? Li Rong's brow furrowed deeply as she asked. And she's one of the top masters in the world. The 4 great demon general of the demon race all had such a cultivation. Master Li, Coffin Slave Senior, should have only been a 2nd-order saint before he passed away, and his body has long since decayed. Against that demon general, I'm afraid he won't be able to last long, Han Fei said angrily, wishing she could rush out and help Coffin Slave Senior right now. Coffin Slave Senior shouldn't be that woman's opponent, but as long as she still wants to inquire about the whereabouts of the great demon god, she won't kill him, so there's no need to worry for the time being. We only need to wait 2 or 3 days before we can act. Li Rong said softly, suddenly remembering something, but according to Master, that woman accidentally obtained some demon god golden blood a long time ago and refined it into her body. I hope she doesn't use the demon god's divine technique. If that's the case, we'll be in trouble. Demon god's divine technique? Wizard Tribulation's eyes narrowed, his expression fluctuating as he hesitantly asked, "What you're talking about, wouldn't it be the legendary great demon god, right?" "Indeed, the great demon god." Hua Mo nodded. Wizard Tribulation's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare ask anything more. This matter was related to the great demon god, so it wasn't something he could inquire about at will. The more he knew, the more difficult it would be to escape. Just as these people were talking, a chaotic aura suddenly appeared outside, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as the entire mysterious small world seemed to shake. Li Rong's pretty face went cold as she got up from her chair, and in the next moment, she had already arrived outside and was staring up at the sky. The rest of the group also hurried out. "It's already begun," Li Rong said faintly. "It should be the battle between that demon general and Coffin Slave Senior that has affected us. Daring to attack Coffin Slave Senior, I'll teach her a lesson when we get out." Han Fei coldly snorted. Wizard Tribulation suddenly remembered that he and Yang Kai had entered this place through the blood coffin behind the coffin-carrying man and couldn't help asking worriedly, if that Coffin Slave Senior is defeated and the blood coffin behind him is destroyed, what will happen to this place? Li Rong glanced at him and smiled. This mysterious small world was created by the great demon god using the great divine technique and sealed inside that blood coffin. If that blood coffin is destroyed, this mysterious small world will shatter and those of us who live here will be banished to the endless void, unable to find a way out. Wizard Tribulation's face went pale as he muttered, "I hope that Coffin Slave Senior can hold on a little longer." Among the people present, although the ancient demon clan great commanders were somewhat worried, they weren't anxious. Instead, the one who was most anxious was Wizard Tribulation. The great commanders obviously had some confidence in Coffin Slave Sr. and were even more convinced that Xue Li would not rashly destroy that blood coffin. That is, if she still wanted to inquire about the secrets of the great demon god. The changes in the mysterious small world caused panic among the ancient demon clan's clansmen, so Huaimo, Inya, and Xueji had no choice but to calm them down. Under Li Rong's orders, they also spread the news that Yang Kai was refining a saint pill. The ancient demon clans suddenly boiled up, all of them raising their heads in anticipation. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. As time passed, the mysterious small world became more and more unstable. After 2 days, the turbulent mysterious small world suddenly calmed down. Perceiving this change, the expressions of Li Rong and the other great commanders dimmed. They knew that for this situation to occur, either Coffin Slave Sr. had repelled the demon general, or Coffin Slave Sr. had been defeated by the demon general. The latter was more likely. After all, Coffin Slave Sr.'s opponent was a peak third-order saint. Coffin Slave Sr. had guarded this mysterious small world for countless years, and although no one from the ancient demon clan had ever seen him before, nor did they know what he looked like, all of them respected him from the bottom of their hearts. It was because of him that every 10 years, he would go out to find someone who could rescue their clansmen from the outside world, eventually finding Yang Kai and allowing Li Rong and the others to see hope today. But now, while the ancient demon clan was on the verge of escaping, Coffin Slave Sr. had encountered a powerful enemy. Li Rong and the others were more anxious than anyone else and couldn't wait to leave this place and see how Coffin Slave Sr. was doing. However, if Yang Kai didn't refine the saint pill, they wouldn't be able to escape, so even if they were anxious, there was nothing they could do. At that moment, the world energy in the mysterious small world once again became chaotic and began to gather in a certain direction. Everyone's expression shook as they sensed this and were pleasantly surprised. They noticed that the place where the world energy was gathering was the secret underground room Yang Kai was using to perform alchemy. Faintly, there seemed to be a fresh pill fragrance drifting over from that direction. Looking over, everyone couldn't help feeling slightly nervous. A moment later, the world energy calmed down and after a short time, a figure appeared. Everyone only saw a flash of light before Yang Kai appeared in front of them. "Master!" Li Rong hesitantly called out, her voice trembling slightly. Yang Kai grinned and spread his hand. "I didn't disappoint, the refinement was successful." In his hand, there was an earthy yellow pill the size of a longan fruit that was emitting a dense light. Several pairs of eyes stared at this saint pill, tears flashing at the corners of Hua Mo's eyes. "But how to use this thing will be up to you." Yang Kai frowned and solemnly handed the saint pill to Li Rong. There was only one saint pill, but the ancient demon clan had thousands of clansmen, so Yang Kai really didn't know how to distribute the medicinal efficacies of this saint pill. "Han Fei and I will take care of this matter." Li Rong gripped the saint pill tightly, exchanging a glance with Han Fei before flying off towards the highest point of Demon God Citadel. "We'll also go gather our clansmen," Huaimo said before quickly leaving with Inya and Xueji. Yang Kai looked up and saw Li Rong seem to be arranging something at the highest point of Demon God Citadel, a subtle energy fluctuation pulsing from it. Under the summons of Huaimo, Inya, and Xueji, the ancient demon clan's clansmen were also gathering there. Chapter 863. High up in Demon God Citadel, Li Rong and Han Fei were busy making arrangements, while Huaimo, Inya, and Xueji were also arranging for their clansmen to gather. Yang Kai observed the situation while restoring his strength. Wizard Tribulation, who was standing next to him, had a complicated look on his face as he hesitated to speak. "Sect Wizard, if Sect Master Wizard has any questions, feel free to ask," Yang Kai chuckled. Wizard Tribulation pondered for a moment before cupping his fists and asking, "Then this wizard will be bold. Dare I ask, Holy Master, what is your relationship with the people from the demon race here? If I say that they are my subordinates, would Sect Wizard believe me?" Yang Kai squinted at Wizard Tribulation with a playful smile on his face. Wizard Tribulation stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression for a moment before nodding. This wizard believes. He had been here for 2 days and could infer the truth of the matter from the way the Saint Realm Masters addressed Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai admitted it himself, How could Wizard Tribulation not believe him? How could Master Holy Master have such a group of subordinates? They are from the demon race. So what if they are from the demon race? Yang Kai chuckled. Since ancient times, humans and demons have been at odds with each other. Wizard Tribulation was stunned and said matter-of-factly, "Those who can help me are useful to me. Who cares if they are from the demon race or not? Speaking of which, we are all living beings of this world. Is there a need to draw such a clear distinction?" Wizard Tribulation stared at Yang Kai in a daze, unable to wrap his head around the situation for a while. He was not like Yang Kai, who came to Tong Xian realm later. The native creatures of Tong Xian realm had a sense of rejection and mistrust towards outsiders. Wizard Tribulation was the same. He secretly felt that joining the demon race was destined to be a bad ending. Yang Kai's extremely magnanimous appearance made him somewhat unable to accept such a situation. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai quickly said, "But Sir Holy Master, have you ever considered that if news of what happened here were to spread, you may never be able to establish yourself in the human race's territory? Even 9 Heavens Holy Land and your sect, Soaring Heaven Sect, will be implicated." Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't care what the world thinks. I don't need to listen to others. If anyone wants to find trouble with me, just do so." Wizard Tribulation's mouth twitching, somewhat speechless. Master's Holy Master is really not an ordinary person. And two's hands races people's, they even 5s to the race are masters. They are S's realm masters. Brace 2's realm is, they is quite A's. To do, they and realms, to be and realm, and demon realm, and to be 2's to be to there to do, S's to asks to them. No one from the demon race had ever become a subordinate of a human. Rather than humiliate a member of the demon race like this, he would rather let them die. However, Wizard Tribulation saw that Li Rong and the others were not only very respectful to Yang Kai, but they were also willing to submit to him. "Because I am the successor of great demon god," Yang Kai grinned. Wizard Tribulation's expression changed as he let out a dry laugh. "Holy Master, please don't joke around." Yang Kai did not explain and simply asked, "What does Sect Master Wizard plan to do in the future?" "Plan?" Wizard Tribulation frowned. "I don't have any plans for the time being. Let's get through this crisis first. However, Master Holy Master can rest assured that I won't tell anyone what I've seen these past few days." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I know Sect Master Wizard's character, you don't need to promise me anything." Wizard Tribulation no longer said anything and together with Yang Kai stared towards the top of Demon God Citadel. On the other side, Li Rong and Han Fei seemed to have finished their preparations. Holding the saint pill that Yang Kai had just refined in her hand, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes. In the next moment, rich demonic chi gushed out from her and Han Fei's bodies. A brilliant light bloomed at the feet of the two of them, faintly forming a mysterious spirit array. With a flash of light, the saint pill in Li Rong's hand suddenly burst open, turning into a dense fog that fell from the sky and enveloped the gathered ancient demon clansmen. These clansmen did not dare to neglect and quickly circulated their secret arts to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the saint pill into their bodies, each of them showing a look of joy on their faces. Kata! The sound of flesh and bones cracking rang out. Yang Kai was surprised to find that these ancient demon clansmen seemed to have undergone some subtle and strange changes at this moment. The shackles that had been placed on their bodies seemed to have been shattered. All of them regained their freedom. This scene lasted for a full hour before the exploding fog gradually disappeared and was completely absorbed by the ancient demon clansmen. Li Rong and Han Fei opened their beautiful eyes and looked down with smiles on their faces. "Master Li, everything is ready." Huamo stood below and called out. "Has everything been packed?" Li Rong asked. "Everything that needs to be brought has been brought." "Good." Li Rong gently nodded, her pretty face filled with excitement as she declared, "Today, my clan will leave this place. Clansmen, remember this place with your own eyes. This is the place where my clan has lived for thousands of years. You will never return." Every ancient demon clansman turned their heads and looked around, their expressions complex. Since they were born, their only wish was to leave this place and go to the outside world, but now that this moment had arrived, they couldn't help feeling inexplicably sad. After all, this was the place where they were born and raised. "Great commanders, please come up," Li Rong beckoned. Hua Mo Inya and Xue Ji quickly flew over to Li Rong's side, the five of them exchanging a glance before nodding in unison. In the next moment, a force strong enough to tear open space appeared, tearing apart the chaotic sky. Their method was different from Yang Kai's tearing of space. They were simply using a special method to open an exit from this mysterious small world to the outside world. The last time Yang Kai left, Li Rong and the others had also used this method to send him away. "I'll go out and take a look first, you protect our clansmen and follow me," Li Rong said before immediately rushing towards the crack. After her figure disappeared, Han Fei and the others arranged for their clansmen to pass through the entrance in an orderly manner and leave this mysterious small world. Atop the endless snow mountain range, Xue Li stared down with a dignified expression while Yu Mo's expression was also quite ugly. Not far away, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all had lingering fears. Down below, several snow mountains had been razed to the ground. This was the result of a fierce battle between a second-order saint and a third-order saint. Poisonous and rotting gas filled a large area, so no one dared to go down to investigate. The pure white snow mountain range had become a poisonous swamp. Those with slightly weaker strength who smelled this poisonous and rotting gas would die on the spot, turning into puddles of pus. Several shattering mystical palace disciples who had gone down to investigate had suffered such a fate. That damn coffin-carrying man, as a fellow member of the demon race, actually daring to attack this queen, he deserves more than death. Xue Li's pretty face twisted as she cursed angrily. A few days ago, she had followed Yang Kai's aura here and found traces of the coffin-carrying man in a cave, but before she could investigate, the coffin-carrying man suddenly attacked her. Facing an undead who had reached the second-order saint realm, Xue Li couldn't help complaining. After 2 days of bitter fighting, Yang Kai was finally able to shatter Yang Kai's body, but even so, after his body was pulverized, the poisonous and corrosive qi that had been accumulating in his body for countless years began to spread outwards, forcing Xue Li to temporarily avoid him, using her own means to disperse the poisonous qi below while biding her time. The blood coffin that was being protected by the coffin-carrying man was of particular interest to her. From this blood coffin, Xue Li smelled an exciting aura, the aura of the great demon god. She was almost certain that this blood coffin had something to do with the legendary great demon god. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others watched helplessly from the sidelines. They had come here for the coffin-carrying man, but now the fruit of victory had been snatched by Xue Li. Facing this demon general, they had no temper at all. They could only wait and see, the bitterness in their hearts surging like a gold thread. The poisonous and rotting gas that had shrouded the area below gradually thinned, and after a while, it was possible to go down and investigate the situation. At that moment, a ray of red light suddenly bloomed and an aura that made Xue Li feel uneasy spread out. Her beautiful face turned pale as she stared at the source of the red light. She saw a figure flash out of the red light. He stood in the air and waved his hand to disperse the remaining poisonous gas and decaying gas. He glanced around and his expression suddenly became cold and stern. She discovered the scattered pieces of flesh that belonged to the coffin-carrying man, a second-order saint? Xue Li stared at the beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared in surprise, a look of confusion filling her beautiful eyes. She clearly felt that this woman who had suddenly appeared contained an extremely rich demonic qi, clearly belonging to the demon race. How could such a woman suddenly appear here? The other party seemed to have noticed her existence, and from a short distance away, her cold eyes stared towards her, not showing any fear, even a hint of hatred and provocation. Xue Li smiled silently, her strength a minor realm higher than the other party, so naturally she had nothing to fear. Shwa shwa shwa. One figure after another flashed out of the red light, each of them belonging to the demon race. After appearing, these people from the demon race gathered around the woman who had first appeared and began searching for a place to settle down. After finding a place to settle down, These people began looking around curiously and excitedly, their faces filled with excitement. Feeling the cold around them, these people picked up the snow on the ground and let out a burst of exclamations. It was as if they had never seen anything like this before. It was late at night, and the clear and cold moonlight poured down in torrents. The crescent moon and the faintly discernible stars attracted their attention. All of them raised their heads to look and pointed at the blue dome of heaven as they discussed. Xue Li and the others were all stunned, all of them frowning deeply, unable to understand where so many people from the demon race had come from. The people from the ancient demon race, who had been sealed away for countless years, suddenly felt as if they had been reborn, their bodies trembling as they found it difficult to suppress their excitement, many of them even crying tears of horror as they threw their heads back and howled towards the sky. The scene was extremely lively. Xue Li's group had become mere spectators, not receiving any attention. It wasn't until Yang Kai and Wizard Jie followed Han Fei out of the mysterious small world that Xue Li's pair of beautiful eyes turned towards him, her gaze filled with greed. Chapter 864. Atop the Snow Mountain Range, nearly 1,000 members of the ancient demon race walked out of the mysterious small world and scattered across a large area. Not far away, led by Xue Li, Umo, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others were all on high alert, all of them curious as to where this group of people had come from. Suddenly, the world energy around them became chaotic, and the members of the ancient demon race who walked out of the mysterious small world all seemed to have different sizes of suction forces coming from their bodies as they madly swallowed the surrounding world energy. In an instant, all of the world energy within a 12-kilometer radius was absorbed. World energy from even farther away quickly rushed over and was constantly being absorbed by the ancient demon race members. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed as a terrifying pressure descended from above. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The members of the ancient demon race all showed looks of pleasant surprise as they opened their hearts and minds to welcome this baptism of world energy. Wizard Tribulation watched with a strange expression for a while before calling out in alarm, "A breakthrough?" This scene, this movement, was clearly a sign of a breakthrough, and it wasn't just one or two people who were breaking through, but more than half of the 1,000 members of the ancient demon race who were on the verge of breaking through. As for the rest, their strength seemed to have increased significantly in an instant. Yang Kai's expression also fluctuated as he suddenly recalled that when he first came to Tong Xian realm from his own world, his strength had also improved in an instant. After the invisible shackles sealed on his body were broken, he would receive the nourishment of this world, and his realm and cultivation would naturally improve by a large margin. The situation the ancient demon clan members were facing at this moment was similar to his own. Looking around, Yang Kai was surprised to find that among the members of the ancient demon race who were on the verge of breaking through, Han Fei and Hua Mo were the ones who were making the most noise. These two great commanders were first-order saints and had already reached the limit of their cultivation, so if they were to break through at this moment, they would become second-order saints. The breakthroughs of Saint Realm Masters were no joke. The two of them seemed to be aware of this. They immediately used their movement techniques and fled far away, so as to avoid the power of heaven and earth generated when they broke through and affected the other clansmen. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong nervously and quickly discovered that this beautiful woman's face was glowing and her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. Obviously, after leaving the small sealed world and setting foot here, her strength had improved significantly. Inya and Xue Ji were the same. "Master Li," Yang Kai called out from beside her, "shouldn't we spread out a little?" There were too many people trying to break through, and the power of heaven and earth brought about by the gathering of all of them made even his heart palpitate. If he did not disperse them to break through, it was very likely that there would be some casualties. But at this moment, with strong enemies coveting them, it was not a wise choice to disperse. "No need." Li Rong slowly shook her head. "Master, have you forgotten what is the greatest asset of my people? Han Fei and Hua Mo have already left. As long as the power of heaven and earth when they break through doesn't affect our clansmen, they will be fine." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the ancient demon clan's greatest asset was their extremely strong physique. Among cultivators of the same realm, the ancient demon clan's physique was much stronger than any other. What's more, they could use their demon crests. This allowed their bodies to become much tougher. Withstanding the baptism of world energy required a tyrannical physique. Li Rong didn't seem worried at all, so Yang Kai naturally relaxed. And the biggest problem right now is not our clansman's breakthrough. Master, that woman is the current demon general, right? Li Rong looked toward Xueli and asked. A third-order saint. Not bad. Li Rong chuckled as she evaluated Xueli. At least my demon race hasn't declined too much. At the same time, Umo also frowned and asked Xueli, Master, what should we do now? Looking at the appearance of these people, it seems that many of them are about to break through. Should we? Xueli slowly shook her head. They are all members of my demon race. Although I don't know why they are with that human brat. If we act at this time, it may arouse their hatred. Let's wait for them to finish and ask them, and if possible, bring them back to Sand City. 4 first-order saints and 1 second-order saint, a very powerful force. If we can subdue them, the strength of my Sand City will rise above the other 3. What Master says is right. Umo nodded, no longer saying anything. The number of people from the demon race who had suddenly appeared was not small, and there were many masters as well. If they could really subdue them, they would definitely become a great help. At that time, the strength of the other 3 demon general subordinates would no longer be comparable to Master Xueli's. They don't seem to intend to stop my race. Li Rong looked at Xueli and smiled. Yang Kai coldly snorted, that woman probably thinks you aren't her opponent, so she doesn't mind letting you break through. Then she may be in for a shock, Li Rong said meaningfully. Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise, but seeing the confident look in her beautiful eyes, he couldn't help thinking about it. He had never seen Li Rong take action before and only knew that Li Rong's cultivation was probably at the second-order saint realm, 1 realm lower than Xueli. But from the tone of her voice at the moment, it seemed she didn't put Xueli in her eyes at all. Yang Kai grinned, silently and mysteriously, secretly looking forward to what would happen next. He really wanted to know what kind of scene it would be if these 2 women fought. On one side, hundreds of his clansmen were breaking through while on the other side, he was quietly observing the situation. The atmosphere in the Snow Mountain range was strange and dignified. Hong Long Long, Kacha, the terrifying power of heaven and earth suddenly descended from the sky, like snakes with sharp fangs, ruthlessly smashing into the crowd. Muffled groans rang out as many of the ancient demon race cultivators who were breaking through were injured in the first round, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. If it was just one person breaking through with their physique, they wouldn't have to worry about being injured by the world energy, but with so many people gathered together, even the world energy was becoming more and more terrifying. Even with several people sharing the burden, there were some who showed signs of being unable to bear it. However, the injured ancient demon race cultivators didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, all of them laughed loudly, their expressions filled with arrogance as they stared towards the sky, waiting for the second round of world energy to descend, their eyes filled with expectation, as if they couldn't wait for the more intense the world energy was. The wizard Tribulation had already hidden himself far away, afraid that he would be implicated. At this moment, Yang Kai also flew to his side, quietly watching. Lunatics. The wizard Tribulation's mouth twitched. These people are simply lunatics. How can they bear the world energy baptism like this? They are simply looking for death. That's not necessarily true. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. Holy Master, do you think they can bear it? Someone was injured in the first round of baptism. Wizard, I can't imagine that they can hold on until the end. At this time, it's obvious that they should all disperse and break through on their own. Why are they gathered together? Wizard, I really don't understand. Ordinary people from the demon race probably can't hold on, but they are not ordinary people from the demon race. Yang Kai laughed. The wizard Tribulation frowned and looked at him, feeling even more confused. People from the demon race were people from the demon race? How could there be a difference between ordinary and extraordinary? Hong Long Long. The world energy continued to descend, bombarding the heads of the people from the ancient demon race like a calamity, causing them to constantly bleed and be injured. However, this group of people seemed to have really gone mad. The more they bled, the more excited they became. Under the night sky, everyone's eyes glowed with a fierce light, like a pack of wild wolves, a terrifying sight to behold. In shattering mystical palace, the disciples of War Spirit Temple all stared at this scene in horror. Even Zhang Ao and Chao Guan felt their hearts tremble. The scene of hundreds of people breaking through together was extremely spectacular. In the distance, there were two other earth-shattering movements. These were caused by the two great commanders, Han Fei and Hua Mo. When they broke through, neither of which was weaker than this one. Xue Li's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, feeling more and more that she should bring this group of people from the demon race under her command. Everyone here, regardless of their cultivation, age, or rank, exuded the purest aura of the demon race, violent, bloody, and cruel. Xue Li quite admired this. Secretly, Xue Li felt that this was the real demon race. Unable to suppress the excitement in her heart, Xue Li called out, "Hey woman, what's your name? Where did you come from?" Li Rong smiled gently and asked, "Are you talking to me?" Xue Li nodded firmly. "This queen is one of the 4 demon generals. Xue Li, tell me your name and where you came from." Xue Li was also a member of the demon race, and her cultivation was higher than the other parties, so it was natural for her to speak in such a tone. "Since you are a demon general, can't you see the origins of my race?" Li Rong waved her sleeves and turned to face Xue Li in a dignified manner. Xue Li couldn't help frowning and asked unhappily, "Should this queen know?" Li Rong chuckled, This queen, a mere demon general dares to call himself this queen in front of me? Has the current demon race really forgotten its ancient history?" Hearing her say this, everyone's expression became strange. Xue Li glared towards Li Rong with a sneer, her face filled with hostility. She was obviously enraged. The reason why she hadn't taken action to stop this group of demon race cultivators from breaking through was entirely because they were all from the same race and she intended to subdue them, but she hadn't expected this woman, who seemed to be the leader of this group, to speak so arrogantly. In this world, only the demon commander dared to speak to Xue Li in such a manner. Sometimes, even the demon commander's words didn't have much effect in front of Xue Li. "Don't take this queen's love for talent for cowardice," Xue Li snorted coldly. "If you weren't also members of the demon race, this queen would have already taken action. How could she have allowed you to so leisurely break through? A trivial second-order saint dares act presumptuously in front of this queen? You should be taught a lesson." "Indeed, it's time to teach you a lesson." Li Rong's pretty face also became cold. "My race hasn't appeared for thousands of years, but I didn't expect that even members of the demon race would forget about you. Today, my race has returned to this world, so I'll use you as a sacrifice to teach you a lesson." Xue Li's eyes narrowed as she shouted, "Who are you?" Chapter 865. Atop the endless snow mountain range, 2 powerful and beautiful women were facing off against each other, seemingly on the verge of breaking out into a fight. What's more, both of them were extremely beautiful women. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. They wanted to know what the result would be if the 2 of them really fought. What was strange was that the slightly weaker beautiful woman had a leisurely and calm demeanor, while Demon General Xue Li, whose strength was slightly higher, wore a dignified expression, as if she was somewhat afraid of this woman. This caused many people to be puzzled. Li Rong glanced over at her clansmen who were in the midst of breaking through and felt that they had all reached the final juncture, so no longer remaining polite, she coldly asked, "Coffin Slave Senior, was it you who killed him?" "You mean that coffin-carrying man?" Xue Li's expression became gloomy. "So what? As a member of my demon race, he actually dared to attack this queen. His death is not enough to be regretted." "Good. It's good that you admit it." Li Rong took a deep breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly, a trace of sadness appearing on her face as she whispered, "Coffin Slave Senior sacrificed countless years for my clan, but I never expected that at this critical juncture I would not be able to see him. Demon General Xue Li, you will pay the price for this." Saying so, the demonic qi in her body suddenly surged and transformed into a black fog that rushed straight towards Xue Li. Your courage is commendable. Xue Li sneered. Seeing Li Rong actually take the initiative to attack her, she didn't hesitate, her tender body flickering as she met Li Rong head-on. The two beautiful and voluptuous figures collided in an instant and a violent shockwave burst out, instantly creating an earth-shattering battle between two Saint Realm masters. Everyone's attention was drawn to this scene as they all looked up towards the sky. Holy Master, this demon race group you found is a bit abnormal. Wizard Tribulation's face twitched as he whispered to Yang Kai. Ordinary clansmen gathering together to break through was one thing, but that beautiful woman, who was their leader, actually took the initiative to challenge Xue Li, obviously trying to smash a rock with an egg. Although the difference between the Second Order Saint Realm and the Third Order Saint Realm was only a single minor realm, the difference in their true combat power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Tribulation the wizard felt that Li Rong would soon be defeated. He had his eyes and ears on all sides, and was ready to slip away when Shirley was not looking at him. It's not normal. Yang Kai chuckled. It's probably because I've been locked up for too long. That being said, Yang Kai could understand Li Rong's feelings. Coffin Slave had been beaten to a pulp by Xue Li, his flesh and blood scattered throughout the world. How could she not be angry? At first, he didn't rush to take revenge on Xue Li because he wanted to protect his people. Now that her clansman's advancement was almost complete, she naturally couldn't wait to make a move. In the sky, the two beautiful women were locked in a deadly battle as if they were mortal enemies. Circles of pitch-black demonic yuan spread out in all directions. As they collided, waves of exquisite energy fluctuations were transmitted, causing everyone present to narrow their eyes and tremble in fear. A battle between a Second-Order Saint Realm Master and a Third-Order Saint Realm Master was extremely rare. Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to this battle, couldn't tell which of these two women was stronger. However, judging from the degree of fluctuations in their auras, it should be Li Rong who was being suppressed. The pitch-black demonic chi spread out like a poisonous snake, instantly transforming into a giant python that opened its maw and bit towards one of the two figures. At the same time, Xue Li's soul aura gradually grew stronger and shot towards a certain spot in the void. At that spot, Li Rong, who had just appeared, paused, seemingly affected by Xue Li's divine sense attack. Before she could react, the giant black python swallowed her whole. Exclamations rang out as Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others who were watching the battle were all shocked by Xue Li's methods. A Second-Order Saint had only lasted half a stick of incense worth of time before being defeated. Zhang Ao estimated that if he were to face Xue Li, he would likely be able to last even longer. This beautiful woman who had appeared out of nowhere was already quite impressive. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk, just as everyone was calling out in alarm, a burst of crackling sounds came from the bodies of the giant pythons, and in the next moment, with a burst of light, the giant pythons shattered and Li Rong broke free, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It seemed that she had suffered a loss in that confrontation. Xue Li looked at her calmly and sneered contemptuously, "You dare act presumptuously in front of this queen with such meager skill? Obediently submit to me and I can spare your life." Li Rong reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth as she stared back at her indifferently, not saying a word. After a moment, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes and her aura underwent an earth-shattering change. From her tender body, a black demonic chi visible to the naked eye gushed out. This demonic chi danced like a snake, gradually climbing up Li Rong's tender body and disappearing into her clothes. On her gorgeous face, strange black lines began to appear. A wild sense of beauty radiated from her. Demon God transformation. Li Rong cultivated the most orthodox demon god transformation, and although it couldn't be compared to Yang Kai's, it was still able to greatly enhance her combat power and vitality. She was already a Second-Order Saint, so after activating her demon crests, the wild and violent aura she exuded was not much different from Xue Li's. Seemingly attracted by her demon god transformation, the ancient demon race cultivators who were in the final stages of their breakthroughs also began to roar like trapped beasts. Demonic chi began to leak out, covering everyone's cheeks and exposed skin with demon crests of varying degrees. High up in the sky, When the final wave of world energy descended, the ancient demon race cultivators roared towards the heavens, not condensing any of their Saint Chi at all, simply using their physical bodies to withstand the destructive force of this attack. Cracking sounds rang out from their flesh and bones as an invisible shockwave spread out from under their feet. In an instant, the several hundred cultivators all rose a minor realm. Xue Li's beautiful eyes trembled violently while Yumo's expression also became dignified at this moment, his hands and feet trembling. The moment the two of them saw these demon crests, they both remembered an ancient legend. "You are..." Xue Li screamed like a madwoman, seemingly having recognized the origins of Li Rong and the others but not daring to say the taboo words. "What race are you from?" According to legend, in the era when the great demon god was in the limelight, there was a small branch of the demon race that specialized in serving the great demon god. They were personally cultivated by the great demon god and possessed the noblest bloodline in the entire demon race besides the great demon god. In front of this clan, the demon general's name was nothing. Any member of the demon race who saw them had to treat them with respect. They were the servants of the great demon god and were the glory of the entire demon race. In that era, anyone who joined the demon race had the highest pursuit of joining this branch. However, they never accepted outsiders and only reproduced on their own. Although their numbers were small, they possessed incredible strength. Almost every member of this clan was capable of fighting above their realm. The most outstanding among them could even fight opponents several minor realms above their own without falling into a disadvantage. At that time, this small branch of the demon race followed the great demon god in his campaigns, making great contributions and representing the great demon god in ruling this part of the world. They were the great demon god's trusted aides, a symbol of invincibility. According to legend, when they fought with all their strength, their bodies would be covered in something called demon crests. These demon crests contained the power of the great demon god, and with these demon crests, few in the world could match them. However, after the fall of the great demon god, this branch of the demon race disappeared. This branch was called the Ancient Demon Clan. After so many years, no one knew whether this legend was true or not. Many people even thought that this legendary branch of the demon race was nothing more than a fabrication to increase the prestige of the great demon god. But now, this legendary scene had appeared in front of Xue Li's eyes. The mage webs that covered the outside of his body were a good indication of that. Xue Li felt an incredible power from these demon crests. "You recognize it?" Li Rong looked at her sarcastically, nodding lightly. "At least you have some eyesight." "Impossible!" Xue Li screamed, her demon general's demeanor long ago disappearing. "You should have died long ago. According to historical records, it was the master himself who buried you all because you offended a power that should not be offended." As a demon general, Xue Li naturally knew some secrets that others did not. She had also heard many things about the ancient demon clan. It was said that for some special reason, before the great demon god fell, he deliberately destroyed the ancient demon clan. So Xue Li had always believed that this branch of the ancient demon clan had long since disappeared from this world. "If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Use your body." Li Rong coldly snorted, taking the initiative to attack for the second time. While Xue Li was in a daze, Li Rong had already rushed in front of her and pointed her finger towards her, sending out a burst of light that seemed to possess a kind of soul-stealing power, causing Xue Li to involuntarily fall into a daze. "Master!" Yu Mo exclaimed, but just as he was about to rush up to help, Inya and Xue Ji, the two new great commanders of the ancient demon clan who had not yet moved, suddenly moved. Grinning wickedly, they attacked Yu Mo from both sides, causing him to be caught off guard. With a pitiful scream, Xue Li was sent flying backwards like a paper kite, a bloody hole deep enough to see bone appearing on her delicate shoulder and blood shrouded in a faint golden glow oozing out. "You think you're worthy of the great demon god's golden blood?" Seeing this golden light, Li Rong's expression suddenly became cold, her eyes filled with boundless murderous intent as she glared at Xue Li. Xue Li quickly stabilized her state of mind. In her shock just now, she had accidentally allowed Li Rong to succeed, but now that she was facing a master from the ancient demon clan, she didn't dare act carelessly. This was a clan that was filled with legends. Only now did Xue Li realize that the other party really had the capital and strength to fight her, even if her cultivation was a minor realm lower. "What are you still standing around for?" Umo, who was being attacked by Inya and Xueji, roared, "If you want to live, come up and help, otherwise you'll all die." These words were directed at the dumbfounded Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others. Hearing this, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others glanced at each other with complicated expressions, grit their teeth, summoned their artifacts, and rushed up to help Umo. Chapter 866. The battle between Xue Li and Li Rong was basically one of the greatest showdowns in this world. With the strength of Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, they didn't dare intervene at will. As such, they immediately rushed up to help Umo. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple had a total of 4 saints, one of whom was Zhang Ao, a second-order saint, so his strength was quite good. After he joined the battle, he immediately suppressed the 2 new great commanders, Inya and Xueji. 5 against 2, even if Inya and Xueji displayed their demon god transformations, they were still in a dangerous situation. "Holy Master, should we help?" Wizard Tribulation's eyes twitched as he saw this and couldn't help asking. "No need," Yang Kai shook his head. In a battle of this scale, Wizard Tribulation wouldn't be able to provide much help. Yang Kai originally intended to intervene, but after probing for a while, he discovered that it was no longer necessary. From the left and right, 2 figures were rapidly approaching. These 2 were naturally Han Fei and Hua Mo, who had successfully broken through. The former's aura was cold while the latter's was vigorous. Before they had even arrived, the pressure they exuded had already descended, causing Inya and Xueji, who had been struggling to cope with this situation, to rejoice and their attacks to become even fiercer. The White Snow Mountain range was almost completely shrouded in black demonic chi, making it seem as if the entire world was shrouded in darkness. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk icicles containing destructive power shot out from all directions, heading straight for Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others. With the arrival of a crisis, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others felt a chill run down their spines as they hurriedly tried to dodge, but from the depths of the Snow Mountain range, countless strange black hands stretched out and grabbed towards them. At the same time, Hua Mo shot up from below like a ghost. Exquisite energy fluctuations emanated from his hands and fiercely slammed into the enemy's position. Facing this sudden attack, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the other Saint Realm Masters were in an extremely difficult situation. Besides Zhang Ao, who was slightly stronger, who managed to escape unscathed, all the other Saint Realm Masters were forced to retreat while coughing up blood, nearly dying on the spot. "They're finished." Yang Kai snorted coldly and no longer paid attention to the battle. Instead, he turned his gaze to the sky. Over there, the battle between Li Rong and Xue Li had reached its climax. The latter had suffered a small loss due to her fear, but after stabilizing her mind, she was still able to hold her own. The 2 beautiful women seemed to be on par with each other and were evenly matched. Strange rings of energy and divine soul energy rippled out from the other side. Those ripples were so exquisite that wherever they passed, the entire world seemed to be affected. Under those fluctuations, Yang Kai felt that the whole world was about to collapse. His heart was filled with shock. He knew that this was the effect brought about by the battle between top-notch experts. He became more and more attentive as he watched, trying to learn something useful from it. But to his disappointment, Xue Li didn't seem to be as domineering as before. When facing Li Rong, she always seemed to be restrained. When she noticed that Han Fei and Hua Mo had arrived, she lost all will to fight. Under the bright moon, the 2 figures separated as soon as they touched. Separated by 1,000 meters, the 2 beautiful women stared at each other solemnly. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed with infinite murderous intent and hatred while Xue Li's eyes were filled with hesitation and dread. The ancient demon clan was a legend of the entire demon race. Li Rong was only a second-order saint, yet she was able to compete with the demon general. If she was allowed to grow to the 3rd order, it was likely that even the current demon commander would not be her opponent. Realizing this, Xue Li's heart wavered, wondering if she should continue to be enemies with the leader of this legendary clan, secretly regretting that she had carelessly killed the coffin-carrying man before. If not for this, they could have sat down and talked things over. After all, they were all members of the demon race. There was no need for them to kill each other in front of these humans and become a laughingstock. But as soon as she saw the look in Li Rong's eyes, Xue Li knew that this hatred could no longer be resolved. It had already reached a point of no return. Gritting her teeth, Xue Li shouted, "Ancient demon clan, this queen has seen it all today. Demon Commander's master will come looking for you. I hope you can still act as arrogant when that time comes." Saying so, her tender body wriggled like a snake. The sound of bones dislocating rang out as a strange bloody aura suddenly escaped from Xue Li's body. Li Rong's beautiful face paled, but by the time she realized what Xue Li was about to do, it was already too late to stop her. Ping. With a muffled bang, Demon General Xue Li burst into a bloody mist midair, clearly having reached a point where not even her bones remained. Yang Kai and Wizard Tribulation, who had been watching the battle from below, were dumbfounded. Neither of them had expected Xue Li to be so resolute, nor had she reached the point of no return. However, faintly, Yang Kai still felt a sense of disharmony in his heart, secretly feeling that Xue Li couldn't just die like this. Blood escape. Li Rong grit her teeth and shouted, her eyes staring towards the bloody mist that had burst into the air. Waving her hand, she sent out a powerful wave of her Saint Qi, but the bloody mist quickly dissipated, causing her to miss. At the same time, beside Umo, who had been forced into a corner by Han Fei and had suffered heavy injuries, a drop of golden blood suddenly appeared. This mass of blood quickly wrapped up Umo and transformed into a streak of crimson light that shot off into the distance. Li Rong turned around and stared in that direction with a gloomy expression, grinding her teeth as her heart filled with hatred, but there was nothing she could do. She hadn't expected that Xue Li would use such a move. Although this move consumed a lot of Yuan Qi, it was perfect for escaping. Once it was used, even Li Rong wouldn't be able to stop it, because this was a divine technique belonging to great demon god. It seemed that when she was refining the demon god golden blood she had inadvertently obtained, her luck had been quite good and she had comprehended some of great demon god's mysteries. However, just as everyone thought that Xue Li had successfully escaped, a few dozen kilometers away, a golden light suddenly bloomed. High up in the sky, a golden chain was being swung by an invisible hand, sending out a clattering sound. This golden chain was incredibly long, like a golden river that cut through the heavens, exuding the purest yang attribute aura. When this aura reached this place, all the ancient demon race cultivators frowned, showing uncomfortable expressions. Demon sealing chain? Yang Kai exclaimed. He recognized this chain-like artifact at a glance. It was the one he had obtained from High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Using this demon sealing chain, Yang Kai had killed Demon General Meng Ji's soul clone and killed the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's demon lord Yang Bai. After arriving in Tong Xian realm and entering Soaring Heaven sect, Yang Kai had returned this demon sealing chain to its original owner. Now, it should be in Chu Lingzhao's hands. Which, do you think my human race has no one? Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? A deep voice, like the ringing of a great bell, suddenly resounded throughout the world. This voice seemed to contain an infinite amount of demonic power, causing everyone who heard it to feel uneasy. Everyone who heard this voice felt their blood boil and their faces flush red. At the same time that this voice sounded, the demon sealing chain lashed out like a whip towards a certain spot in the air. A moment later, Xue Li's scream rang out in everyone's ears. A blood-red light flashed, and within this blood-red light, Xue Li's distressed figure could be vaguely seen fleeing at an even faster speed. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He felt that the owner of this voice was Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder, Chu Lingzhao. Master! Li Rong came to Yang Kai's side, her pretty face dignified as she quickly said, "That person is very strong, and that artifact of his seems to be able to restrain my demon race. If something happens and Master wants to cut off all ties with my race, I will lead my people to this snow mountain range and hide for a while." Yang Kai glanced at her and laughed dumbly. No need, I'll handle this. Li Rong stared at him blankly for a moment before nodding obediently, not saying anything more. Did Xueli notice that person's aura and suddenly leave? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. That should be the case. Li Rong nodded. If it was just me alone, she wouldn't be able to win. If there was another, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she wanted to. No wonder, Yang Kai felt relieved. No wonder when she and Li Rong were evenly matched in their battle, she had suddenly used that strange divine ability and quickly left. It turned out that she had sensed something was amiss. This woman's sense of smell was quite keen. Right, I just heard you say something about blood escape. Do you recognize that technique she used? Yang Kai frowned and asked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the great demon god's divine technique. Li Rong gently nodded. Master doesn't need to be jealous. When the demon god golden blood in your body reaches a certain level of richness, you will naturally comprehend it. I'm not jealous, I was just asking casually, Yang Kai chuckled. The demon god's divine technique. Yang Kai had refined a drop of demon god golden blood and obtained the soul clone divine technique. That soul clone was still being nurtured, waiting for a day when it would be able to play its role. Unexpectedly, Xueli had also comprehended the great demon god's divine technique. After Xueli fled, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others no longer dared to resist, all of them gathering together and staring towards Han Fei's group with complicated expressions. They had followed Xueli to this endless snow mountain range this time thinking they had found a great backer and would no longer need to fear Nine Heavens Holy Land's retaliation, but now things had developed to this point. Last time, when they had joined forces to attack Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai had found a monster race great senior to help him and had beaten them to a pulp. This time, this guy had gone even further. They didn't know where he had found these people from the demon race, but even the demon general had been forced to flee. Each one of them was like a madman, completely impossible to reason with. At this moment, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others couldn't help admiring Wizard Tribulation. To a certain extent, Wizard Tribulation really had great foresight, something they couldn't compare with. Although his heart was filled with fear, Zhang Ao's expression remained unchanged as he shouted, "My human race's masters will soon arrive here. If you demon race people don't run away, what are you waiting for?" Chapter 867. The golden light that had just injured Xueli and the majestic roar gave Zhang Ao and the others hope, secretly feeling that as long as this master arrived, they would be safe. That's right. Chao Guan also echoed, "Everyone, we don't want to be enemies with you, but we were deceived by that cheap slut Xueli. How about we part ways here and never see each other again in the future? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive." The ancient demon clan's people didn't answer, instead casting inquisitive glances towards Yang Kai. Zhang Ao and the others suddenly realized that he was the one who could decide whether they lived or died. Thinking back to how they had made things difficult for Nine Heavens Holy Land 2 or 3 years ago and then hunted down Yang Kai for so long, their hearts couldn't help pounding, secretly condensing their strength as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. They were all afraid that this little brat would say the word kill. Fortunately, the human race master who had just injured Xueli a few dozen kilometers away quickly rushed over. After realizing the number of people who had arrived, Zhang Ao and the others smiled happily, their originally somewhat worried expressions suddenly becoming unbridled. Because they discovered that there wasn't just one person who had arrived, but 5. A Third Order Saint and 4 First Order Saints appeared not far from the group in a flash, frowning as they stared towards them. The one leading this group was a white-haired old man with a transcendent aura. Although they didn't know his name, at a glance it was obvious he was one of the strongest masters in the world. The auras of the other 4 were also not weak, obviously having broken through to the Saint Realm many years ago. The 5 Saint Realm masters who had arrived, 4 men and 1 woman, only glanced around the scene before casting their eyes towards Yang Kai, all of them showing puzzled looks. The woman even quietly glared at Yang Kai, biting her teeth as her mouth squirmed a few times, but it was impossible to tell what she was trying to say. However, from the shape of her mouth, it seemed she was cursing. The arrival of these 5 people increased Zhang Ao's confidence, and he quickly cupped his fists towards them and asked, "May I ask your names and which force you belong to?" The old man leading this group glanced over at him and frowned. Soaring Heaven Sect? Chu Ling Xiao. Chu Ling Xiao? Hearing this name, Zhang Ao's face filled with joy as he shouted, "So it is Brother Chu, I apologize for my rudeness. I have long heard of Brother Chu's name, and seeing you in person today, you truly live up to your reputation. Even that evil demon General Shueli fled. For you." Chu Ling Xiao glanced over at the ancient demon clan, then back at Zhang Ao, asking solemnly, seemingly not interested in this compliment. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan hurriedly reported their names. Shattering Mystical Palace? Chu Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before asking curiously, "What are the two of you doing here hundreds of thousands of kilometers away? What's more, they've mobilized so many people." Seeing Yang Kai, Zhang Ao couldn't help feeling a chill. But this time, they had come to the snow ice yang they. Because there were no masters in these two forces, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan weren't worried about them stirring up any trouble. Immediately explaining, Zhang Ao said, "We were following the clues of the coffin-carrying man and came here, but we didn't expect that many people from the demon race would suddenly appear here. It seems that the demon General Shueli was doing something shameful here and we inadvertently stumbled upon her. If Brother Chu hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape." Zhang Ao said this with a look of lingering fear, as if he was telling the truth. Chao Guan also hurriedly echoed. Li Rong sneered softly, her beautiful eyes filled with malice. Reversing black and white, "These people are truly fierce. Master, should we make them shut up forever?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. These words were not spoken in a low voice, so when they reached Zhang Ao's ears, he couldn't help paling and shouting, "Which, in front of my human race's top masters, you dare act so presumptuously? Obediently surrender and we'll spare your life." At this moment, Zhang Ao was like a completely different person from before. Before Chu Ling Xiao had arrived, he and Chao Guan had both lowered their heads, repeatedly saying that it was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. But as soon as Chu Ling Xiao arrived, they immediately changed their attitude. This caused Li Rong to look at them with contempt. "Brother Chu." Zhang Ao then turned to Chu Ling Xiao. "This group of demon race thieves must have been planted by Shueli in our human territory. Brother Chu doesn't need to waste words with them, just kill them all. As for these two human traitors, they must be with them." As he spoke, he pointed to Yang Kai and Wizard Tribulation. "Is that so?" Chu Ling Xiao glanced at him faintly before turning his eyes back to Yang Kai and sighing slightly. He didn't know why this grand disciple of his had become involved in such a troublesome matter, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have a close relationship with the demon race. This little brat? Chu Ling Xiao secretly shook his head, his mood somewhat complicated. "Master, if this old man really attacks, you and Han Fei should retreat first. She will ensure your safety," Li Rong whispered in Yang Kai's ear, secretly remaining vigilant. Chu Ling Xiao gave her a lot of pressure. As a third-order saint, he was indeed one of the strongest existences in this world. What Li Rong feared the most though was the chain-like artifact that had just injured Shueli. This pure yang attribute aura was the bane of the demon race's demonic qi, especially when it was used by a master like Yang Kai. Its power could not be underestimated. After suffering such a heavy blow, Li Rong estimated that it would take Shueli at least 1 to 2 months to fully recover. "Old man?" Yang Kai raised his brow and laughed, not responding to Li Rong and instead cupping his fists towards Chu Ling Xiao. "Disciple greets ancestral founder." "Ancestral founder?" Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai had such a relationship with this human race master. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were also stunned. Only then did they suddenly realize that they had indeed inquired about this before. Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven Sect. But because they had been too excited just now, they had forgotten. "Smelly brat, get over here." Fei Yu, who had been standing behind Chu Ling Xiao, shouted. "I'm coming." Yang Kai wore a helpless expression and quickly walked over. When he arrived in front of these people, Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, his expression somewhat embarrassed. On the other side, the ancient demon clan, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all stared towards them with strange expressions, all of them wanting to know what was going on. However, Chu Lingxiao simply waved his hand and isolated everyone from the outside world, turning the surrounding area into an impregnable forbidden zone. Why did ancestral founder and martial uncles come here? Yang Kai's face twitched as he stared at the people in front of him with some unease. Song Yan quickly explained, when that witch arrived here, ancestral founder sensed her presence, but he didn't know why she had come here, so he had been observing her in secret until today's battle. Taking advantage of the witch's desperate attempt to escape, he dealt her a heavy blow, but unfortunately she still managed to escape. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Although Chu Lingxiao spent most of his time in seclusion, if a master like Shueli appeared within 1,000 kilometers of him, it would not be able to escape his perception. In an instant, Yang Kai had a clear and profound understanding of Chu Lingxiao's tyrannical strength. Before, he had been trying to guess what kind of cultivation this ancestral founder possessed. Now, it seemed that he was indeed a third-order saint. After all, Yang Kai had killed a demon general in the past. Smelly brat, weren't you discussing the alchemic Tao with Old Man Du in Grand Boulder City? How did you end up here? Fei Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Last time, Mina had specifically gone to Soaring Heaven Sect to deliver a message to her from Yang Kai, saying that he would be staying in Grand Boulder City for a while and that her martial aunt didn't need to worry. Fei Yu had believed her and hadn't gone to Grand Boulder City to look for him, but now she had met him here. It's a long story. Where should martial nephew begin? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Tell us what you can. If you can't, we won't force you. This old master is also very curious. Chu Lingxiao looked at Yang Kai with a smile, not blaming Yang Kai for being too close to the ancient demon clan. Yang Kai glanced at him, then at his 4 martial uncles and martial aunt, and found that all of them were looking at him inquisitively. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai said, "Then disciple will begin. Ancestral founder and martial aunt, please don't be too surprised." What could possibly surprise us? Fei Yu spat disdainfully. Martial nephew's story begins shortly after he arrived on Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before recounting his encounter with the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City. When they heard that he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man and thrown into a mysterious small world, Chu Lingxiao and his martial uncles all showed surprised expressions. Yang Kai, who possessed the demon god's unyielding golden skeleton, didn't dare say anything, only saying that he had used the rescue of the ancient demon clan as a condition to get them to submit to him. Although there were some loopholes in this story and many things were unclear, Chu Lingxiao and his martial uncles didn't ask any questions and just listened quietly. After understanding why those from the demon race were so close to Yang Kai, Chu Lingxiao asked thoughtfully, "So, they are completely obedient to you? Will there be no resistance?" "No," Yang Kai quickly said. Chu Lingxiao stared at him deeply, as if trying to peer into the depths of his soul, retracting his gaze after a long time and nodding lightly. "That's good. Although you aren't very old, you are calm and steady, so you shouldn't do anything that would harm the human race. Since they are obedient to you, you can consider them as part of your strength, but remember, strength is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it well, you may end up hurting yourself." Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. "Disciple will remember. Also, you need to be mentally prepared to be targeted by countless people. If you don't have this kind of awareness, I advise you to give up on them. Once you accept them, your future path may be filled with thorns and you may be viewed as a life or death enemy by many people you know or don't know." Chu Lingxiao warned solemnly. "Disciple understands. Then this old master has nothing to say." Chu Lingxiao smiled faintly. Chu Lingxiao smiled lightly, "But Soaring Heaven Sect can't accommodate them. Where are you going to put them? You can't take them to the demon land, right?" Chapter 868. If these people from the ancient demon race were to be placed in Soaring Heaven Sect, not to mention what outsiders would think, Soaring Heaven Sect's disciples would likely end up in conflict with the ancient demon clan. On top of that, it would also affect Soaring Heaven Sect's reputation. Outsiders may think that Soaring Heaven Sect was colluding with the demon race. Hearing Chu Lingxiao's question, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and simply said, Disciple already has a plan for where to place them. Let's hear it. I want to take them to 9 Heavens Holy Land. That place is at the very edge of human territory, bordering the monster race territory, so there shouldn't be any problems. 9 Heavens Holy Land? Songyin frowned. Are you familiar with that place? How could they agree to let you take these people from the demon race there? On top of that, I heard that something big happened to 9 Heavens Holy Land and that it has now been occupied by a great senior of the monster race. Fei Yu also said with some concern, if you go there now, even if you have some acquaintances, you won't be able to find them. The monster race great senior is a peak third order saint. He won't be easy to deal with. Yang Kai scratched his head, carefully observing the situation while whispering, Martial uncles, I won't hide it from you. Disciple is the new holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. The 4 martial uncles were instantly dumbfounded as they all stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly. Even Chu Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. After a long time, Songyin looked at Yang Kai hesitantly and asked, Little martial nephew, are you joking, or are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. New holy master? Rimaru's mouth twitched, seemingly unable to react. Fei Jian nodded thoughtfully. I did hear that 9 Heavens Holy Land has a new holy master, one who isn't very old. Saying so, he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find some clues. Smelly brat. Fei Yu ground her teeth and cursed. What else are you hiding from us? Tell us everything. No more. Yang Kai shrunk his neck and said, I was going to find a chance to tell my martial uncles, but I never found a good opportunity, so, hee. That monster race great senior, can you handle him? Chu Ling Xiao solemnly asked Yang Kai, faintly worried. Martial ancestor may rest assured, I have an agreement with that monster race great senior. 9 Heavens Holy Land will only allow them to guard it for a period of time. Yes. You do indeed have such power in your hands. Chu Ling Xiao glanced over at Li Rong and the others who were paying close attention to him and smiled faintly. Although this old master doesn't have a good impression of the people from the demon race, it looks like they really care about you. The one who fought with the witch earlier was that woman, right? Xue Li killed the coffin-carrying man, so their enmity is irreconcilable. That's good. This group of people from the demon race. I'll leave them to you. If the one standing in front of this old master was not you, this old master would never have let them go. Many thanks, martial ancestor, Yang Kai said gratefully. The indulgence and protection Chu Ling Xiao and his martial uncles showed him was something Yang Kai could clearly feel. As Chu Ling Xiao said, if the one standing in front of him was not him, he would not have let this matter rest. Martial ancestor, what about those people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple? Songyin frowned slightly, a malicious light flashing across his eyes. If we let them go, little martial nephew's matter will definitely spread far and wide. Chu Ling Zhao's brow furrowed for a moment before he leisurely said, This old master brought the 4 of you here today and only managed to intercept the demon general Xue Li for a moment. As for the rest, I didn't see anything. Hearing this, Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 martial uncles were stunned for a moment before all of them stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, chuckling meaningfully. Songyin patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, Little martial nephew, take care of yourself. If there is anything you don't want to do in the future, feel free to come back to the sect. Soaring Heaven Sect will always be your home. I'll keep the serene resplendent peak for you. Remember to come back often, Fei Yu said with a smile. Perhaps we'll also go to 9 Heavens Holy Land and experience the prestige of the Holy Master. I've heard that there are several saintesses there, each one of them is quite beautiful, Rimaru said with a smirk. Fei Jian remained silent and simply nodded lightly to Yang Kai. Martial uncles. Yang Kai's lower lip squirmed, not knowing what to say, only feeling a warm feeling in his heart. Let's go, let's see if we can catch up with that demon woman. After taking a hit from the demon sealing chain, she's probably suffered some serious injuries. Chu Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly became deep as he stared off into the distance. Yuan Qi wrapped up the 4 martial uncles and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ao turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. He had not expected that Chu Ling Xiao would just pat his butt and leave, not even bothering to rescue them. Brother Zhang, it looks like we've been abandoned. That Chu Ling Xiao and that little brat are clearly in cahoots. Chao Guan's expression became extremely cold. Realizing this, everyone felt uneasy. All around them, thousands of ancient demon race masters were glaring at them. The faces of the 5 Saint Realm masters were covered in strange and wild demon crests, and their auras were fluctuating wildly. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan couldn't help retreating a few steps, secretly condensing their strength as they gulped, staring towards Li Rong and the others in horror. Master, how should we deal with these people? Li Rong asked softly. Yang Kai grinned silently. Seemingly aware of his murderous intent, Zhang Ao anxiously called out. Yang Xingzhu, there's no need to kill them all, right? This time we were in the wrong, but leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. This Zhang promises to never speak of what happened today. Leave some leeway? Yang Kai laughed. Is that necessary? I don't think we'll meet again in the future. Saying so, his expression became cold and solemn as he shouted, Kill! Since the beginning of the crisis in 9 Heaven's Holy Land, this group of people had been opposing him at every turn. Just now, they had even tried to distort black and white, confusing right and wrong. If such people were allowed to live, they would definitely become a scourge in the future. Yang Kai wasn't a magnanimous person. On the contrary, he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. With his personality, how could he allow Zhang Ao and Chao Guan to continue living? As soon as Yang Kai gave the order, the thousands of ancient demon clansmen roared excitedly as they grabbed all kinds of strange artifacts and rushed towards the people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple like they had been injected with chicken blood. The ancient demon clan had been sealed away for far too long. They were the elites of the demon race, bloodthirsty, cruel, and evil. The violence hidden in their bones had been suppressed for thousands of years, but now they finally had a chance to release it. Each of them used their full strength in an instant, and like a tsunami, they swept across the Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple's forces, scattering them in all directions. The 4 Saint Realm masters from these 2 forces were also targeted by Han Fei and the others. Han Fei and Hua Mo, who had just broken through to the Second Order Saint Realm, were in urgent need of a bloody battle to improve their understanding of their current realm, so naturally they didn't hold back. Although Zhang Ao was a second-order saint, in front of the ancient demon masters who had used their demon god transformation, he was still powerless to fight back. Li Rong didn't even need to take action, yet the 4 Saint Realm masters on the opposite side had already lost all ability to resist. Blood splattered everywhere, and miserable cries resounded throughout the world. The pure white snow mountain was dyed red, and it was extremely dazzling. Corpses fell one after another, each of them seemingly witnessing a terrifying scene before their deaths, their eyes bulging. The cruelty of the ancient demon clan not only frightened their enemies, but even Wizard Tribulation, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel his eyes twitch. Their battle was simply inhumane. Even if they killed their opponents, they would tear them to shreds. Not a single one of those who were killed was left with a complete corpse, all of them torn to shreds. In the midst of this fierce battle, the ancient demon race masters subconsciously licked their lips and glared fiercely at their opponents, seemingly enjoying this kind of slaughter. Even the usually mischievous Guan seemed to transform into a completely different person during battle, her tender body exuding a towering malevolent aura, her pretty face ferocious, and coupled with the demon crests covering her body, she often caused her enemies to lose all will to fight as soon as they approached. Leave no one alive. Li Rong ordered faintly, waving her hand and sending out several streaks of blood-red light. These streaks of blood-red light pierced through the crowd, filling the air with the stench of blood. One by one, the Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple cultivator were enveloped by this blood-red light, struggling to break free, unable to release any of them, all of them screaming like ghosts as they died in the blink of an eye. Her tender body flickered as she charged towards Zhang Ao. Wizard Tribulation's lips were dry, his body trembling as he watched this hell-like scene in front of him, terrified. The ancient demon race masters were like wolves and tigers, cruelly laughing madly as they shuttled through the sea of blood, killing their enemies one by one, all of them looking extremely excited. They seemed to enjoy this kind of slaughter very much. There was no mercy, and only enjoyment in the slaughter to their heart's content. Wizard Tribulation finally realized the horror of this group of people and felt a chill in his heart. Compared with the demon race masters, this group of people in front of him were the real demons. The madness and violence in front of him even indirectly affected his state of mind, causing his blood to boil. Gradually, his eyes turned red and his hands and feet no longer trembled. Deep in his heart, a kind of desire to be baptized in blood emerged, making him wish he could rush over and kill them himself. He enjoyed the throbbing of his heart. Wizard Tribulation. Suddenly, Yang Kai's shout rang in his ears. When this voice reached his ears, Wizard Tribulation's body shook, his crimson eyes suddenly regaining their clarity and the bloodthirst in his heart suddenly calmed down. Recovering, Wizard Tribulation broke out in a cold sweat, quickly calming his mind and protecting his mind, lest he be affected by the ancient demon clan again. Many thanks, Holy Master. Wizard Tribulation thanked, his admiration for Yang Kai growing. This young man's cultivation was lower than his own, but he was able to remain calm in this place, unaffected in the slightest. Obviously, this young man's cultivation was higher than his own. Perceiving this, Wizard Tribulation was shocked. Chapter 869. Every time the ancient demon race cultivators attacked, an enemy's head or body would be cut off and sent flying into the air. All kinds of black demonic chi surged out like trapped beasts from their cages and rampaged through the crowd, destroying the will and resistance of the shattering mystical palace and war spirit temple disciples. They screamed, begged, and died in despair. The pure and flawless snow mountain range was transformed into an azura purgatory, blood flowing like a trickling stream as severed limbs and corpses flew everywhere. In just a short time, the disciples of these two forces had been killed or injured more than 1,000. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others' eyes were bloodshot as they roared madly, trying to resist, but in front of Li Rong and the others, they were powerless and could only allow themselves to be slaughtered. The Transcendents had all been killed. The four saints were also gradually unable to resist. Zhang Ao's methods were extraordinary, the aftermath of his attacks even killing a few of the weaker ancient demon race cultivators, causing Li Rong to become more and more ruthless. Yang Kai watched all this indifferently, deeply understanding what it meant to be the strong preying on the weak. As time passed, the battle gradually subsided. The ground was littered with corpses and the ancient demon race cultivators were covered in blood, howling towards the sky, seemingly unable to conceal the murderous intent in their hearts, a towering malevolent aura gathering in one place, making the surrounding area seem quite oppressive. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple had a total of 4 saints, but 3 of them had been killed on the spot, only Zhang Ao had been captured alive. A thick blood-red light had wrapped around him like a rope, making it impossible for him to move. Li Rong brought him in front of Yang Kai, waiting for Yang Kai to deal with him. Standing in the center of this azura purgatory, Yang Kai closed his eyes and released the demon eye of annihilation into his knowledge sea, absorbing all the spiritual energy scattered around him. Zhang Ao waited in fear, not knowing what kind of fate awaited him, cold sweat dripping down his originally high-spirited face as he stared towards Yang Kai in horror. After a while, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Zhang Ao in front of him. Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak, Zhang Ao hastily declared his position, fearing that Yang Kai would immediately kill him. Yang Shengzhu, this Zhang can be considered a powerful expert. This time, your master is magnanimous and spared my life. This Zhang will definitely pledge his allegiance to you and listen to your orders in the future. Seeing him so cowardly, Li Rong and the others couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain. A powerhouse? Not bad indeed. He chased me for a few months. Yang Kai nodded gently, but I'm sorry to say, I have no interest in you. The strength I've gathered is already enough, so it doesn't matter if I add or lose you. Keeping you around seems to be harming me without any benefit. No, Yang Shengzhu, I'll do whatever you want. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, Zhang Ao panicked and turned his eyes to Wizard Tribulation, shouting in a low voice, "Sect Master Wizard, for the sake of our many years of friendship, please help me say something." Wizard Tribulation sighed deeply. "Brother Zhang, heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't be saved. This wizard advised you 2 years ago to quit while you were ahead, but you insisted on killing me. Now that the situation is reversed, what do you want this wizard to say? On top of that, this wizard is only able to survive because of Master Holy Master's protection, so how could he have any say in this situation?" Seeing Wizard Tribulation refuse his request, Zhang Ao couldn't help feeling a little disheartened and hurriedly said, "Yang Shengzhu, I still have a secret. As long as you promise not to kill me, I can tell you everything." "Secret?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Who doesn't have a secret? What value does your secret have to me?" "This secret may be related to the mysteries of the legendary star field. I think Yang Shengzhu should be interested. You are the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Sooner or later you will break through to the peak of the Third Order Saint Realm. Such a master must pursue the path to the star field." Zhang Ao whispered. Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help becoming interested, leaning over to stare at him and asking, "Why is it related to the mysteries of the star field?" Because this Zhang personally experienced it once. It was as if he was standing in the middle of an endless star field, surrounded by countless stars. It was a very strange sight. "Master, this guy may be stalling for time, or maybe he's just spouting nonsense," Han Fei said coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and motioned to Zhang Ao. "Continue." Seeing that he seemed to be really interested, Zhang Ao's spirit suddenly rose and he quickly continued. "Moreover, there was a very strange force that was constantly surging. Even though this Zhang is a second-order saint, he couldn't bear it, as if his entire body was being crushed to pieces. I think only a third-order saint would be able to withstand such a terrifying amount of energy with their physical body." Yang Kai frowned. What Zhang Ao said was very similar to what he had experienced in the star field, so he couldn't help feeling that what Zhang Ao said might be true and not some random fabrication. Those who had never been to the star field would find it difficult to accurately describe all this. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai grinned and asked, "What you're saying is quite plausible, but what does that have to do with the star field? How do you know that it was the star field?" To tell you the truth, Yang Shengzhu, at first, this Zhang didn't pay much attention to it, but one day, I suddenly picked up a very strange stone in the sect. That stone didn't seem to belong to this world. Over the next few years, this Zhang often found some strange scattered stones in that place, until one day, this Zhang obtained something special. "What was it?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "That thing is in this Shang's universe bag. You can check it yourself. After you see it, you'll know whether this Zhang is lying or not," Zhang Ao said. Yang Kai glanced at his universe bag and reached out to take it, but just as he was about to open it, Li Rong quickly stepped forward and said, "Master, allow me." She clearly didn't trust Zhang Ao and was afraid that he had tampered with his universe bag. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded gently and handed the universe bag to Li Rong. Li Rong took it and opened the universe bag, but before she could carefully examine its contents, a strange force suddenly flew out from the bag and entered Li Rong's beautiful eyes before disappearing. Li Rong's movements suddenly stiffened and her tender body trembled slightly, as if she was suffering great pain. "Sure enough, there's something strange here." Han Fei's expression became cold as she sent out a palm towards Zhang Ao, shattering half of his bones before he could even get up. "Don't kill him." Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her, his expression becoming gloomy as he hurried forward to examine Li Rong's injuries. If Li Rong hadn't taken the initiative to suggest it just now, it was likely he would have been the one to suffer. "I'm fine. It was just a wisp of divine sense attack." Li Rong rubbed her forehead and said softly, "There was a bewitching controlling power, but it has been resolved." Both of them were second-order saints, so the means Zhang Ao had secretly arranged were naturally useless against Li Rong. Zhang Ao's eyes dimmed as a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. What he didn't know was that even if this wisp of divine sense had attacked Yang Kai, it wouldn't have had any effect. He had tried his best to lure Yang Kai into his universe bag in order to control him in one fell swoop, but unfortunately he had failed. After suffering a blow from Han Fei, Zhang Ao lay on the ground, gasping in pain as he stared towards the crowd with a complicated expression. Yang Kai chuckled a few times before walking over to Zhang Ao and nodding lightly. "Your courage isn't small. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Zhang Ao's eyes were filled with resentment and helplessness as he remained silent, obviously knowing that he had no hope of escaping this time. After staring at him for a while, Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand. "Kill him!" Zhang Ao shouted angrily, "Kill me and you'll never know that secret." He still wanted to make a final effort. But what answered him was Han Fei's fatal blow. Without anyone noticing, Zhang Ao's spiritual energy escaped from his knowledge sea and was absorbed by Yang Kai. His soul avatar entered his knowledge sea, and Yang Kai carefully placed Zhang Ao's spiritual energy in a corner so that when he had some free time in the future, he could examine it carefully. Yang Kai was quite interested in the secret Zhang Ao had told him before he died. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and all the people from Shattering Mystical Palace had died. Wizard Tribulation, who was standing nearby, couldn't help feeling a bit sad but also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had specifically sought out Yang Kai 2 or 3 years ago, otherwise, his Netherworld sect's fate would have been the same as these people. Wizard Tribulation, none of your Netherworld sect's people died, right? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Wizard Tribulation slowly shook his head. "When I was escaping, I sent a message to Vice Sect Master and told him to take his people away. Zhang Ao was in a hurry to catch up with you, so he probably didn't have time to care about these things. Only the people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple died here. Even those from Ancient Moon Cave Heaven and Luo Sheng Sect seemed to have been abandoned." "That's for the best," Yang Kai nodded gently. "My people don't seem to have gone far." Wizard Tribulation probed slightly. "Holy Master, can I call them over?" Yang Kai nodded, not stopping him. Seniorly. The two newly promoted commanders, Inya and Xueji, rushed over at this time, holding a universe bag in their hands as they reported, "All the bones of Coffin Slave Senior that can be found have been collected here." Li Rong's expression became gloomy as she reached out and accepted the bag. Yang Kai glanced at her and whispered, "My condolences, Coffin Slave Senior's wish has been fulfilled. As Master says, we'll rest here for the night while you adapt to the outside world. Prepare to tidy up, we'll leave early tomorrow morning." Li Rong nodded and hurried off with Han Fei and the others. It wasn't until this time that the demon crests covering the ancient demon clan's bodies gradually dissipated and the thick evil chi also gradually disappeared, easing the oppressive atmosphere around them. Of the nearly 1,000 ancient demon race members, some had died in this battle, but the number was not large, only 20 to 30. Those who were still alive buried them on the spot and wept silently. They had longed for this mysterious small world for countless years, looking forward to it for countless years, but today, they had finally emerged from that mysterious small world, only to lose their lives before they even had the chance to see it. Their companions who were still alive naturally felt sorry for them. But soon, the ancient demon clan sorted out their emotions. The bright moon and looming stars in the sky were something they couldn't get tired of looking forward to tomorrow's rising sun, secretly imagining what kind of scene it would be like. Chapter 870. Late at night, the Snow Mountain Range was abnormally cold. However, the ancient demon race was not affected in the slightest, many of them lying on the snowy ground topless, enjoying the chill of the snow. The snowflakes falling from the sky also surprised them, many of them holding onto the falling snowflakes as they cried out in amazement. Everything in the outside world was incomparably fresh to them. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a corner, refining and absorbing the spiritual energy left behind by those who had died in this battle, assimilating their insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way into his own. "Master," Li Rong walked over and called out softly. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked up. "What's wrong?" "I found something very strange." "What is it?" Li Rong hurriedly handed over the object in her hand. Yang Kai took it, and the moment it touched his hand, he felt something unusual, staring blankly at the fist-sized crimson stone in his hand. Yang Kai's current eyesight was quite good, and because he had studied alchemy, he had some understanding of this world's rare treasures and spirit grasses and spirit medicines. However, he still couldn't recognize what this stone was. It was crimson in color and was wet to the touch, as if it had just been fished out of water, but there was no liquid on his hand. What made Yang Kai feel the strangest was that there was actually a surge of blood force surging within this stone. If he listened carefully, he could even hear the sound of flowing water coming from inside it. A strong smell of blood permeated the tip of his nose. "Where did you get this?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. "It was in the universe bag that person gave me just now." She was referring to Zhang Ao. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly asked, "You don't recognize what this is?" Li Rong slowly shook her head and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Perhaps Great Commander Hua Mo can recognize it, he is the oldest in my clan." Saying so, she released her divine sense. Hearing her call, several great commanders of the ancient demon clan gathered around. The crimson stone was turned around in their hands and they all shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen such a strange stone before. Like Yang Kai, they were also quite concerned about the thick smell of blood, as if this strange stone contained a lot of blood. "Holy Master, can I have a look?" Wizard Tribulation suddenly asked. Yang Kai tossed the strange stone over. Wu Jie took it and carefully examined it, immediately sending out a wisp of true qi from his fingertips that seemed to produce a strange suction force. Under the influence of this suction force, a stream of crimson blood was drawn out from the strange stone. Seeing this scene, the great commanders of the ancient demon clan couldn't help widening their eyes. Wizard Tribulation nodded lightly and handed the strange stone back, saying, "If this wizard is not mistaken, this should be a blood essence stone." Blood essence stone? Yang Kai frowned. Li Rong and the others also looked like they had never heard of it before. "So, what Zhang Ao said before he died may be true." Wizard Tribulation said thoughtfully, "I thought he deliberately attracted Holy Master's attention and tried to do something secretly." "You mean what he said about the star field?" "Yes." Wizard Tribulation nodded seriously, because this blood essence stone is not a product of Tong Xian realm, but something from the star field. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The star field was a legend on this continent, and no one had ever really been there. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao had gone to the star field through the 1,000-year demon flower and spent a year there, but the star field was so vast that he hadn't been able to explore it much. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Yang Kai had immediately rushed back. Does Holy Master know that there are some unique products from the star field that often appear in this continent? Naturally, Yang Kai nodded. "I've seen them before. Back in Bright Thunder Spirit religion, Duan had taken out a strange stone from the star field to resist the soul-blowing power of the Wind Eye. Unfortunately, after that incident, that strange stone had shattered. Most of these unique products are strange stones. Perhaps when they were drifting through the star field, they inadvertently fell into our hands. Some have no use and are just ordinary stones, but some are extremely valuable. This blood essence stone is one such example." "How do you know about these things?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Wizard Tribulation shrugged his shoulders. "I used to know someone who owned this stone, but the one he owned was smaller than this one." "What is it used for?" "Holy Master, Holy Master might as well pour some yuan qi into it. You'll know its specific purpose when you try it." Wizard Tribulation smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, simply holding the blood essence stone and pouring his yuan qi madly into it. In an instant, a blood-red light burst forth and a heart-palpitating red light enveloped the surrounding heavens and earth. A strange power suddenly emerged from the blood essence stone, and under the influence of this strange power, the surrounding blood that had been swallowed up by the snow seemed to come to life and began to dance about like snakes. Visible to the naked eye, a series of subtle gullies appeared in the snow. Xiu xiu xiu. Tens of thousands of tiny streams of blood shot out from a radius of more than a dozen kilometers and drilled into the blood essence stone. The great commanders of the ancient demon clan all stared at this bloody and soul-stirring scene in amazement. The tiny streams of blood that shot out were clearly the blood of those who had died in battle, but at this moment, they were all being swallowed up by the blood essence stone. It was like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much blood it contained, it would never be full. With the influx of blood, the crimson light on the blood essence stone became more and more intense, and an even stronger smell of blood filled the air. After a while, the bloody light gradually weakened and no more blood rushed in. The snow mountain that had been stained red with blood once again became white and flawless, as if it had never been contaminated. Yang Kai watched in amazement. The blood essence stone in his hand seemed to have come to life at this moment, exuding a vigorous vitality. With a thought, Yang Kai pulled out a strand of energy from the blood essence stone. This strand of energy appeared to be pink and was sucked into Yang Kai's nose like smoke. Yang Kai felt that his vitality had suddenly improved greatly. His physique and all the cells in his body were filled with explosive power. This thing... Yang Kai's eyes filled with joy as he turned to Li Rong and asked, "Is there anyone who is seriously injured? Bring one over." Li Rong gently nodded and quickly left. A moment later, she returned, bringing back a clansman with a severed arm. Even though his arm had been cut off during the battle, this ancient demon race clansman still wore a leisurely expression, not even uttering a single sound. Blood was still gushing out from his severed arm, making him look extremely miserable. "Greetings, master." The ancient demon race clansman quickly knelt down. The relationship between Yang Kai's identity and the ancient demon clan was something that Li Rong and the others had carefully explained to their clansmen, and all of them were able to accept. "Stand up, where is your severed arm?" Yang Kai asked. "I threw it away." The clansman replied simply, as if he had thrown away something worthless, at the same time looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he was asking this. "Where did you throw it?" Yang Kai's face went black. "Go find it." The clansman was straightforward and didn't ask any questions, simply walking off in a certain direction, seemingly wanting to find his severed arm. Han Fei's brow furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "Master, you aren't thinking of reconnecting his severed arm, are you?" "I'll give it a try." Yang Kai chuckled. "This thing contains a very powerful vitality, perhaps it can reconnect a severed arm." Saying so, he turned to Wizard Tribulation and asked, "Does the blood essence stone have such a function?" Wizard Tribulation laughed dryly. "I only know that it has a very powerful healing effect, and it also has a great supporting effect on those who cultivate blood attribute secret arts and martial skills. As for whether it can reconnect a severed arm, this wizard doesn't know. Not only does it have a supporting effect on those who cultivate blood attribute secret arts and martial skills, anyone can use it." Yang Kai gently nodded as he examined the blood essence stone in his hand. "A product of the star field is truly amazing. Just that wisp of blood chi was able to make me feel like my strength had increased a little. If I use it in battle, perhaps I can catch my opponent off guard and turn defeat into victory." Hearing him say this, everyone showed an interested look towards the blood essence stone. After waiting for a while, the ancient demon race clansman finally found his severed arm. However, too much time had passed, so the severed arm had become cold and stiff, like a ghost's hand. The cut was smooth and should have been made by a sharp weapon, making it easier to connect. Yang Kai instructed the clansman to connect the severed arm himself before drawing out the rich blood chi from the blood essence stone to cover the severed arm. The pink blood chi wriggled like an earthworm and continuously poured into the wound. The group of people watched intently, and although they couldn't quite believe what they were seeing, they were also looking forward to it. The ancient demon race clansman didn't seem to care at first. Regenerating a severed arm was something even a peak third-order saint couldn't accomplish. He was only an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage cultivator, so although his physique was strong enough, a severed arm was still a severed arm. How could it be reconnected? As such, he didn't have much hope, but because of Yang Kai's identity and orders, he couldn't refuse. However, with the influx of the blood chi, the nonchalant expression on the clansman's face gradually disappeared, replaced by surprise and then ecstasy. His eyes widened with anticipation, and his body trembled slightly, as if he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. The already cold and stiff severed arm, under the influence of the blood chi, became warm and numb, as if ants were gnawing on it. The clansman could even feel his fingers. Trying to move them, the clansman's middle finger really did move slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up as they became more and more expectant. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai continued to draw out the blood chi from the blood essence stone and pour it into the ancient demon race clansman's severed arm. Gradually, the wound on the severed arm began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After half an hour, only a small scar remained, making it impossible to tell that the arm had been severed. Chapter 871. Another half an hour later, Yang Kai put away the blood essence stone and said to the ancient demon race member, "Try moving around." The man quickly clenched his fists and a series of crackling sounds came out. His eyebrows flashed with surprise as he said, "It's really reattached." Li Rong and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Reattaching a severed arm, something that should have been impossible, had happened right under their noses. This made them realize how extraordinary the blood essence stone was. The flesh has been reattached, but the bones haven't completely healed yet. Don't use too much force and remember to rest more, Yang Kai reminded. The ancient demon race member nodded repeatedly, his face filled with gratitude. "Many thanks, Master, many thanks." Although he didn't seem to care about losing his arm, now that his body was whole again, he was naturally very happy. "Go," Yang Kai smiled faintly. The man respectfully bowed and ran back excitedly. Yang Kai played with the blood essence stone in his hand and keenly noticed that a lot of blood essence had been consumed. This was an interesting thing. It seemed to be able to transform ordinary blood into a mysterious power that had the effect of recovery and enhancement. A product of the star field was indeed extraordinary. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai casually tossed the blood essence stone to Li Rong and said, "See if there are any other members of our race that need to be treated. There's still a lot of blood essence stored inside, so don't be stingy and use it as much as you want." "Yes," Li Rong quickly replied and went to work with the other commanders. There were only about 1,000 members of the ancient demon race, so Li Rong and the others attached great importance to every member of their race. After they left, the wizard Tribulation slowly came over and stared at the ancient demon race member and sighed. "They are a very powerful race." Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded. "Holy Master, are you really going to take them with you?" The wizard Tribulation couldn't help but frown. "So, Master, Holy Master, you don't want to give up this power? Why give up? Staying with them will bring a lot of trouble, unless the Holy Master brings them to the demon land or a neutral territory." Yang Kai shook his head and said bluntly, "I want to take them back to Nine Heaven's holy land." Wizard Tribulation was taken aback, as if he could already see the scene of the people from Nine Heaven's holy land fighting these people from the demon race. Moreover, if they really went to Nine Heaven's holy land, they would be neighbors with Netherworld sect. "To be honest, Wizard, I don't really want to have anything to do with the Holy Master now." Tribulation looked solemn and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai glanced at him and said leisurely, "I won't force anyone. Since you were willing to reconcile with me before, you still have the right to choose. Of course, I won't settle accounts with you later, you can go wherever you want, and this time your Netherworld sect won't have any losses." Wizard Tribulation nodded, suddenly chuckling meaningfully and whispering, "Wizard, this one really should stay away from you. Holy Master doesn't seem to be a peaceful person. Wizard's instincts tell me that Master Holy Master is a person who can achieve great things. I'd like to see how far you can grow in the future, or if you'll be destroyed along the way." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "If I'm destroyed, you won't be able to escape death either, but if I can grow, Sect Wizard will also gain many benefits. Wizard, this one only wishes for the sect to last. I promise." The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Holy Master should rest, we'll have to depart after dawn. Nine Heaven's holy land is quite a distance from here, there may be many troubles along the way. Wu Jie nodded before bowing respectfully and retreating. 10,000 meters up in the sky, a black cloud was rapidly gathering. Inside this black cloud, there were many figures, no less than 1,000. These were all people from the ancient demon race. Leaving the snow mountain range and rushing towards Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they had to pass through the territories of many human forces. With such a large group of people from the demon race moving together, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Yang Kai didn't want to have any conflicts with others, and neither did Li Rong and the others, so they could only fly high up in the sky and avoid the eyes of outsiders as much as possible. In front of the black cloud, Wizard Tribulation led the Netherworld sect disciples to explore a desolate place. Soaring Heaven sect, atop serene resplendent peak, Sangyen and the others stood at the top of the peak, looking up at the rolling black cloud that swaggered past Soaring Heaven sect, all of them laughing involuntarily. This little brat. Sangyen slowly shook his head. I hope he'll have a safe journey, Feiyu muttered with some worry. That group of people from the demon race have countless masters. How could anything happen to them? Rimara laughed. I think we should be more worried about those who seek them out. Little Marshal Nephew's temper isn't very good. If he gets into a conflict with someone, he'll definitely kill them. Once he killed someone, Yang Kai's position would become even more difficult. Worrying is useless, since Little Marshal Nephew has made such a choice. Naturally, he has his own plans. Interesting, as the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he can actually command so many people from the demon race. What is Little Marshal Nephew doing? None of them could guess what Yang Kai was thinking, all of them shaking their heads as they watched the black cloud quickly depart. Inside the black cloud, after learning the destination of this trip, Li Rong muttered in amazement. So we're going to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Master is actually the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. That's amazing. What's wrong? You've heard of Nine Heavens' Holy Land in that mysterious small world? Yang Kai glanced at her. I read about it in the ancient records. Li Rong smiled. It's said to be a very powerful sect. When Great Demon God was still alive, Nine Heavens' Holy Land was one of the top forces among the human race. At that time, their Holy Master seemed to have fought Great Demon God once, but in the end he was defeated. However, Great Demon God also suffered some injuries as a result, one of the few times Great Demon God's master was injured. Yang Kai's expression changed as he nodded secretly. Li Rong had read about this from the ancient records, but Yang Kai had witnessed some fragments of it when he was refining the drop of Demon God golden blood in the Holy Tomb, so he knew just how earth-shattering that battle was. The nearly 1,000-year-old demon race participants were all in high spirits. Although they didn't know the destination of this trip, for them, being able to leave that mysterious small world and enter the vast world outside was the best gift they could hope for. As such, each of them seemed to be very active, constantly glancing around. The rest of the way was silent and the next 10 days passed uneventfully. With Wizard Tribulation leading the way, Yang Kai was saved a lot of trouble. 10 days later, as they were hurrying along, Li Rong suddenly frowned and stared towards a certain place below. At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed. Probably because their group had passed by, the masters below had been alerted and several Transcendent Realm masters were tailing them, intending to investigate carefully. Master, should we send someone to send them away? Li Rong asked. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Don't kill them, just make sure they don't follow us. Got it, Inya? Li Rong shouted. Inya, who was in the middle of the group, immediately flew down. A moment later, a brief battle fluctuation came from below. After a while, Inya caught up and reported, they won't be able to move for 3 to 5 days, so we didn't injure them. Li Rong nodded approvingly. Good, well done. My race has only just reappeared in this world, so it's best not to provoke them if possible. The group continued to move forward. But as time passed and the distance they traveled increased, the auras of the ancient demon race still alarmed more and more human masters. Every time, Inya or Xueji would go down to deal with them, trapping those who chased after them in place so they couldn't pursue. Although they showed mercy and didn't hurt anyone, news that a large number of demon race masters had passed through human territory still spread like wildfire. As a result, Yang Kai's group now had people waiting for them on the road ahead of them. Most of these people were Transcendent Realm masters, most of whom were quite tactful. When they noticed that there were masters guarding the ancient demon clan, none of them dared to intrude, instead choosing to follow them from a distance in an attempt to obtain some information. Occasionally, there would be a few arrogant fellows who would try to intercept them from the front and speak rudely, but they would all be taught a lesson by the masters of the ancient demon clan. These people were like maggots in one's tarsal bone, one batch after another would come. Yang Kai was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. The enmity between the human and demon clans was not something that could be resolved overnight, so it was inevitable that the ancient demon clan would be targeted. Yang Kai couldn't start a massacre over such a trivial matter, otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. 2 months later, the group finally arrived near Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Behind them, there were over 100 pursuers, all of whom were transcendent realm masters with more than a dozen saint realm masters among them. Such a force was something Yang Kai couldn't help but pay attention to. It was time to have a good talk with them. Yang Kai didn't rush the ancient demon clan into Nine Heavens' Holy Land and instead had them stay in the mountain range for the time being. Taking only Li Rong with him, Yang Kai walked towards the place where the pursuers were gathering. A dozen kilometers away, after noticing that the ancient demon clan had stopped, the group of people also stopped and sent out their divine senses to spy on the situation. The faces of each of the human race masters were extremely dignified. "Old Chu, there seems to be some people coming over," one of them suddenly exclaimed. Everyone else nodded, indicating that they had sensed the auras of Yang Kai and Li Rong. A third-order transcendent and a second-order saint, neither of them are hiding anything. "It seems they want to talk to us?" someone guessed. If that wasn't the case, how could there only be 2 people here? "Demon race bastards, what's there to talk about? When they come over, we'll just kill them all." An old man with a ruddy face shouted, a look of hatred towards the demon race. We'll take this opportunity to ambush them. Chapter 872. These 100 human race masters were from 20 to 30 different forces, and although most of them had never met before, as long as they reported their names, they would at least have heard of them. In particular, there were several second-order saints who were famous throughout the world. Old Chu was one of them. Ignoring the clamoring of his companions who were hostile to the demons, the man called Old Chu pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. "If they are willing, we can negotiate. This old master would also like to know what they want to do and where they are heading. This direction is not towards the demon land but towards the monster race's territory." As he spoke, a look of doubt appeared on his face. "We can negotiate. They haven't killed anyone along the way. It seems they don't want to create too much hatred." Another scholarly-looking man nodded lightly. This man appeared to be middle-aged, but in fact, he was older than 90% of the people present and was one of the few second-order saints present. With these two speaking together, the others didn't dare to say anything and simply followed their lead. The 100 or so human race masters all waited solemnly. After an incense stick worth of time, 2 figures leisurely appeared and strode over. After seeing the appearance of these people, everyone couldn't help feeling surprised. Because the one leading them was actually a young man with a heroic physique, wearing a set of black robes that could be seen anywhere, and his gait was steady. Behind this young man was a dignified, mature, and beautiful woman. This beautiful woman's cultivation was clearly at the second-order saint realm, and even before she had arrived, the 100 or so human race masters felt an inexplicable pressure, making them all pay attention to her. However, Old Chu and the others were surprised to find that even though this beautiful woman made them feel vigilant, the seemingly ordinary young man gave off a temperament that was impossible to ignore. Even the brilliance of this beautiful woman was faintly suppressed by this young man. The beautiful woman followed behind him like a guard, always maintaining a distance of half a meter between them, never once crossing the line. This was clearly the action of a retainer following their master out. Old Chu and the other top masters all glanced at each other and saw the doubts in each other's hearts. There was no way for them to infer what the relationship between these two was. Not long after, the young man and the beautiful woman arrived in front of the crowd and stood still. Observing this young man up close, Old Chu and the others were surprised to find that even though he was facing more than 100 human race masters, this young man's expression remained calm, without the slightest hint of fear. Instead, his eyes swept over the crowd as if he was examining the cultivations of these people. The beautiful woman also stood behind him, motionless. Her body emitted surging waves of energy. Elder Chu and the others secretly took a deep breath as their expressions turned solemn. As soon as Yang Kai stood still, he felt countless divine senses sweep towards him, unscrupulously probing his cultivation. Li Rong frowned and her pretty face became cold, but just as she was about to shout, Yang Kai waved his hand to stop her. Grinning, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "You've all traveled thousands of kilometers to follow me. It's really been hard on you. This junior has something to say to all of you. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to do so?" Old Chu and the others frowned and turned their eyes to Yang Kai. Only now did they confirm that the beautiful woman really followed this young man's lead. Otherwise, at such an important occasion, he wouldn't have had the chance to speak. Of course. The man called Old Chu calmed his thoughts and smiled lightly. This old master and the others also had the same intention. Saying so, he stepped forward with the scholarly middle-aged man and the red-faced old man who had clamored to ambush Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded secretly, knowing that these three people in front of him were the most powerful among them, all of them second-order saints. The three of them came from different forces. Together, they could represent everyone. Old Chu introduced himself. "This old master is Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion." Saying so, he pointed to the middle-aged scholar and introduced him. "This is Fang Yu Bai of Smoke Lock Tower." Then, he pointed to the ruddy old man with a hostile expression. "This is Wu Zheng of the Free and Unfettered Sect." Yang Kai nodded to each of them, greeting them warmly. "How should I address little brother?" Chu Yi stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes and asked. "Some of you know my identity." Senior Chu might as well ask. "I think it'll be easy to get an answer." Yang Kai smiled but didn't answer directly, instead turning his eyes to a certain spot in the crowd. There were a few familiar faces there, all of whom Yang Kai had met when Zhang Ao and Chao Guan attacked Nine Heaven's Holy Land last time. However, Yang Kai didn't know their names. Since Yang Kai appeared, these people showed a look of dread, seemingly recalling the scene 2 or 3 years ago when Yang Kai slaughtered his way through the Nine Peaks. "Trying to act mysterious, who do you think you are?" Old Chu asked you a question, just answer. The red-faced old man, Wu Zheng, coldly snorted, seemingly disliking Yang Kai, his eyes filled with disgust and contempt. Yang Kai was quite puzzled, wondering when he had offended this old man. "It's fine." Chu Yi chuckled, turning around and asking, "Do any of you know the identity of this little brother?" Several people immediately walked out of the crowd, came over to Chu Yi, and whispered a few words to him. A moment later, Chu Yi showed a look of surprise as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, exclaiming, "So little brother is the new holy master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land? Forgive my disrespect." Fang Yu Bai and Wu Zheng glanced at each other, obviously also taken aback. "Senior is too polite." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chu Yi's expression suddenly became serious as he narrowed his eyes, quickly asking, "Since you are the new holy master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, you should be a member of the human race, right?" "Naturally. But why is Yang Shengzhu traveling with so many people from the demon race? On top of that, this old master can see that your relationship with this lady is not simple." "How is it not simple?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It's more like a subordinate relationship, and you are the master while she is the servant." Chu Yi frowned, boldly speculating. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai simply nodded. "Senior Chu's vision is sharp, this junior admires it. These people from the demon race are indeed my people and now obey my orders." Chu Yi froze for a moment, a look of disbelief filling his face. Fang Yu Bai and Wu Zheng also stared with wide eyes, directing inquisitive looks towards Li Rong, seemingly wanting to see some clues from her, but what shocked them even more was that not only did Li Rong not refute this, she even wore a look of honor on her face. This made everyone who saw this scene somewhat unable to accept. Although a second-order saint had not yet reached the peak of this world, it was still one of the few masters in this world who had achieved such a feat. If this beautiful woman wanted to, she could even establish her own sect. She was fully qualified to do so. But such a master was actually the servant of the new holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land? What kind of heaven-defying methods did this Yang Kai possess that allowed him to subdue a second-order Saint Realm master and make her willingly serve him? For a time, many people's gazes towards Yang Kai and Li Rong became ambiguous, faintly feeling that the reason Yang Kai was able to subdue Li Rong was because he had some kind of amazing ability. Many of them were filled with admiration and envy. Perceiving everyone's strange gazes, Li Rong's expression became cold as she released her powerful divine sense, instantly causing everyone to go silent out of fear. Ahem ahem. Chu Yi dryly coughed twice, his old face somewhat uncomfortable. Just now, he had also misunderstood. However, he quickly denied this ridiculous speculation in his heart. It was impossible for such an outstanding woman to be subdued in such a manner. What's more, there were nearly 1,000 people from the demon race on the other side, as well as several Saint Realm masters. It was impossible for all of them to have such a relationship with Yang Kai. Fang Yubai suddenly laughed. Although Yang Xingzhu's words are hard to believe, since this lady isn't refuting them, we'll take them seriously. However, Yang Xingzhu and his servant coming here alone and acting so leisurely, don't you think they don't put us in their eyes? These words were spoken in such a cunning manner that it immediately aroused the hatred of many people present, all of them glaring at Yang Kai, as if they wanted to immediately launch an attack to prove that their means were not to be underestimated. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression still indifferent as he stared at Fang Yubai and said, "It's not that I don't put you in my eyes, on the contrary, this is the only way to show this junior's sincerity in wanting to talk with you. If I had really brought a large number of people here, I would indeed have given you enough attention, but I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to talk much before fighting." Fang Yubai gawked for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yang Xingzhu really is extraordinary, no wonder he was able to take over as Nine Heavens Holy Land's holy master. "Can we talk now?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded, looking at the three people in front of him. Fang Yubai nodded firmly. Chu Yi and Wu Jing also had no objections. Only then did Yang Kai continue, "All of you have been following us tirelessly because you sensed the aura of a large number of demon race activities. Because you were not at ease and did not know our intentions, you decided to follow us to take a look, right?" "Indeed." The three nodded. So many demons appearing in my human territory, and all of them possessing extraordinary strength, it's difficult not to make the connection. The friends gathered here are all here because of this. Then you can rest assured, because our destination is about to be reached, and we won't do anything to harm the human race. Chapter 874. You're back so soon? It's only been 3 years, Kai Dai frowned. Kai Dai frowned. The world energy here is much richer than in the Beast Sea jungle. There are spirit pills and crystal stones. We've grown a lot in these past few years. Great Senior, I don't want to give up on this place. Great Senior glanced over at her with a smile. Then what do you want? This king made an agreement with him before that he would only take care of Nine Heavens Holy Land, not occupy it. Now that he has returned, naturally this place should be returned to its rightful owner. My monster race also owes him a debt of gratitude. Without him, the problem of the beast transformation pond would not have been solved. Is there no other way? You can act shamelessly. Great Senior chuckled, seemingly joking, waving his hand. Go greet them. Kai Dai bowed her head in response and disappeared in a flash. On the outskirts of one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong had just arrived when a burly figure descended from the sky, causing the ground to tremble as he shouted, "Who dares come to my monster race's territory? If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, otherwise don't blame grandfather for being impolite." Saying so, this monster race master shook his head and glared towards Yang Kai and Li Rong, but in the next moment, this monster race master's expression changed to one of surprise. Monster race's territory? Yang Kai also smiled. Brother Kwang, that's not right. This is my 9 heavens holy land. When did it become your monster race's territory? Yang Kai? Kwang Shi shouted as he rushed over. Li Rong's expression tightened, but after seeing that Yang Kai didn't give her any instructions, she simply stared vigilantly at this wild man in front of her, not in a hurry to act. Rushing over, Kwang Shi laughed. Ha, I was wondering which idiot it was, so it was you. Why didn't you say hello in advance? Didn't I come to say hello? After not seeing you for a few years, Brother Kwang seems to have grown a lot. Thank you, thank you. Wild Lion's face was filled with joy. It's all thanks to the crystal stones you mined and the pills refined by those alchemists. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such great progress. But compared to you, it doesn't seem like much. How come you're on the same level as me? The last time Yang Kai saw Yang Kai, he had been slightly weaker than himself, but now both of them were third-order transcendents. Wild Lion originally thought that his improvement was already fast enough, but now that he compared himself to Yang Kai, he couldn't help but feel envious. I say, brother, you came back so quickly. Don't tell me you want this place back? Mad Lion asked with a bitter expression. That's right. I've let you use it for 2 to 3 years. That's long enough. You should have mined a lot of crystals by now. It's only been 2 to 3 years. Wild Lion seemed very dissatisfied. Forget it, it's not my place to worry about this anyway. You're going to see Great Senior, right? Great Senior should be in the palace in the middle mountain peak right now, so I won't accompany you. Kai Dai, Master sent me here to guard the sect, heh. There's no need for you to accompany me, someone has already come to greet me. Yang Kai chuckled as he stared towards the 7-colored mist that was rapidly approaching from the distance. A moment later, Kai Dai flapped her wings and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Glancing over at Yang Kai faintly, Kai Dai then cast her gaze towards Li Rong. Both of them were second-order saints, but Kai Dai felt a sense of pressure from Li Rong. This feeling was quite inexplicable, and she couldn't help but have a desire to compete with the other party. Sister Kai Dai. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Kai Dai retracted her gaze and turned to Yang Kai. What are you doing here? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before smiling lightly. Naturally, I'm here to see Great Senior and have him fulfill the previous agreement. Kai Dai's brow furrowed as she quickly said, if it's about these 9 peaks, how about letting my clan use them for a few more years? That's not good, is it? Yang Kai said helplessly, shaking his head gently, my people are still waiting to live here. Just a few years. After a few years, we'll definitely withdraw from here. Yang Kai was slightly displeased and frowned. Is this Great Senior's idea or your own? Great Senior is not a man who goes back on his word. This is my idea. If you agree, I can give you some benefits. And if I don't agree, I'll make you agree. Kai Dai stared at Yang Kai stubbornly. Yang Kai sighed and said impatiently, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Li Rong helped me stop her. Li Rong responded casually, her tender body flickering as she appeared directly in front of Kai Dai. Kai Dai, however, ignored her and waved her hand, sending out a 7-colored light towards Yang Kai. This light contained an incredible power that instantly wrapped around Yang Kai, as if it was trying to bind him. But in the next moment, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, because at that moment, she actually lost track of Yang Kai. Inside the 7-colored light, a strange energy fluctuation appeared and Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. When she sensed him again, his aura had reappeared on a mountain peak more than 10 kilometers away. Kai Dai was stunned, but before she could think about what method Yang Kai had used to escape from the shackles of her second-order saint, Li Rong's attack had already arrived and she had no choice but to resist. In front of the hall, Yang Kai leisurely appeared and walked straight forward. Stepping into the hall, Yang Kai saw the monster race Great Senior looking at him with a smile on his face. Great Senior, long time no see, Yang Kai greeted as he walked towards him. Great Senior shook his head and said, it hasn't been that long. It feels like we just met yesterday. Great Senior's words are too irresponsible. In the blink of an eye, it's been nearly 3 years. I've come to take back my territory, Yang Kai retorted. Don't worry, I won't leave, Great Senior laughed. Kai Dai acted on her own accord, so I will reprimand her, but who did you bring with you? Why do I feel like her aura is a bit strange? How is it strange? Just like you, her cultivation can be seen through at a glance, but when it comes to real combat, it's as if she can fight above her own realm. Great Senior quickly said. Great Senior thinks too much. Yang Kai shook his head, not continuing to discuss this topic. Good, give me half a month, I'll have my people evacuate from here. Great Senior's expression became serious. I hope that after this incident, we can still be on good terms. Of course, I'm hoping to get a lot of rare medicinal herbs from you guys. Just like when the old Holy Master was alive, we can each take what we need. That would be for the best. Great Senior nodded with satisfaction. Yang Kai was also very satisfied. He had thought that this trip would be somewhat troublesome, but he hadn't expected Great Senior to be so easy to talk to. It seemed he really was a man of his word. Dealing with such a person, Yang Kai felt more assured. After talking for a while, Great Senior suddenly said, "But boy, there is one thing I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me in detail?" "What is it?" "Why do I feel demonic chi from you? Even though it's very faint and weak, there are indeed traces of demonic aura. Furthermore, this demonic aura doesn't seem ordinary. It belongs to a demonic aura with an extremely noble bloodline, and it's slightly similar to my own aura." Yang Kai's expression changed, knowing that what Great Senior felt was the aura of the Dragon Emperor. Great Senior's original form was a scarlet flame thunder dragon, so he was indeed somewhat related to a true dragon. Worthy of being a monster beast, his sense of smell was quite keen. "The last time I saw you, you didn't have this kind of aura. What have you encountered these past few years?" Great Senior stared at Yang Kai and asked seriously. "I haven't encountered anything, I've just been walking around casually." Yang Kai laughed lightly. Knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to say much, Great Senior didn't force him. After making an appointment with Great Senior, Yang Kai left, planning to wait half a month before returning to take over 9 Heaven's Holy Land. Outside the 9 Peaks, Li Rong and Kai Dai were still fighting in the sky. Although it wasn't a battle to the death, the two masters with similar cultivation were still fighting in earth-shattering battle. The shockwaves from the battle had attracted many monster race experts to watch from below. Kuang Shi was even more so, watching with great interest. "Who's stronger?" Yang Kai leaned over and looked up towards the sky. "The woman you brought with you is stronger. She doesn't seem to be using her full strength, yet Kai Dai Master is already being forced into a corner." Kuang Shi excitedly commented, grinning meaningfully, "Beautiful women fighting, it's really interesting. Kai Dai Master's clothes are torn, it's really enjoyable to watch. Be careful, if Kai Dai hears you, she'll pull out your tongue." Yang Kai threatened. "That won't happen, right?" Kuang Shi was startled and hurriedly said, "I spoke very quietly, she can't hear me. The walls have ears." Yang Kai smiled and glanced to the side. Following his gaze, Kuang Shi turned his head and saw Mao Nyang's ears perked up, seemingly eavesdropping on their conversation. After noticing that she had been discovered, Mao Nyang grinned and stretched out her hand to Kuang Shi. "If you don't want me to tell Kai Dai Master, give me all your crystal stones." "Little lady, I only have 10 crystal stones left." Kuang Shi wore a bitter expression and pleaded, "Master, please be magnanimous and pretend you didn't hear me. This Kuang Shi will remember this kindness for the rest of his life." "I don't care, just give me all your crystal stones." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, not paying any attention to them, instead calling out to the sky, "Li Rong, let's go." Hearing Yang Kai's call, Li Rong immediately withdrew, her beautiful eyes glancing over at Kai Dai before flying down to Yang Kai's side and following him. Standing midair, Kai Dai gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down as her heart filled with lingering fear. She hadn't expected that even though they were both second-order saints, the other party would be so much stronger than her. After fighting for so long, she had been completely suppressed and had never been able to seize the initiative. On the other hand, the other party seemed completely relaxed. "This woman, she's amazing." Kai Dai was filled with both admiration and unwillingness. However, she didn't pursue and simply watched Yang Kai and the woman leave before hesitating for a moment before flying off towards the main hall. Looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that he had reached an agreement with Great Senior. Although Kai Dai was unwilling to give up on 9 Heaven's Holy Land, she didn't dare disrespect Great Senior. If Great Senior gave the order, she would comply.